In the grand city of Shengjing, the Gu family is abuzz with joy. Today marks the auspicious occasion of the eldest son of the Gu family joining in matrimony with the eldest daughter of the Xia family. The union of two prominent families among the four great clans of the capital is destined to create a tremendous stir. Aside from the royal family and the Wang family, nearly all notable figures within the Yin kingdom have gathered, making for a lively scene. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere enveloping the Gu family, the rear mountains, where the ancestors of the Gu family are interred, lies shrouded in silence. This is also the place where the current head of the Gu family, Yunyi, has secluded himself for a century, never to reveal his presence. Many speculate that he has passed away, yet the truth remains a mystery to all. Within an obscure cave, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair stands at the entrance, gazing at the distant sky, his heart ablaze with fury. Damn it! Not only have I traversed through time, but I have also become the father of that fool Gu Chun, a character of little significance. Gu Yunyi's face flushes with anger. Last night, after an exhausting bout of reading, a bolt of lightning struck his dormitory, inexplicably transporting him to this world. While time travel is often deemed fortunate, he tragically discovers that he has assumed the role of the antagonist's father, Gu Yunyi, who is on the brink of death. Standing there, Gu Yunyi can palpably feel his life force ebbing away. Sighing internally, he laments the irony of arriving in this world only to face his demise. Just then, a figure rushes toward Hema, steward of the Gu family, the only person privy to his continued existence. Upon seeing Gu Yunyi, the steward immediately kneels, hastily clasping his hands in reverence. "Master," he utters, his gaze drifting over Gu Yunyi's gaunt figure, sorrow welling in his heart. Once a formidable figure in the Yin kingdom, Gu Yunyi now appears frail and aged. Indeed, no strength can withstand the relentless passage of time. "What is it?" Gu Yunyi replies wearily. The steward, regaining his composure, speaks with a hint of trepidation. "The young master wishes to annul the engagement you arranged for him." At the mention of the word annul, a complex light flickers in Gu Yunyi's eyes. So, it has come to pass. According to the original narrative, his foolish son Gu Chun, in an attempt to curry favor with the young lady of the Su family, the protagonist of the story, sought to dissolve his engagement. Unbeknownst to him, the young lady from the Xia family, Xia Chuqing, is a rare prodigy. After her engagement is annulled, Xia Chuqing, devastated, dedicates herself to rigorous training, eventually achieving the status of empress in 10 years. Meanwhile, Gu Chun remains a sycophant to the Su family, stagnant and unambitious. When Xia Chuqing returns to the Gu family, Gu Chun will find himself unworthy even to gaze upon her, and with a mere wave of her hand, the Gu family, once a source of shame, will vanish without a trace. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Gu Yunyi fumes, nearly bursting with rage. Though he is nearing the end of his life, as the head of the family, he cannot stand idly by as his lineage faces ruin at the hands of his foolish child. The steward, taken aback by Gu Yunyi's intensity, lowers his head in fear. "Tell that ungrateful wretch that if he dares to annul the engagement, he shall no longer be considered a part of the Gu family." Gu Yunyi's voice resonates with authority, prompting the steward to raise his head in surprise at the gravity of the warning. Yet, he refrains from questioning, merely nodding in compliance before retreating. Once alone, Gu Yunyi's emotions gradually settle, leaving him to sigh in resignation. He is acutely aware that Gu Chun, in all likelihood, will not heed his words. It irks him that despite his time-traveling experience, he finds himself devoid of any meaningful engagement with this world. As he sits on the ground, contemplating one last glimpse of this realm, a sudden ethereal voice echoes in his mind. Ding! Sensing the host's inner fury, "Congratulations, the host has awakened the fate selection system." At that moment, Gu Yunyi's body involuntarily trembles. The system. The coveted power has finally arrived. Elated, he eagerly inquires about the system's functions. Option 1. Stand idly by, allowing the plot to unfold. Reward. Extend lifespan by 10 years, awaiting Xia Chuqing's revenge. Option 2. Step in to support Xia Chuqing, chastising his foolish son. Reward. Erase the identity of the antagonist, sparing the Gu family from disaster. Option 3. Marry Xia Chuqing, granting his son another mother. Reward. extend lifespan by 200 years, restoring power to peak condition. Upon reviewing the three options, Yunyi's one-stall eyes now sparkle with hope. This is an easy choice. Extending his lifespan by 200 years and regaining his former strength is undeniably exhilarating. Yunyi remembers well that in his youth, he was the undisputed champion of the Yin Kingdom, a paragon of martial prowess, and a figure of irresistible charm who captivated countless maidens. With an additional 200 years of life, he could protect the Gu family for over 5 centuries. Moreover, marrying Xia Chuqing would mean an alliance with a future empress of formidable strength. Considering her described beauty in the narrative, this choice seems devoid of any disadvantage. System, I choose the third option, Yunyi declares resolutely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful choice. As this is the inaugural selection, the host is granted an immediate reward of a 200-year lifespan extension and restoration to peak strength. As the system's voice fades, Yunyi feels a surge of golden light coursing through his being. In the next instant, his withered dantian seems to revive, a torrent of spiritual energy flowing through his body. Simultaneously, the frailty that clung to him dissipates, replaced by an overwhelming, formidable aura radiating from within. You cannot annul the engagement, young master. This is the master's decree. The steward urgently interjects, blocking Gu Chun, who clutches the marriage contract. Thankfully, he arrives in time, otherwise, Gu Chun would have announced the annulment before the gathered crowd. Gu Chun, momentarily taken aback, instinctively asks, "Is my father still alive?" The steward's expression darkens at his words, but he can only manage a hesitant affirmation. Gu Chun waves dismissively, unconcerned. "It's only a matter of time. As for the engagement, I have my own plans." The Xia family has fallen so low. Do they truly believe they are worthy of an alliance with the Gu family? I intend to propose to the young lady of the Su family. Instead, only she is worthy of my attention. Excitement gleams in Gu Chen's eyes as he tightly grips the marriage contract. "Young master," the steward's voice grows firmer. "This is the master's intention." Gu Chun, now visibly impatient, retorts, "What does a dying man know? Aligning with the Xia family would only hinder us. Be gone before I lose my temper." The steward stands his ground, asserting, "Young master." Gu Chun scoffs derisively. "Have I given you too much face? Do not forget, you are merely a dog in the service of the Gu family." The steward's countenance darkens at the insult. After years of diligent service, does he truly rank below a mere dog in Gu Chen's eyes? Noticing the steward's discontent, Gu Chun smirks and continues, "Do not forget, I am his only son. Once he passes, I will be the master of the family. You possess the strength to oppose me?" The steward finds himself at a loss for words, his resolve wavering. Indeed, upon Gu Yunyi's death, Gu Chun would ascend as the head of the Gu family. To challenge him now would be akin to courting disaster. Witnessing this, Gu Chun chuckles mockingly before delivering a swift kick. "Get out of my way." The steward is sent sprawling to the ground, watching helplessly as Gu Chun pushes open the door, brandishing the marriage contract, and strides away. Chapter 2. I marry her. Within the joyous hall, a multitude of esteemed guests filled the space. The patriarch of the Xia family was animatedly conversing with the attendees, his face radiating delight. Yet, to Gu Chun, this festive scene felt like a glaring mockery. "Congratulations to young Master Gu on this auspicious union." The guests raised their goblets in unison, oblivious to the sinister glint in Gu Chen's eyes. Amidst the chorus of well-wishes, Xia Chuqing lowered her gaze, fixating motionlessly on the red embroidered shoes adorning her feet. Those were crafted by her mother before her untimely passing, who regrettably did not live to see her daughter's wedding. Disregarding the jubilations surrounding him, Gu Chun accepted a report handed to him by a member of the Gu family. Casting a cursory glance at it, suddenly he scoffed derisively, "A millennium-old blood ginseng. Is your Xia family flaunting your coffers for face?" As soon as the words left his lips, he crumpled the jade slip in his palm into powder. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, he scattered the remnants across the floor and a profound silence enveloped the hall. As the guests stared in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events, Miss Su Jinro of the Su family nonchalantly toyed with the jade pendant in her hand, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Yet, the slight curve of her lips suggested she was well aware of what was to come. The head of the Xia family approached Gu Chun, grasping him firmly, his countenance stiffening. "What do you mean by that, esteemed nephew? Today is a day of great joy. If there is something amiss, who is your esteemed nephew?" Gu Chun retorted, shaking off the elder's grip. Suddenly, a surge of searing heat erupted from his right hand, and it was then that the guests realized he was clutching the red marriage contract between him and Xia Chuqing. To their astonishment, Gu Chun ignited the contract. Flames roared, swiftly consuming half of the document. Xia Chuqing abruptly lifted her veil, her exquisitely beautiful visage betraying her bewilderment. Gazing at the burning contract, despair flickered in her striking eyes. Orphaned at a young age, she had been raised by the head of the Xia family. She had never questioned her marriage arrangements, accepting her betrothal to Gu Chun without protest, even upon learning of his reckless nature. Yet, why this humiliation? Why this affront to the Xia family? Not only she, but all the Xia family members wore expressions of deep irretrievable contrast. A few maidservants from the Su family wore mocking smiles, while Su Jinru, seated among them, maintained her indifferent demeanor. Today, I invite all of you to witness that Xia Chun hurled the partially burned marriage certificate to the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jinru behind him. My ties to the Xia woman end here. From henceforth, that Xia Chun's expression brimmed with excitement, poised to continue when suddenly, a voice thundered, "Unfilial wretch!" Before he could finish, the heavens above shattered, a blinding light piercing through the roof. Gu Chen's words faltered as he realized he was trapped in a spatial confinement, his voice trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Did someone dare to disrupt the Gu family's wedding day? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, the figure emerging from the radiant light left everyone dumbfounded. Yunyi, who should have perished, descended from the skies, his dark hair billowing around him, exuding an aura so powerful it was suffocating. Upon glimpsing the singed marriage contract on the ground, his brow furrowed deeply. With a swift motion of his right hand, the remaining fragments of the contract transformed into golden streaks of light, soaring into the air. After a brilliant flash, the marriage contract reappeared. Unmarred, suspended in midair, everyone stood transfixed. It was Yunyi. How could this be? Had he not fallen? Had he truly transcended? A tempest of emotions surged within the crowd. Even Su Jinru, who had previously maintained an air of calm, now stared in shock, her lips slightly parted in disbelief. In stark contrast, Gu Chen's face paled with terror as he beheld the descending Yunyi, a myriad of questions racing through his mind. How had his father arrived? The overwhelming presence of Yunyi made his legs tremble, nearly bringing him to his knees. He could never have imagined his father descending like a deity. What terrified him further was the memory of the steward's warnings. Had he defied his father's wishes? Was he doomed? Patriarch Gu, is this the sincerity of your family? The head of the Xia family strode forward, fury etched upon his face as he confronted Yunyi. Behind him, the Xia family members wore expressions of anger. Xia Chuqing stood silently, her head bowed, her eyes glistening with tears. Yunyi turned to glance at Gu Chun. In an instant, the intensity of his gaze forced Gu Chun to kneel. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he had never witnessed such a terrifying expression from his father, those dark eyes akin to the depths of hell, sending shivers down his spine. "Father," he stammered, trembling as he reached out, attempting to grasp his father's robes, yearning for the affection he once received. Yet, the father he remembered, who would ruffle his hair, now offered not even a glance, with his hands clasped behind his back. Yunyi, draped in his dark robe, stood impervious to the winds. Observing this scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Could it be that the once great man of the Yin kingdom had truly returned? In disbelief, they watched as Yunyi radiated an aura of strength, as though he had never aged. When he turned his piercing gaze toward the Xia family, his demeanor softened slightly as he spoke. "This matter reflects my failure as a father, bringing shame upon the Xia family." "Shame?" Xia and Shu scoffed, gesturing at the chaos around them. "Though my Xia family may not be what it once was, we still possess our dignity. What will become of Chuqing if news of today's events spreads?" Before he could finish, the young woman staggered back a step, overwhelmed by the pitying and mocking gazes of the assembled guests. At just 20, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe under the weight of such pressure. Yunyi turned his attention to her, observing the lost and helpless girl before him, the future empress. Now merely a girl grappling with the humiliation of a broken engagement, clenched her sleeves tightly, her knuckles turning white It is simple. I shall marry her, Yunyi spoke calmly. His understated declaration reverberated through the hall like a thunderclap. Had they misheard? Yunyi, the head of the Gu family, intended to marry Xia Chuqing? My heavens, it was common knowledge that Xia Chuqing was betrothed to his son, Gu Chun. What did this mean? The guests' minds buzzed in confusion. Hardly believing their ears, Yunyi, however, paid no heed to their astonishment. He turned to Xia Chuqing. His gaze laced with curiosity. He wished to discover what remarkable qualities this future empress possessed. Xia Chuqing's head jerked up, locking eyes with Yunyi's profound gaze. Those eyes seemed to pierce her very soul, causing her heart to skip a beat. The hall erupted in chaos. Miss Su's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Yunyi. Initially, she had heeded Brother Ye's advice, attempting to instigate a rift between Gu Chun and Xia Chuqing, hoping to see both families suffer. Yet, the current situation was far beyond her expectations. Gu Chun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Staring in disbelief at his father, then at the girl he had humiliated, his world spinning. My father intends to take my fiancée, was the head of the Gu family jesting. The Xia family patriarch narrowed his eyes. You have been in seclusion for a century without marrying, Yunyi interrupted, a delicate flick of his finger causing the torn marriage contract to transform into streaks of light once more. Reassembling in midair, when the resplendent golden tablet reformed, the names inscribed upon it had changed to Yunyi and Xia Chuqing. Xia Chuqing gazed at the floating marriage contract, her long lashes trembling slightly in disbelief. Chuqing, will you accept? Yunyi's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority, his gaze imbued with warmth. All eyes in the hall turned towards Xia Chuqing. Biting her lip, she looked between the celestial man before her and the trembling Gu Chun on the ground. Her mind a blanked. Chapter 3. Surprised by parenthood. Father, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Gu Chun suddenly interjected, his voice piercing the silence of the grand hall. Upon hearing his words, Yunyi turned, his expression one of icy indifference as he regarded his son. At times, he truly struggled to comprehend how such a prodigious figure as Yunyi could produce a son with such a lack of intellect. As Gu Chun, it was utterly embarrassing. Gu Chun struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he glared fiercely at Xia Chuqing. How dare a family as inept as the Xias slap? Without hesitation, Yunyi delivered a resounding slap, the sharp sound cutting through the air and silencing Gu Chun. The force of the blow, imbued with spiritual energy, sent Gu Chun hurtling backward, crashing into a pillar. As debris scattered, one side of his face swelled visibly. He stared in disbelief at his father, his expression darkened with fury. Could his father truly strike him? How dare you speak of the Xia family? Yunyi fixed a steely gaze on him, his voice as cold as I see to publicly annul a marriage and humiliate a young woman. This is your notion of responsibility. Yunyi was indeed furious, for it had been detailed in the original text that Xia Chuqing had become a laughingstock in the capital due to Gu Chun's actions. Upon returning to her family, she had faced scorn and ridicule, branded as an unwanted woman. She had even been driven to the brink of suicide. Had she not possessed an indomitable spirit, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. The architect of her suffering was none other than his foolish, wayward son. Gu Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He had never endured such humiliation, not even from his father. His entire being trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, and his visage began to contort into a grotesque expression. Father, if you strike me again, he wobbled to his feet, an aura of fury surging around him. Beware, son, I might retaliate. With a light chuckle, Yunyi's eyes were devoid of warmth. You, a mere waste, dare to challenge me. His son truly lacked self-awareness, perhaps having been born too late. He had never witnessed his father's peak prowess. Very well, let me now bestow upon you a long-lost paternal affection. In an instant, Yunyi raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap imbued with formidable spiritual power. When the second slap fell, the entire banquet hall trembled. Gu Chun was sent hurtling through the air, landing at Xia Chuqing's feet like a discarded rag. The young girl was horrified, instinctively stepping back, only to see Gu Chun suddenly clutch her skirt. Vile wretch, he glared up at her, his face twisted with rage. This is all your fault. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Yunyi's domain unfurled. causing everyone to feel a sudden constriction in their breath. It dawned on the crowd that the once unrivaled figure of the Yin kingdom had truly returned. Gu Qin's hand was violently shaken away, his entire being pinned to the ground by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. He was too shocked to utter a word. Gu Qin, devoid of wit, heeded Su Jinru's words. However, should he lose the support of the Xia family, the Gu family would find itself utterly friendless in the vast expanse of the capital. As the young master, Gu Qin's inability to grasp such a fundamental truth left Gu Yunyi profoundly disheartened. It seemed it was time to practice the trumpet. Gu Yunyi sighed heavily. Xia Chuqing felt his knees weaken, collapsing heavily to the ground. Father, silence. Gu Yunyi's gaze was icy as he regarded him. From this day forth, Xia Chuqing is your mother. Should I hear you speak disrespectfully of her again, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond. Upon witnessing this, Su Jinru's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. She had not anticipated Gu Yunyi's sudden appearance today, nor his overwhelming assertiveness that aimed directly at the Su family. This completely disrupted Yi Chen's plans. Gu family head, are you declaring war against my Su family? She managed to utter, although her voice trembled. In response to her words, Gu Yunyi let out a light laugh, his eyes glinting with coldness. War? With your Su family? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Su Jinru's complexion darkened at his words. Gu Yunyi was utterly arrogant, disregarding the Su family entirely. Rest assured, miss, with us here, no one can harm you. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the heavens, landing before Su Jinru. Gu Yunyi immediately turned his gaze and recognized them as the elders of the Su family, clad in their distinctive silver-striped robes. The arrival of the 3 elders relieved Su Jinru, restoring her composure. She was aware of their strength, confident they could easily deal with the Gu Yunyi nearing his end. However, to her astonishment, Gu Yunyi remained leisurely seated at the head, showing no signs of fear. Gu Yunyi, you, a dying man, dare to flaunt your power here. The elder at the forefront pointed a finger at Gu Yunyi, sneering. If you know what's good for you, release our miss at once. Or else what? Gu Yunyi's gaze shot up, his eyes sharp as blades. What are you to speak to me? The elder's expression darkened. When I was dominating the world, you were but a child playing in the mud. Gu Yunyi took a delicate sip of tea, his tone dripping with disdain. The 3 elders, who had once commanded respect within the Su family, now found themselves insulted by Gu Yunyi's words, their faces contorting in anger. They were well aware of Gu Yunyi's past renown, but that was centuries ago. The current Gu Yunyi was merely a shadow of his former self. Do you still consider yourself the greatest expert of the Yin kingdom? The leading elder scoffed, a glimmer of contempt in his eyes. Present, you are nothing but a frail old. Before he could finish, an invisible force suddenly seized him, lifting him off the ground while his throat was tightly constricted, leaving him speechless and his face turning crimson. Enough of this noise. Xia Yunyi set down his teacup gently, his gaze icy. Then, under the terrified stares of the crowd, he exerted a slight pressure with his finger, causing the elder's body to contort. The sound of cracking bones sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Stop! The other 2 elders rushed forward, but before they could approach, Gu Yunyi stomped his foot, sending them both flying. Poof! The 2 elders simultaneously spewed blood, crashing heavily against the wall. In the span of a heartbeat, the 3 elders of the Su family were slain. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence. Su Jinru recoiled in terror, her heart racing. Before her stood Gu Yunyi, a figure far more formidable than the dying man he was thought to be. Now Gu Yunyi stood, surveying the crowd with an indifferent gaze. Does anyone still believe that I, Gu Yunyi, am a dying man? As his voice echoed, the hall fell into an ominous silence, with not even a breath to be heard. That moment, the Xia family head shook his head, utterly baffled as to why Gu Yunyi, on the brink of death, appeared so vibrantly alive. It was simply inconceivable. Contrary to the incredulity of others, the Gu family members were exhilarated. Their once mighty patriarch had returned. Casting his gaze upon the trembling Su Jinru below, Gu Yunyi's mind was suddenly filled with the system's voice. Choice 1. Spare Su Jinru, mend ties between the 2 families. Reward. Su Jinru's affection for Gu Qin 1. Choice 2. Force Su Jinru and Gu Qin into a marriage pact. Reward. Increase the Gu family's fortune, a random ancient bloodline. Choice 3. I shall claim all of the protagonist's women. Forcibly marry Su Jinru. Reward. Significantly enhance the Gu family's fortune, Elevate personal realm by one level. 1 heavenly tier technique. 1 heavenly tier divine weapon. Upon reviewing these 3 choices, Gu Chun disregarded the first 2. Upon seeing the third option, a sinister smile crept upon his face as he glanced at Su Jinro, who resembled a startled rabbit. Chapter 5. I will marry Gu Yunyi. What exactly do you intend? Su Jinru gazed at him in terror. That moment, Gu Chun rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield Su Jinru, anxiously exclaiming, "Father, do not harm Jinru." Bang! Gu Yunyi shot him a cold glare and effortlessly kicked him away. With a chilling demeanor, he declared, "It's simple. Since your Su family has destroyed the marriage alliance between our Gu and Xia families, you shall compensate accordingly." Upon hearing this, Su Jinru's face drained of color. What did this mean? Was she to marry the useless Gu Chun? Enraged, she gritted her teeth and retorted, "You want me to marry Gu Chun?" "Never." Gu Chun's eyes lit up at her words, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet his excitement overshadowed the pain as he shouted, "Father is brilliant." He had thought his father was seeking justice for him, arranging for him to marry Su Jinro. In that moment, all previous resentment and anger evaporated, and he felt an overwhelming desire to shout how wonderful his father was. In Gu Chen's heart, nothing in the world could compare to Su Jinru. If this were the modern world, he would undoubtedly be a devoted and gentle man. Yet here, he was merely a waste. Yunyi, observing his son's euphoric state, felt utterly speechless, even disinclined to acknowledge him. "I am the one marrying a wife. What are you celebrating for?" The others present exchanged glances. Bewildered, was Gu Yunyi truly arranging for his son to remarry? Su Jinro cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chun, unreservedly stating, "You might as well give up. I will never marry him." Upon detecting her resolute tone, Gu Chun grew anxious and turned to his father for help. "Father, my lifelong happiness rests upon your shoulders." Gu Chun nearly fell to his knees before Gu Yunyi, gazing at him imploringly. However, what followed left Gu Chun questioning his existence. As Gu Yunyi shook his head and replied coolly, "It is not marrying my son. It is marrying me." "Marrying me." Gu Yunyi calmly articulated those words, plunging the room into a profound silence. Moments later, it was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped in a tranquil pond, sending the entire assembly into a frenzy. Su Jinru was the most astounded of all, her eyes wide in disbelief. Convinced she must have misheard. Marry Gu Yunyi? A man as old as her father? Su Jinro's complexion turned ashen. Xia Chuqing, equally startled, dropped her teacup with a crash. "No. Father." Gu Chun was utterly dumbfounded, his mind scrambling to process this revelation. Forcing an incredulous grin as he stammered, "Why you? What did you just say?" Gu Chen's heart nearly shattered, unable to believe his ears. He would rather convince himself he had misheard. How could his father possibly seek to take Su Jinru from him? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Chun trembled in panic, his body quaking in fear. Yet Gu Yunyi approached him, squatting down before his frantic gaze. With a calm demeanor, Gu Yunyi patted his head and stated, "Tomorrow, my son, this woman is far more complex than you can grasp. Allow your father to take her as my second wife." No. Gu Chun could no longer deceive himself, collapsing into tears. "Please, father, Jinro is my woman. Mine." He wept like a child, a testament to his despair. He had initially thought his only rival was Yi Chun, yet now he was astounded to learn that his own father was a competitor. Su Jinru could hardly believe Gu Yunyi's audacity that he was old enough to be her father and yet sought to marry her. Trembling with rage, she struggled to articulate her feelings. "Gu Yunyi, you are truly shameless. At your age, seeking to prey upon the young. Is that so?" Gu Yunyi remained unfazed, rising with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Then prepare for your Su family to be erased from the Yin kingdom." Before his words could fade, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire hall. Su Jinru felt her breath hitch, rendering her speechless. She gazed at Gu Yunyi in terror. "What do you intend to do?" "Naturally, I have my intentions. But I value mutual consent." Yunyi chuckled softly, his tone laced with mischief. "Let us make a wager. I wager you will soon beg to marry me." Su Jinro's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Perplexed by his motives, "Stop!" A deep voice suddenly resonated through the hall, followed by a figure that darted in like lightning, shielding Su Jinru behind him. Su Chio, the head of the Su family, and one of the most renowned powerhouses in the Yin kingdom. "Father!" Upon seeing the man who had appeared unexpectedly, Su Jinru finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then made a face at Gu Yunyi. Yunyi merely smiled faintly. However, Su Qiu gazed at Yunyi in shock. Unable to believe his eyes, he scrutinized him from top to bottom, his pupils trembling violently. Yunyi, how are you still alive? Yunyi coldly regarded him, a glint of frost in his eyes. What? Is my survival a surprise to you? After traversing into this realm, Yunyi had absorbed the memories of the original owner and learned the true reason behind the fall of the Yan Kingdom's strongest warrior. Poisoned, Su Qiu's expression changed drastically. He certainly understood what Yunyi was implying. The Nine Heavens, Xian Valley poison, a lethal toxin secretly transmitted by the blood poison sect. This poison was colorless and tasteless, capable of killing even those at the virtual realm. And the only connection between the Yan Kingdom and the blood poison sect was the Su family. I don't understand. Su Qiu feigned calmness, scoffing. What nonsense are you spouting? Observing Su Qiu's stubbornness, Yunyi let out a cold laugh. Su family head, do you think I am unaware of who poisoned me back in the divine secret repository? Su Qiu's face turned ashen in an instant. This statement nearly laid bare the events of that fateful year. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Qiu suddenly pointed at Yunyi, yelling, Yunyi, you're shameless. How dare you seek to marry my daughter? As the saying goes, if one is in the wrong, they will muddy the waters. The more chaotic, the better. This was precisely Su Qiu's tactic. Before his words had fully left his the golden dragon spiraled majestically above the Gu family, enveloping the entire estate in a resplendent golden aura in the blink of an eye. This breathtaking spectacle left all present utterly astonished, and across the lands of the Yan Kingdom, countless formidable figures were equally stirred by this extraordinary phenomenon. Deep within the palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe suddenly rose to his feet. Gazing intently at the awe-inspiring golden dragon of fortune, the emperor's eyes glinted with cold light. The Gu family had indeed manifested a dragon of destiny. Your Majesty, murmured a venerable eunuch, approaching discreetly, should we send someone to investigate? No need, the emperor scoffed, his gaze fixated on the dragon of fortune. Let them revel for a few more days. Once the divine secret vault opens, the Gu family and the four great families, humph. At Xintian's sect, an elderly man with white hair stood atop a peak, peering towards the direction of the Gu family, where golden lights swirled and the roar of the dragon echoed thunderously. Witnessing this scene, the old man furrowed his brow, murmuring in disbelief, Guyun, if you truly have not perished, master, a disciple behind him clasped his hands and cautiously inquired, what is your command? Relay my orders, the elder replied gravely. Instruct all disciples to avoid any conflict with the Gu family. Additionally, send someone to investigate what has transpired recently in the Gu family. Within the Gu family, Su Qiu struggled to lift his gaze to the golden dragon circling above. His heart racing tumultuously, his complexion turned ashen. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. In a state of emotional turmoil, he muttered, the dragon of fortune. How could Yunyi possibly have such protection? Despair washed over Su Qiu. He was genuinely terrified. They had never encountered such a terrifying manifestation of fate. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yunyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the fierce wind, yet he remained steadfast, gazing up at the golden dragon in the sky, responding to its majesty. Then, Yunyi lowered his gaze to the awestruck crowd below. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Xia Chuqing rose to stand behind him, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and astonishment. What is this? The dragon of fortune, Yunyi replied, turning to her with a slight smile before directing his gaze back to the roaring dragon above. From this day forth, the world shall come to a new understanding of the Gu family, and we shall usher in an unprecedented glory. Though Yunyi's voice was calm, it resonated in the ears of the crowd like thunder. Such confidence. Su Jinru watched the scene from afar, her heart in disarray. Overwhelmed with fear, she suddenly realized that she had unwittingly fallen into an unfathomable abyss, marrying someone of terrifying power. Yet, after the initial fear, Su Jinru quickly regained her confidence, firmly believing that her brother Yi Chun would surely defeat him. After all, Yi Chun was the most formidable person in her eyes. However, the astonishment did not cease there as the dragon of fortune continued to spiral above. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Yunyi. The abruptness of this event left the crowd wide-eyed in disbelief. Boom! With a resounding crash, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed above Gu Yunyi, as the essence of heaven and earth surged wildly into him. His aura skyrocketed, and beneath the enveloping mass of spiritual energy, he effortlessly broke through the confines of the transformation stage, ascending to the formidable realm of the virtual stage. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Su Qiu trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe his eyes. The head of the Xia family also stood up abruptly, staring at Gu Yunyi, whose aura was now tempestuous, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "The virtual stage." They had been stuck at the transformation stage for most of their lives, fully aware of the difficulty of breaking into the virtual stage. Yet, Gu Yunyi had managed to accomplish this before their very eyes. How could they not be driven to madness by this revelation? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire Gu family estate, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Everyone turned to witness the spectacle, and at the center of the lightning, Gu Yunyi stood unscathed, surrounded by golden arcs of electricity. This scene lasted for a full 10 minutes, during which not a soul dared to disrupt the silence. As the violent aura gradually subsided, Gu Yunyi finally opened his eyes. Upon doing so, the terrifying aura emanating from him was palpable. The strength of the virtual stage. Merely meeting his gaze enveloped the crowd in an invisible pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Su Qiu regarded Gu Yunyi with a complex expression, a flicker of dread rising within him, a fear that felt insurmountable. "Today, all that I have done." Gu Yunyi's voice was calm, yet carried an unprecedented weight. Who agrees, and who opposes? The entire assembly fell silent, a deathly quiet. Who would dare oppose? The Gu family patriarch is wise. After a brief stillness, a guest with a shifty appearance was the first to react. Hastily showering praises, "Congratulations to the patriarch of the Gu family for breaking through to the virtual stage." Others quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "The patriarch's might is unmatched. We are all in awe. The patriarch and Miss Su are a match made in heaven." Truly enviable. The flattery echoed throughout the hall, with everyone wearing sycophantic smiles. Each person vied to curry favor with Gu Yunyi, fearful that a single misstep might lead to dire consequences. Gu Yunyi regarded this scene with indifference, fully aware that these sycophants bowed to his power. However, that was sufficient for him. He turned to Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru, speaking in a calm tone, "From this day forth, you shall be sisters." Xia Chuqing blushed deeply, while Su Jinru's expression was complex. Once she entered the Gu family, she feared she would never escape. Although Xia Chuqing felt shy, she mustered her courage to take Su Jinru's hand and softly called out, "Sister." Su Jinru shot Gu Yunyi a fierce glare, biting her lip in silence. Gu Yunyi approached her with an expression of cold indifference, yet a glimmer of menace flickered in his eyes as he grasped her delicate chin. His voice laced with unrestrained murderous intent, "Woman, I advise you to use your brain. Before you act, think carefully about your father, your brother, and your family. Their lives are now bound to you." Though Gu Yunyi's words were composed, they bristled with lethal intent, causing Su Jinru to tremble as if struck by lightning. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to call out to Xia Chuqing, "Sister. Sister." Her voice was hoarse, choked with emotion. "Ha ha ha." Gu Yunyi laughed heartily, then commanded the elders of the Gu family, "Why are you still standing there? Bring in the Su family at once." As soon as he finished speaking, the elders of the Gu family sprang into action. Although they claimed to be inviting them, it was akin to an arrest. The elders of the Su family were brought in, their faces marked with humiliation. "Dad," Su Jinru exclaimed as she watched her father being escorted in, her heart racing with anxiety. She turned to Gu Yunyi, her voice filled with rage. "Gu Yunyi, what exactly do you intend to do?" Su Qiu shook his head at her, wearing a resigned expression that suggested it was too late for protests. Gu Yunyi coldly observed the unfolding scene. Shortly after, Su Jinru heard his indifferent voice, "Death may be avoided, but living offenses cannot." Su Jinru trembled, lowering her head in anguish, her fist clenched. "Take them away." Gu Yunyi waved his hand, sneering, "Make sure to treat the Su family well." "Yes." The elders of the Gu family immediately took the members of the Su family away. Su Jinru could only watch helplessly as her father and kin were taken. Her heart twisted in agony. "Don't worry." Gu Yunyi approached her, speaking softly, "As long as you obediently comply, there will come to no harm. Conversely, if you disobey, I wouldn't mind reducing your number of siblings." Su Jinru bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she listened to him. Xia Chuqing, observing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy. She gently admonished Gu Yunyi, "You shouldn't always bully people. Can't you say something kind?" Gu Yunyi chuckled. To coax Su Jinru into submission, some measures are necessary. He then raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all for gracing my wedding banquet with your presence. enjoy your food and drink. Congratulations to the Gu patriarch. May the patriarch soon be blessed with children. As the crowd regained their composure, they raised their cups in celebration, and the atmosphere became lively. Yunyi clinked glasses with others, his face adorned with a smile. As the night deepened, soon someone began to tease, Patriarch Gu, it's time to enter the bridal chamber. Indeed, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. The two brides could hardly contain their eagerness. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru's faces turned crimson like ripe apples. They were innocent young ladies, unaccustomed to such teasing, particularly Su Jinru, whose face was further marred by a pained struggle, making her all the more captivating. Yunyi cast a glance and felt a stir in his heart, laughing heartily. You all enjoy yourselves. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold, but I shan't accompany you. After speaking, he took Xia Chuqing's hand in his left and grasped the reluctant Su Jinru's hand in his right, striding towards the inner hall. Just then, a figure suddenly dashed out, blocking Gu Yunyi's path. Dad, you can't do this. The newcomer was Gu Qin, arms outstretched, eyes filled with fury. At that moment, he resembled a pure-hearted warrior of love. Witnessing this scene, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. Yunyi squinted his eyes, his voice cold as he commanded, step aside. No. Gu Qin gritted his teeth, refusing to lower his hand. Jin Ro is mine. You cannot. Slap. A resounding slap interrupted Gu Qin's words, sending him sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Waste. Gu Yunyi coldly regarded him. With your capabilities, do you even deserve her? Ignoring Gu Qin's dazed demeanor, Gu Yunyi strode away with the two ladies in tow. Chapter 7. Each in the wedding chamber of the Gu family, which was originally meant for Gu Qin, was now temporarily transformed into his bridal chamber. The decorations were festively vibrant, with auspicious characters prominently displayed and red candles burning bright. Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru, the two brides of the evening, sat side by side on the wedding bed. At this moment, both donned exquisite red wedding gowns, their figures and features accentuated by the elegant attire, rendering them exceedingly beautiful. Yet, neither bride's face bore the unmistakable marks of absolute joy or happiness. Xia Chuqing lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her dress, occasionally biting her lip to ease her anxiety. Su Jinru, with reddened eyes, fixated on her wedding gown, the vibrant red glaring at her like blood, a symbol of humiliation and disgrace. She had never envisioned herself donning a wedding gown in such a manner. She had once believed she would wear this gown to marry her beloved Yu Qin, but now, she gazed down at her gown, wishing fervently to dampen it on the spot, feeling as though the red was as blinding as blood. At this moment, she wished fervently that all of this was but a nightmare, hoping to awaken and return to her former self as the young lady of the Su family. How she longed to tear this gown to shreds and escape this dreadful place. Yet, she could not. She bore too much for her father, for her family, for her clan. She could only sacrifice herself. Outside the door, Gu Yunyi had donned a striking red groom's attire. He had always been handsome in his youth, and now, clad in this vibrant ensemble, he appeared even more dashing and suave. Indeed, he was a rare gem among men. Gu Yunyi stood outside the door, eagerly knocking. Just a while ago, he was merely a university student, and now he found himself on the cusp of experiencing marriage. How delightful! With this thought, a smile crept across his lips as he flung open the door, announcing, "Ladies, your husband has arrived." Gu Yunyi's voice resonated from outside, and as the door swung open, Su Jinru was startled, her body trembling in fear. Instinctively, she shrank towards the corner of the bed. Observing this, Xia Chuqing, despite her own fear and unease, stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Sister, do not be afraid." Yet, this utterance only fueled Su Jinru's anger. "Get away." Su Jinru pushed Xia Chuqing aside, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Who is your sister? You shameless woman, colluding with that scoundrel to bully me." Xia Chuqing stumbled, landing on the bed's crimson quilt, her eyes reflecting hurt. She opened her mouth, but no words came forth. As soon as Gu Yunyi entered, he caught Su Jinru's words, and his expression darkened ominously. "Come out." Gu Yunyi strode forward, his face etched with fury. "What are you doing?" Su Jinru gasped, alarmed. But Gu Yunyi, possessing remarkable strength, seized her wrist without a moment's hesitation, forcefully pulling her before him. Su Jinru, do not overstep your bounds. Gu Yunyi gripped her hand with unyielding force, devoid of any tender mercy, and coldly stated, "Did you think I wished to marry you? If not for your remaining value, do you truly believe you would still be alive?" Su Jinru was instantly silenced by Gu Yunyi's imposing presence, her eyes wide with fear. It dawned on her just how terrifying this man was. Noticing her submission, Gu Yunyi finally released her, his gaze icily fixed upon her, his eyes nearly crystallizing with frost. "Tonight, you had best be obedient. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." His words hung heavy with warning, and Su Jinru understood their implication. In that moment, she felt utterly small and pitiful, utterly alone, biting her lip as tears threatened to spill, too frightened to resist any longer. The red candles flickered, casting a stifling atmosphere within the bridal chamber. Yunyi stood at the edge of the bed, his frigid gaze shifting between Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru. Xia Chuqing lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, feeling that this man was far too fierce. Su Jinru turned her head away, her eyes red and glistening as she stifled her sobs. Chuqing, Yunyi softly called, "Come here." Xia Chuqing hesitated, biting her lip, yet gradually approached Yunyi's side. He sought to ease the tension, gently taking her hand. "Do not fear," Yunyi spoke softly, sensing her trembling. "I will treat you well." Xia Chuqing lifted her gaze, meeting the sincerity in his eyes, a blush creeping across her face. At that moment, Su Jinru turned back, witnessing the scene, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. How she wished to be treated with such tenderness by her beloved, yet the cruel reality remained. It was Yunyi who wed her, not her dear Yichen. Overcome with sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Su Jinru, Yunyi's tone turned icy. "Come here." His demeanor towards Su Jinru was decidedly harsher. As his voice rang out, Su Jinru quivered involuntarily, fear flashing in her eyes. Biting her lip, she slowly made her way to Yunyi's side. He domineeringly lifted her chin, speaking without courtesy. "Remember, from this day forth, you are Yunyi's woman. Do not entertain any unrealistic fantasies." Su Jinru closed her eyes in anguish, softly sobbing. Yunyi finally released her, wrapping an arm around each of the two women, his tone softening slightly. "Tonight, you are both my brides." At this, both women shyly lowered their heads. Yunyi then gently caressed Xia Chuqing's cheek, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. He immediately embraced her, leaning down to kiss her lips, tender and lingering. Initially, Xia Chuqing felt nervous, but soon she was enveloped in the warmth of his affection. Su Jinru watched the scene unfold, her heart a tumult of shyness and fear, shy because she was still an innocent girl, and afraid because she knew she would soon be the next. Indeed, after releasing Xia Chuqing, Yunyi turned his attention to Su Jinru without delay. "Come here." Yunyi was utterly domineering, pulling her into his embrace without a second thought, playfully declaring, "I do not care whom you once loved. You belong to me now." Su Jinru sighed inwardly, resigning herself to close her eyes. Yunyi lowered his head, kissing her lips with an overwhelming force. Although Su Jinru initially resisted, she soon succumbed to the dominance of the moment. Soon, the bridal chamber resonated with exquisite sounds. Meanwhile, outside the city of Xinjing, a young man bearing a heavy sword stepped into the bustling metropolis. Exuding an extraordinary aura, his gaze was resolute, his brow adorned with a hint of heroism. As he surveyed his surroundings, curiosity flickered in his eyes at the sight of such grandeur. Is this Xinjing? It surpasses the Xiantian sect by far, and with the appearance of the auspicious golden dragon, great fortunes must abound. The young man recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier, where the golden dragon soared through the skies, shaking the heavens, and excitement bubbled within him. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a voice emanated from the ring upon his thumb, an elderly laughter resonating. "Little Leaf, this is the perfect place for you to make a name for yourself." At this, Yuchen's eyes gleamed with confidence, nodding with pride as he declared, "Old Stone, I will not let you down. I, Yuchen, shall become the strongest in the Yin Kingdom." "Good." The voice from the ring brimmed with satisfaction. "With the earth-level techniques I bestowed upon you, in a place as small as the Yin Kingdom, you shall walk with unparalleled ease." Yuchen nodded, his heart racing with excitement. It had been long since he had seen Su Jinru, or the little princess of the Yin Kingdom. He wondered how they were faring. "Jinru," Yuchen murmured softly, the image of her gentle countenance flooding his mind. He quickened his pace, eager to reach the Su residence. "Little Leaf," the voice in the ring turned serious, cautioning him, "remember, until you are powerful enough, do not expose yourself easily. The Su family and the royal family are not to be trifled with." Yuchen clenched his fists, determination flickering in his eyes. "I understand, Old Stone. I will proceed with caution." However, when Yuchen arrived at the Su family estate, he was met only with the sight of closed gates and an empty courtyard. What is happening? He wondered aloud. Why is there no one at the Su family? A wave of foreboding washed over him, and he hurriedly stopped a passerby, anxiously inquiring, "Excuse me, brother, what has transpired with the Su family? Why is there not a soul in sight?" The passerby glanced at the Su family's plaque, then regarded Yuchen with curiosity, letting out a sigh. "You are still unaware. The entire Su family has been captured, and Miss Su Jinru has been married off alongside the Xia family's Miss Xia Chuqing to Yunyi." "What?" Yuchen felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Su Jinru married? How could this be? The world seemed to collapse around him, leaving him with nothing but a blank mind. He could hardly believe that the gentle and charming Su Jinru, who had vowed to be with him for a lifetime, would end up marrying someone else. Gu Yun Yichen gritted his teeth, a tempest of fury surging within him. Who was he? Passers-by cast curious glances his way. After all, Gu Yunyi was the head of the Gu family, once the strongest in the Yin kingdom, and no one understood why he had suddenly reappeared. Young man, I advise you to refrain from meddling, one passerby said hastily before hurrying away. Hearing this, Yichen stood rooted to the spot, rage consuming him. The strongest in the Yin kingdom, you say? A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Jinru, I will surely rescue you. Suddenly, a voice emanating from the ring urged him. Little Yi, calm down. This is not the time for impulsiveness. No need to advise me. My mind is made up. Yichen declared with unwavering resolve. Old stone, Jinru has already pledged her life to me. No one shall take her away. Seeing his steadfastness, Old Stone could only sigh in resignation. Then go ahead. With me by your side, I will ensure your safety. Just remember, next time, do not act so rashly. Thank you, Old Stone. Yichen nodded in agreement, casting one last glance at the Su family plaque before vanishing into the crowd. Chapter 8. The Fated Woman in the Dead of Night. A biting wind howled. Yichen deliberately sent away all the guards and elders outside the courtyard, stealthily making his way over. He stood within the shadows, his gaze intermittently fixated on the brightly lit wedding chamber. Listening to the faint sounds of moaning drifting through the air, Guchen felt an overwhelming urge to weep. That wedding chamber was meant for him. Yet now, it had been usurped by Gu Yunyi. Not only that, but Gu Yunyi was also entwined with his beloved Su Jinru. A surge of indescribable jealousy welled up within Guchen as he clutched his chest in agony, feeling as though he could scarcely draw breath. Why? Why had it come to this? How he wished that the one in the wedding chamber with Su Jinru was himself, not the detestable Gu Yunyi. His heart shattered into countless pieces, he could only pound his chest in torment. Recalling the events of the day, his rage intensified. Gu Yunyi had not only stolen Su Jinru from him, but had also publicly humiliated him, leaving him utterly disgraced. Now, even though he was the young master of the Gu family, he was looked down upon by everyone at Gu Yunyi. Gu Chun ground his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, the hatred within him nearly uncontrollable. I will make you pay. You will regret this. Just then, the sounds from the wedding chamber suddenly crescendoed. Gu Chun immediately lifted his head, his ears attuned. That was definitely Su Jinru's voice, full of longing. It seemed to weep and lament. Imagining the possible scene of Su Jinru at that moment, Gu Chun felt an unbearable anguish. Yet he had never considered that he was merely basking in Gu Yunyi's glory. Otherwise, he would never have heard the alluring sounds of Su Jinru's voice. Jinru, Gu Chun murmured softly, a glint of madness in his eyes. No matter what, I will reclaim you. What are you doing? Don't move. Bang. Suddenly, sounds of a struggle erupted outside. What is all this ruckus? Gu Chun turned around, angrily shouting, who dares to make such a commotion in my Gu family? Before he could finish, the courtyard door was kicked open. Yi Chun strode in, gripping a heavy sword. His expression, I see why. Gu Yunyi. Get out here. As soon as he entered, Yi Chun bellowed. Why Yi Chun? What are you doing here? Gu Chen's eyes widened in surprise, quickly morphing into anger. In his mind, if it weren't for Yi Chen's interference, he would have long been with Su Jinru. Yi Chun, having recognized Gu Chun, recalled their prior encounters. After all, Gu Chun had been unrelenting in his pursuit of Su Jinru, and Yi Chun had long wanted to teach him a lesson. Good dogs don't block the way. Hurry up and get lost. However, he was too enraged to pay Gu Chun much mind. Striding forward with determination to find Gu Yunyi. Feeling ignored, Gu Chun's anger boiled over, old grievances merging with new. Yi Chun, stop right there. Do you think you can just waltz into the Gu family? Yi Chun cast a cold glance at Gu Chun, his aura erupting. Get out of my way. I don't have time for your nonsense. Gu Chun was incensed by Yi Chun's demeanor. With a swift motion, he drew his sword. Yi Chun, you look down on me? Watch me take you down. Upon hearing his furious declaration, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle derisively, his eyes sweeping over Gu Chun with disdain. You're seeking death. Gu Chun, now completely infuriated, struck first, lunging his sword toward Yi Chun's chest. Yi Chun effortlessly dodged, countering with a strike aimed at Gu Chun's shoulder. Gu Chun hastily raised his sword to defend. But the impact from Yi Chun's heavy sword left his arm numb. Shock coursed through him. He hadn't anticipated Yi Chun's formidable strength. Yi Chun, you. Gu Chun gritted his teeth. Yi Chun regarded him coolly. Taunting, Gu Chun, you are no match for me. Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Already in a foul mood, Gu Chun was incensed by the mockery, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes. Yi Chun, don't underestimate me. Watch closely, since he could not have Su Jinru. Neither would Yi Chun. With that, he charged at Yi Chun once more. Yi Chun frowned, realizing he had to treat Gu Chun's aggressive advance with seriousness. At that moment, Gu Yunyi lay nestled in the warmth of his lover, suddenly stirred by the commotion outside. What on earth was happening in the dead of night? Was no one allowed to sleep? Gu Yunyi turned over, instinctively covering his ears with the blanket, but the escalating noise soon jolted him awake. Sleep was now out of the question. Su Jinru was blissfully unaware of the chaos outside, lost in a world of passion. Meanwhile, Xia Chuqing gently nestled in Gu Yunyi's embrace, savoring the warmth of their closeness. Gu Yunyi glanced down, his expression calm. You all rest. I'll go check. Rising and donning his outer garments, he exited the wedding chamber. Su Jinru looked up, watching Gu Yunyi's retreating figure, a complex expression crossing her face. Xia Chuqing sensed her unease and gently grasped Su Jinru's hand. Sister, don't be afraid. Su Jinru bit her lip, remaining silent. A whirlwind of emotion surged within her, her mind a chaotic jumble, unsure of how to confront this reality. As Gu Yunyi stepped outside, the moonlight fell upon him. In the courtyard, Yi Chen's heavy sword was poised against Gu Chen's neck. Is this all you can muster? Yi Chen's sword hilt struck Gu Chen's swollen cheek, causing him to cry out in pain. You can't even withstand a single blow, yet you dare call yourself a golden core cultivator. Did you pop drugs to get here? Yi Chen couldn't resist the urge to mock Gu Chen. Igniting his fury, from a distance, Gu Yunyi observed the scene, thinking to himself that his son was truly useless. All the advantages and resources of the family had fallen to him, yet he remained so pathetic. And that young man wielding the heavy sword must be the protagonist, Yi Chen. TSK. That attire is indeed standard. At that moment, Gu Yunyi's attention was drawn to the obsidian ring on Yi Chen's thumb, which was emitting a faint glow. He suddenly realized something. This was likely Yi Chen's greatest asset, the mysterious old stone behind him. A cold smile crept across Gu Yunyi's face. Dad, as Gu Chen struggled against Yi Chen, he suddenly spotted Gu Yunyi standing behind him, and like finding a lifeline, he burst into tears. Dad, please help me kill this scoundrel. Gu Yunyi? Yi Chen's head snapped up, fury etched on his face. You old dog. Give me back Jinru. Before he could finish, he froze in place. Gu Yunyi cast a sidelong glance at him, merely raising a finger, and an immense pressure surged forth, enveloping Yi Chen within a 10-foot radius. Gu Yunyi, hand over Jinru. Yi Chen felt the overwhelming force redden his face, yet he roared like a beast. Just then, the carved window of the wedding chamber was flung open, revealing a shocked Su Jinru inside. She had heard Yi Chen's voice. Xia Chuqing quickly reached to close the window but was too late. Why Yi Chen? How dare you? Barging in uninvited. Gu Yunyi regarded Yi Chen with a cold smile, the pressure emanating from him steadily intensifying. At that moment, Old Stone's voice turned grave. Little Yi, this Gu Yunyi is formidable. You must be cautious. Hearing this, Yi Chen eyed Gu Yunyi warily but shouted nonetheless. Return Jinru to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yunyi delivered a resounding slap that sent Yi Chen hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth. That my name is not something you can call so casually. Gu Yunyi scoffed, and Yi Chen found himself pinned to the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, inside the wedding chamber, Su Jinru could no longer remain passive. Upon seeing Yi Chen spitting blood through the window, her heart ached intensely. For reasons unknown, she felt a sudden warmth rising in her dantian. Her entire body as meridians glowing red, and a small phoenix's ethereal image appeared on her forehead. You, Xia Chuqing stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Ding! Detected Su Jinru awakening her destiny. Options are now available. Option 1. Spare Yi Chen. Reward. 1 innate breath of grievance. Choice 2. Facilitate the union of Yi Chen and Su Jinru. Reward. Plunder a portion of the protagonist's fortune, a fragment of a mysterious seed. Choice 3. Defeat Yi Chen, shatter his pride. Reward. Substantial plunder of the protagonist's fortune, 1 piece of heavenly tier defensive equipment. Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Yunyi in the courtyard was taken aback that Su Jinru has awakened her destiny. In his recollection, Su Jinru's awakening was triggered by Yi Chen sustaining grave injuries during another dungeon expedition, which led her to activate the bloodline within her out of concern for him. Unexpectedly, she has preempted him. Gu Yunyi turned in astonishment, just in time to witness Su Jinru, her entire being aglow with flames. Chapter 9. Beg me to kill, Jinru. The moment he beheld her, Yichen's pupils constricted, feeling that his arrival was worth it to su Jinru. I will surely take you away. Yichen resolutely reassured himself to that moment. Su Jinru pushed open the door to the bridal chamber and stepped out. As she emerged, Yichen yearned to call her name, but his voice caught in his throat the next instant. For Su Jinru was clad in a striking red wedding gown, her snow-white skin marred with kiss marks, evidence of her entanglement with Yunyi. At Yichen's pupils quaked. He felt as though the world was spinning around him. Alas, the elder Shi within the ring sighed deeply upon witnessing this scene. Ultimately, he had arrived too late. What are you doing out here? Yunyi turned back, coldly regarding Su Jinru. Taming this woman is a formidable task. She cast a silent glance at Yichen, then with a flicker of flames in her right hand, conjured a fiery longsword, leveling it at Yunyi, and commanded, "Release him. If I refuse to let him go, will you attempt to kill me?" Yunyi regarded her with amused intrigue. Then by all means, try. Su Jinru's expression was chillingly fierce. Xia Chuqing, watching from the side, looked on in concern. Hee, then I shall witness how you plot against your own husband. Yunyi chuckled, suddenly making his move. He boldly stepped towards Su Jinru, closing the distance, yet in that moment, she hesitated, gritting her teeth as the sword tip retreated step by step with his advance. Jinru, kill him quickly. Yichen roared, his eyes wide with fury, unable to comprehend why Su Jinru would not take this golden opportunity to slay Yunyi, even if it meant merely wounding him. Yet no one knew what thoughts plagued Su Jinru. Ultimately, she did not strike. Seizing the moment, Yunyi lunged forward, and Su Jinru was instantaneously terrified, the sword's edge perilously close, just as the blade was about to pierce her throat. Yunyi abruptly pinched the fiery sword between his fingers. Sizzle. The flames scorched his fingers, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air. Under the wide-eyed astonishment of the onlookers, Yunyi gradually pressed the fiery long sword downward until its tip touched the ground. In the astonished gaze of Su Jinru, he removed his outer garment and wrapped it around her slender form clad only in the thin red wedding gown, speaking gently, "Once you've had your fun, let us return. Do not catch a chill." Su Jinru froze in place. She suddenly recalled a heartfelt statement from Yunyi on their wedding bed that I know you are the destined Phoenix Maiden. You wish to gain power to ascend and rescue your mother. Trust me, I am more suited than Yichen. I will undoubtedly save your mother. Su Jinru could not forget the unwavering determination reflected in Yunyi's gaze. Her heart began to waver, the flames surrounding her flickering uncertainly. Observing this, Yunyi wasted no time in stepping forward and encircling her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Jinru. Yichen looked on in anguish and despair as Yunyi held Su Jinru close. Meanwhile, Su Jinru's complexion paled, unable to bear looking at Yichen. Beast, release Su Jinru. Yichen howled, attempting to advance, only to be obstructed by three sudden shadows. Head of the family, we have arrived late to the rescue. The three elders stated, the leading elder kneeling on one knee. Filled with shame, Yunyi waved his hand lightly, dismissing them. Step aside. I shall personally teach this young one a lesson. He smiled at Su Jinru, suddenly lowering his head to capture her earlobe, whispering, what it means to take away another's beloved. Su Jinru shuddered as if struck by lightning, her body involuntarily trembling, and she let out a soft moan. Collapsing into his embrace, upon receiving the signal, the elders instantly transformed into black mist and disappeared. Elder Shi's urgent voice resounded. Little Yi, flee now. This is not the time to show off. You are no match for him. Su Jinru began to tremble violently, sensing a formidable momentum surging from Yunyi's body, step by step pressing towards Yichen. If that momentum were to fully erupt, it could easily reduce him to a puddle of flesh. No. Su Jinru vehemently shook her head, immediately grasping Yunyi's hand. Hurry and escape, Yichen. Yet at that moment, Yichen was consumed by rage, unable to heed a single word. Yunyi, release him. He unleashed his full vigor, desperately standing tall, then charged forward with his heavy sword. But just as the sword's edge was a mere 3 inches from Yunyi's throat, time suddenly froze. Yichen's eyes widened in horror. Realizing he could no longer move, his face a mask of terror, the anger still lingering but unable to recede. Oh, you know why I allowed you to stab this close. Yunyi smiled as he spoke, then turned his body, pulling Su Jinru in front of him. In her fright, Su Jinru realized with dread that she was now face to face with Yichen. They were nearly nose to nose. able to sense each other's breath. Jinru. Had he not been frozen, Yichen would have longed to reach out and seize Su Jinru, but this remained a mere fantasy. Gu Yunyi's face retained a faint smile. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Yichen's eyes. To his utter shock, Gu Yunyi suddenly lowered his head and captured Su Jinru's luscious lips. Last night, when you begged for mercy, you were not as fierce as you are now. Yichen felt as if struck by lightning. Rendered speechless in shock, Gu Yunyi was actually being intimate with Su Jinru in front of him. Su Jinru was equally taken aback, displaying intense resistance. Struggling desperately, yet Gu Yunyi held her firmly in place. To Yichen's eyes, it seemed more like a playful exchange between lovers. Yichen's anger boiled over, his blood surging through him, nearly driving him to madness. Elder Shi's voice rang out again, this time more urgent. Little Yi, flee. His power is too formidable. Observing the despairing and furious Yichen, Su Jinru's heartache was ineffable, tears shimmering in her eyes. Be good. Sensing her tears, Gu Yunyi kissed away the droplets at the corner of her eyes, then without hesitation, kicked Yichen into the nearby pond. With a snap of his fingers, the water froze instantly, and Yichen vanished without a trace. Xia Chuqing, anxiously lifting her skirt, rushed over, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming that both were unharmed. Take Jinru for a medicinal bath. Gu Yunyi's demeanor turned icy as he pushed Su Jinru towards Xia Chuqing. Speaking indifferently, Xia Chuqing quickly steadied the staggering Su Jinru. Su Jinru gazed at Gu Yunyi, who was striding towards the frozen pond. A sudden realization struck her, and her face paled. She abruptly broke free from Xia Chuqing's support. Do not kill him. Su Jinru fell to her knees at Gu Yunyi's feet. Fear and anguish etched on her face. Please, do not kill him. Gu Yunyi halted his steps, looking down at Su Jinru kneeling on the ground. Su Jinru was pleading for another man, which infuriated him greatly. Pleading with me? Gu Yunyi inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, then lifted her chin with his fingertip, coldly stating, How do you wish to plead? Su Jinru trembled all over. She recalled how this man had forced her to utter those shameful words last night, how he demanded she repeat husband, spare me as she teetered on the brink of collapse. Please. She pained herself to close her eyes. Tears streaming down her fair cheeks. Do not kill him. Yet Gu Yunyi merely smiled. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, I was deceiving you. Plead with me to kill him. Chapter 10. Elder Shi appears on the other side. Yichen shattered the thick ice above him with a punch, crawling out of the pond, his blood surging fiercely. Just as he was unable to vent his rage, he caught sight of Su Jinru kneeling at Gu Yunyi's feet. Tears glistening in her eyes as she pleaded on his behalf. This scene pierced his heart like a dagger. Jinru, Yichen shouted, his voice trembling with anger, do not plead with him. I will take you away. However, Su Jinru turned to him with a pained shake of her head. Yigo, you must leave. You cannot defeat him. Cannot defeat. Yichen was momentarily enraged to laughter, his body trembling with fury. I have traversed the continent. Vanquished countless prodigies. How could I fear a mere Gu Yunyi? Observing this melodramatic exchange, Gu Yunyi finally spoke with indifference. How about this? I shall grant Jinru some consideration. If you can withstand a single move from me, I will allow you to leave alive. What say you? Gu Yunyi's gaze fixed upon Yichen. One move. A flicker of surprise crossed Yichen's eyes, quickly replaced by enthusiasm as he clenched his fists tightly. Very well, but I have a condition. If I win, I shall take Jinru with me. Su Jinru trembled, tears streaming down her face. She gazed into Yichen's steadfast eyes, feeling both moved and pained. Yigo truly still loves me. Yet now, in her broken state, was she worthy of him? Upon hearing his demand, Xia Chuqing anxiously glanced at Gu Yunyi, only to see a slight smile appear at the corners of Gu Yunyi's mouth as he nodded without hesitation. Agreed. As soon as those words were uttered, Yichen's heart surged with elation. Gu Yunyi, you are merely courting your own demise. He immediately spoke to the ancient spirit within the ring. Master, lend me your strength. His tone was infused with urgency and impatience. The ancient spirit was his ultimate trump card, and his teacher had bestowed upon him boundless confidence. Alas, the ancient spirit sighed. Very well, I shall assist you. No sooner had he spoken than a resplendent golden light erupted around Yichen. The ancient spirit hidden within the ring unleashed formidable power, forming intricate seals with his hands. Countless golden threads materialized, weaving together into an expansive net. Go. With a thunderous roar, Yichen directed the golden net towards Gu Yunyi. Would it succeed? Witnessing this scene, Su Jinyo's eyes ignited with hope. while Xia Chuqing clenched her sleeves in anxiety. Yet Yunyi merely chuckled lightly in response to the impending onslaught of the net. Such trivial skills are beneath my notice. In the blink of an eye, he raised his right hand, and 9 colossal golden dragons appeared behind him. Each dragon emanated a suffocating aura, projecting an oppressive force that was worlds apart from Yi Qin's .9 Heavens dragon control technique. Yunyi's voice seemed to resonate from the heavens. And as he spoke, his eyes transformed into a pale shade of gold. With the utterance of the first form, the 9 golden dragons roared and charged towards the golden net, their roars echoing through the heavens. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. This was the true power of a celestial-level technique. In stark contrast, Yi Qin's earth-level technique seemed utterly insignificant before Yunyi's celestial prowess. Feeling the overwhelming might of the dragons, Yi Qin's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily attempted to defend with the net. Boom! In a mere clash, the terrifying strength of the golden dragons was revealed. Under the ferocious charge of the 9 golden dragons, the golden net shattered instantly, hurtling towards Yi Qin, who was sent flying like a severed kite. He crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a pained wail. The ancient spirit within the ring exclaimed in shock. Impossible! This is the complete 9 Heavens dragon control technique. It has been lost for a millennium. How could he possess it? The ancient spirit was utterly astonished, never expecting that such a seemingly insignificant Yunyi could conjure a celestial technique that had been long forgotten. With just a single move, he had defeated Yi Qin. Su Jinyo's face turned ashen, her entire being crumbling to the ground, while Xia Chuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief under Yi Qin's despairing gaze. Yunyi swept his eyes over the dazed figure before him. Now, do you have anything left to say? Yi Qin, filled with humiliation, gritted his teeth and pounded his fists against the ground in anger. Yet, it was all in vain. He had lost, thoroughly lost, without a single justification to console himself. Trembling all over, Su Jinyu realized she would never have another chance. Perceiving her inner turmoil, Yunyi smirked coldly. This woman still requires some discipline. He turned towards Su Jinyu, his aura growing increasingly frigid. Tonight, you shall pay. The chilling voice of Yunyi echoed in her ears. Su Jinyu closed her eyes in despair, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Scoundrel! Witnessing the woman he cherished most reduced to such a state, Yi Qin seethed with rage. Cursing under his breath, he staggered to his feet, fixing his gaze fiercely upon Su Jinyu. Shouting in anger, "Jinyu, I promised to take you away, and I shall do it." Talkative, Yunyi glanced back at him, his brow furrowing. In the next moment, the space before Yi Qin was abruptly torn asunder, a hand emerging from the rift to deliver a resounding slap across his face. Crack! The unprepared Yi Qin was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. The ancient spirit within the ring urgently urged, "Little Yi, flee quickly. This old monster's strength far exceeds your imagination. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Yet Yi Qin paid no heed, his mind consumed with thoughts of vengeance and rescuing Su Jinyu. He would not abandon her. He swore he would not be human if he did. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he unsteadily rose once more, his eyes flickering with stubborn resolve. "Jinyu, do you remember? I promised to take you to see the world's wonders, to make you the happiest bride." The mention of his vow. Su Jinyu trembled, tears spilling uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, but only choked sobs escaped. "Brother Yi, I'm so sorry." To Yunyi, however, simply scoffed, his aura suddenly radiating with terrifying intensity. This presence was palpable, instantly forcing Yi Qin to his knees. "Just based on you." Yunyi's voice was icy. "Do you think you are worthy of vying for a woman with me?" Yi Qin gritted his teeth, straining against the pressure surrounding him, veins bulging on his forehead that he managed to lift his head, each word seeming to sap his strength. He struggled to speak. "Jinyu, I will." Annoying. Before he could finish, Yunyi raised his hand. Instantly, an invisible force gripped Yi Qin's throat, lifting him off the ground. Yi Qin felt an overwhelming pressure, his face draining of color. "Brother Yi!" Su Jinyu cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward, but Xia Chuqing held her back firmly. Yunyi coldly observed Yi Qin's desperate struggles. "Since you wish to die so badly, I shall oblige." As he spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Just as he was about to strike, Su Jinyu cried out once more, tears streaming. "No. Please, let him go." Yunyi looked down at the weeping Su Jinyu, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes that if you wish for me to spare him. What price are you willing to pay? Su Jinyu shuddered, understanding what this man desired. Revenge, a complete and utter revenge against her. But now, what could she possibly do? Closing her eyes, her voice trembling, she murmured, if you can spare him. I am willing. Jinyu, witnessing this scene, Yichen felt his blood boil, his voice rising in a furious roar. No. Yunyi merely laughed. Do you think I am a fool? If I kill him, you will still belong to me. I tell you, as long as you are mine for a day, you will be mine for eternity. Yunyi's domineering voice reverberated throughout the heavens, leaving Su Jinyu pale as a ghost. Indeed, her body had already been possessed by him. What leverage did she truly have? Yet, Yichen's pupils suddenly glimmered with crimson rage, and he bellowed, Ancient spirit, I beg you, kill him. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardships, and clinging to love will ultimately bring calamity. The ancient spirit within the ring sighed heavily. Subsequently, he transferred his soul power to Yichen. Yichen's bones emitted a chilling crack, as if they were being usurped, a more potent soul taking residence within his body. Boy, watch closely. The ancient spirit's voice echoed within Yichen's consciousness. I shall show you what it truly means to be a formidable fighter in the void refinement stage. Sensing the sudden shift in Yichen, Yunyi retreated 3 steps, curiosity glimmering in his gaze as he watched Yichen ascend into the AI. Yichen's body levitated, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. His aura surged at an astonishing pace, swiftly breaking through the confines of the golden core stage, advancing towards the void refinement realm. Su Jinyu stared in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Xia Chuqing was equally astonished, having never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet Yunyi remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He fixed his keen gaze upon Yichen. At last, you are willing to reveal yourself, ancient spirit. The once arrogant ancient spirit's pupils constricted in shock, his entire being taken aback. How do you know my identity? Yunyi, standing confidently, smiled knowingly. 300 years ago, during the War of the Divine Secrets, Shijingtian was besieged by the righteous alliance of the continent and ultimately perished. Who would have thought he would survive in the form of a residual soul until now? Am I not correct, Shirpatian? Yunyi's piercing gaze bore into the ancient spirit. The ancient spirit's heart was tumultuous. That battle, aside from a few leaders of the righteous path, had left no one aware of his true identity. Yet before him stood Yunyi, who had unveiled his origins. Who are you? The ancient spirit's voice trembled slightly. Filled with suspicion, Yunyi chuckled lightly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. I, merely a passerby who knows a tad too much. The crowd collectively gasped, lifting their gazes toward the heavens. Countless black runes emerged from the void, entwining and interweaving until they coalesced into a colossal formation. Within this formation, an aura of immense terror emanated, cold and lethal. The 9 nether soul devouring array, Stone Elder bellowed. With a single command, innumerable ghostly figures surged forth from the array, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they lunged toward Yunyi. An eye in the face of the overwhelming tide of spectral shadows, Yunyi displayed neither the panic nor fear that the onlookers anticipated. He was utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness, for he was acutely aware of Stone Elder's capabilities. Were Stone Elder at his peak, Yunyi would certainly regard him with trepidation. However, in this moment, he was controlling Yichen's body, and thus the strength he could wield paled in comparison to Yunyi. With no further hesitation, Yunyi raised his hand, and 9 golden dragons reappeared, their brilliant golden light illuminating half the sky. Under the might of the 9 golden dragons, the ghostly figure's momentum was instantly diminished. Yunyi coldly declared, his aura steadily ascending. First stance, dragons roaming the seas. In an instant, the 9 golden dragons let out a resounding roar and charged forth. Another one of those moves? Stone Elder exclaimed, his confidence unshaken. Yet, the very next moment, his eyes widened in shock as the colossal dragons approached with their menacing presence. The black specters found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. With a single swipe of the golden dragon's claw, countless ghostly figures were torn asunder. The 9 nether soul devouring array, which he had taken great pride in, was shattered before him, with a thunderous roar. The 9 dragons ascended skyward, and the formation was instantaneously dismantled. sending Stone Elder hurtling backward from the immense force. As he struggled to rise, he discovered his body marred by numerous lacerations inflicted by the dragon's claws, blood flowing uncontrollably from the wounds. For the first time, a sense of dread gripped his heart. He had never anticipated Gu Yunyi's prowess to be so formidable that in his youth, he had been renowned as the most powerful array master. And yet, Gu Yunyi now effortlessly dismantled his strongest formation. What astonished him further was the revelation that in the seemingly insignificant Yan kingdom, Gu Yunyi possessed a complete celestial-level cultivation technique, even in some of the larger nations. Celestial-level techniques were treasures of immeasurable worth. The existence of such a complete celestial-level technique in this frigid Yan kingdom was simply unheard of. In his desperation, Stone Elder could no longer afford to hold back. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move at this juncture. He could no longer conceal his strength. Never had he imagined that a mere Gu Yunyi would force him into such a predicament. Coupled with Gu Yunyi's immediate recognition of his identity, the humiliation and fury within him compelled him to eliminate Gu Yunyi. With the infusion of his soul power, Yichen's body once more levitated. A potent black energy emanated from him, the aura growing increasingly terrifying. This was the true extent of Stone Elder's power. His aura surged at an astonishing rate, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. 9 Nether Demon Spear. Feeling the boundless strength coursing through him, Stone Elder roared in a heartbeat. A long spear, black as ink and adorned with numerous grotesque faces, materialized from thin AI. Gu Yunyi's expression remained unchanged. Likewise, he raised his hand, and a long sword, entirely golden, appeared in his grasp. It was none other than the celestial-grade divine weapon, the Dragon Abyss Sword, bestowed upon him by the system. The moment Stone Elder laid eyes on the golden Dragon Abyss Sword, he was utterly stunned. How could this be? Not only did Gu Yunyi possess a celestial-level technique, but he also wielded a celestial-grade divine weapon. Was he even human? Stone Elder's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he questioned. Why you possess a celestial-grade divine weapon? Stone Elder was thoroughly bewildered in such a small Yan kingdom. How could Gu Yunyi possess both a celestial-level technique and a celestial-grade divine weapon? What was his true origin? Even the disciples from large families in the outside world lacked such formidable resources. Surprised? Gu Yunyi replied with a light chuckle, but there is something even more astonishing to come. With that, he pointed his sword toward the sky, and the Dragon Abyss Sword emitted a crisp, resonant sound. Accompanying this sound, 9 golden dragons roared forth. Simultaneously, with Gu Yunyi's cold and authoritative voice, he declared, "Today, let your soul be utterly scattered," as he beheld the 9 ferocious golden dragons. A flicker of despair crossed Stone Elder's eyes. He realized that this time, he truly had no means of escape. Yichen's consciousness trembled violently within his sea of awareness, fear evident in his gaze as he looked at Stone Elder. His voice taut with anxiety. "Teacher, what should we do?" Stone Elder's voice was heavy with fatigue and resignation, his demeanor aging instantaneously. The arrogance and pride he once held were gone. "Kid, this time it seems we are in dire straits." Upon hearing this, Yichen felt a chill settle in his heart. Even his teacher could not contend with Gu Yunyi. He had never witnessed Stone Elder in such despair, regardless of how formidable the adversary. His teacher always exuded confidence. But now, no, I cannot perish here. Yichen gritted his teeth stubbornly, roaring within his sea of awareness. Jin Ro is still waiting for me. I must kill Gu Yunyi. Stone Elder sighed. Very well, I shall protect you, even at the cost of my own soul scattering. With those words, Stone Elder exhaled wearily, his gaze fixated intently on Gu Yunyi, searching for a flaw to exploit. Meanwhile, Gu Yunyi's Dragon Abyss Sword had already descended. The golden sword light sliced through the sky, followed closely by the 9 golden dragons charging toward Yichen, creating a scene of overwhelming grandeur. Faced with the onslaught of the 9 dragons, Stone Elder, controlling Yichen's body, summoned all his strength to conjure a black barrier. Yet, against the might of the Dragon Abyss Sword, this barrier proved utterly futile. Boom! The 9 dragons surged forth like an unstoppable flood, their fearsome heads lunging at Stone Elder. A pained howl escaped Stone Elder's lips as he plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Son of Fortune. Yichen, significantly plunder the protagonist's luck and acquire the celestial-grade defensive equipment. Xian Huang armor. The system's notification echoed within Gu Yunyi's mind. The rewards were now his. A smile crept onto his lips as he raised the Dragon Abyss sword once more, preparing to eradicate this lingering threat once and for all. As someone who had read the original text, Gu Yunyi was acutely aware of how extraordinary Yi Chen's luck was. However, since they had become irreconcilable foes, Gu Yunyi felt compelled to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. He did not wish to debate whether he was a good or evil person, nor did he care to discuss his merits or faults at this moment. Only one thought occupied his mind. As long as Yi Chen lives, I shall find no peace. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Yi Chen. Clad in a blue robe, the newcomer exuded an undeniable aura of strength. Head of the Gu family, it's been a while. The newcomer spoke calmly. Might I request that you spare Wang's life? Why is it that someone always intervenes at the crucial moment? Is this the protagonist's luck? Gu Yunyi furrowed his brow, recognizing the individual before him. Wang Lian. What is the meaning of this? Gu Yunyi recalled that there was scant mention of Wang Lian in the original text, though there were numerous references to his daughter, Wang Kai. That he surmised that Wang Lian had come to rescue someone. And his expression darkened. To save someone right under his blade was a blatant affront to him. Wang Lian glanced at Yi Chen and replied calmly, Young friend, Yi Chen has some unresolved matters with my Wang family. I implore you, head of the Gu family, to reconsider. I need him alive. Gu Yunyi's gaze flickered with contemplation. Wang Lian was an old powerhouse of the Yin kingdom, though he had not acted in many years. His strength was formidable. More importantly, there was the Wang family backing him. Though not a colossal force, the Wang family was closely aligned with the royal family among the four great clans. To offend the Wang family was tantamount to provoking the royal family. Upon seeing Wang Lian's figure, Yi Chen's eyes lit up with hope, struggling to rise from the ground. His voice was hoarse and urgent. Uncle Wang, save me. Gu Yunyi coldly observed this scene, the Dragon Abyss sword trembling slightly in his grasp. Brother Wang, Yi Chen attempted to steal my wife. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for this, then attempting to take him from me is rather absurd. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, Yi Chen has connections with your Wang family. What does that have to do with me? Gu Yunyi's tone was resolute and unwavering. Wang Lian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze sweeping between Yi Chen and Gu Yunyi. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and authoritative. To be frank, head of the Gu family, Yi Chen and my daughter are friends. I have come at my daughter's behest. That I have but one daughter, and today I must take him with me, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart surged with excitement. He was saved. Wang Lian's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yunyi, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Head of the Gu family, I am aware of your formidable strength, but I am not to be trifled with either. As for today's events, it would be best for both parties to step back. Chapter 12. Unraveling. After hearing Wang Lian's words, Gu Yunyi could no longer contain his laughter. Did he truly think he could toy with him? He replied languidly, Brother Wang, your reasoning is insufficient. Why Yi Chen is attempting to take my wife. If I simply let him go, where will my family's dignity lie? With that, his icy glare fixed upon Wang Lian, as if to say, am I to be trifled with? Seeing that he was offered no semblance of respect, Wang Li's expression darkened instantaneously. Was Gu Jia master intent on opposing me? Wang Li? To speak candidly, Wang Li had no desire to clash with Gu Yunyi. His intention to take Yi Chen away was motivated by a matter of utmost significance, one that pertained to the honor of his daughter. The words he had just uttered were mere pretexts, intended to elicit some consideration from Gu Yunyi. However, he had not anticipated that Gu Yunyi would offer him no courtesy whatsoever. With a disdainful smile, Gu Yunyi was about to respond when a melodious female voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Gu Yunyi, how shameless you are! At your age, bullying brother Yi Chen. The crowd turned to see a striking young lady entering. Her anger palpable, clad in vibrant garments and possessing features as exquisite as a painting, she was none other than Wang Kai, the daughter of the Wang family. Upon seeing her, Wang Li's countenance shifted dramatically. Kai, what are you doing here? Hurry back. He wished to shield his daughter from involvement, for Gu Yunyi had once been a ruthless devil in his youth, and the rumors outside painted him as exceedingly lecherous. Should he take a fancy to his daughter? Yet, Wang Kai stubbornly shook her head, pouting defiantly. Father, brother Yi Chen has been wronged. How could I possibly refrain from coming? But as her words fell, her gaze fell upon the injured Yi Chen. and she immediately burst into tears. Rushing over, she helped him to his feet, anxiously inquiring, "Brother Yichun, are you all right?" Witnessing this scene, Gu Yunyi instinctively glanced at Su Jinru, only to find her frozen in disbelief. Prompting a sigh from him. In the original narrative, Yichun was a passionate individual, garnering unwavering devotion wherever he went. Wang Kai was among those smitten. However, Yichun concealed this from Su Jinru, going so far as to deny Wang Kai's place in the story's conclusion. Wang Kai was the Na-Vi type, seeking neither fame nor fortune, yet destined to be deceived throughout her life. Yichun cast an awkward glance at Su Jinru and hastily pushed Wang Kai away. "Kai, please don't." But Wang Kai, fueled by fury, pointed an accusing finger at Gu Yunyi, berating him. "You, Gu Yunyi, are truly shameless, bullying others simply because of your superior cultivation. What kind of ability is that?" Rather than becoming angered, Gu Yunyi watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, glancing at the ashen-faced Wang Lai, and suddenly grasped the situation that he interjected. "Miss Wang, you and Yichun have already shared an intimate relationship, haven't you?" A mischievous smile adorned Gu Yunyi's face. In the narrative, Yichun categorically denied any such connection with Wang Kai. How amusing it would be for him to expose it now. Gu Yunyi felt a thrill of excitement and anticipation. Yichun, struck as if by lightning, cast a panicked glance at Su Jinru and promptly denied. "What nonsense are you spouting? Miss Wang and I are innocent. We are merely friends." Su Jinru trembled, staring at Yichun in disbelief. Didn't he, brother Yichun, promise that he would only love her? What did Gu Yunyi's words imply? Su Jinru's heart raced uncontrollably, breath caught in her throat as she gazed at Yichun in shock. Only Wang Lai clenched his teeth, fists tight, remaining silent. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Kai boldly confessed. She stepped forward, hands on her hips, declaring, "Yes, so what if we have been intimate? I was poisoned by a villain, and brother Yichun acted to save me. I love brother Yichun, and I willingly gave myself to him." Gu Yunyi chuckled without speaking, turning his gaze towards Su Jinru. His expression seemed to convey, "See, this is Yichun's true nature." Su Jinru's complexion turned pale. Taking a trembling step back, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Jinru, please let me explain. It's not as you imagined." Yichun, in a fluster, attempted to rise from the ground, but was immediately embraced by Wang Kai. Su Jinru shook her head violently. Anguish etched across her face. She uttered not a word, her body trembling, the pain and sorrow evident. Yichun's face turned ashen, realizing he had seemingly lost something profound. His lips quivering as he sought to explain. Suddenly, Gu Chun emerged from behind a pillar, a twisted smile on his face. "Look who it is, the illustrious young Master Yi, who pretends to be a saint before the young lady of the Su family by day, yet cavorts with the young lady of the Wang family by night." Having endured in silence for so long, he finally saw an opportunity for retribution against Yichun. His heart raced with excitement, envisioning the chance to display himself before Su Jinru, perhaps even winning her affection amidst her sorrow. Yet, Wang Kai, like a protective lioness, stood before Yichun, pointing at Gu Chun with indignation. "What are you? How dare you speak ill of my brother Yichun? No matter what, he is far superior to you too. The elder covets his daughter-in-law, and the younger is infatuated with his stepmother, Gu Yunyi." Gu Chun. On the sidelines, Gu Yunyi couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment at the situation. Wang Kai was a veritable maternal dragon, fiercely aggressive. No wonder Yichun dared not acknowledge their relationship. Bringing her home would undoubtedly spell disaster. "You have no right to speak," came an enraged female voice. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Jinru staggered out from behind Gu Yunyi. At Yichun's heart sank in despair as he beheld her once gentle eyes now filled with frost. Her voice icy. "If you wish to fight or kill, take it outside. Do not sully the grounds of the Gu family." Her words. Gu Yunyi stood in stunned silence, as did everyone else. What did Su Jinru mean by that? The crowd's mind struggled to comprehend. However, Gu Yunyi keenly observed that despite her icy demeanor and evident disappointment in Yichun, Su Jinru subtly mouthed the words, "Run." Understanding dawned on Gu Yunyi. Even now, she clung to hope. He thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, it was true, having known each other for so long. Even though Yichun had betrayed her, a complete severance was unlikely. Yichun's expression was one of silence. Resembling a defeated husband, Wang Kai staggered back, taken aback by the force of Su Jinru's presence, only to retort with scorn. "Ha! What a fine young mistress of the Gu family. Last night, you wept in brother Yi Chen's embrace. And today you, slap." Su Jinru's right hand ignited with the flames of the phoenix's rebirth, striking Wang Kai's face and reddening it instantly. Shaking with fury, Su Jinru declared, "I have never crossed any boundaries with Yi Chen. It is you who lacks decorum and shame. Take him and leave. The farther, the better." Yi Chen, struck by lightning, clenched his teeth in frustration. Wang Lai suddenly stepped in front of his daughter, a bronze compass flying from his sleeve to absorb the rebirth flames. His tone icy as he said, "Miss Su, let bygones be bygones." As Wang Lai began to protect his daughter, Gu Yunyi promptly stepped forward, positioning himself beside Su Jinru. It was not that he feared Wang Lai might harm her. Even if given 10 times the courage, Wang Lai would not dare. His primary concern was that if he did not intervene, Su Jinru might genuinely release Yi Chen, which would spell disaster for him. With that thought, Gu Yunyi scoffed, his gaze slicing through Wang Lai and his daughter. "Brother Wang, if you're standing up for your son-in-law, just say so. There is no need for deceit." He turned to Wang Kai, his voice suddenly turning frigid. "Jinru is now the mistress of the Gu family. Should anyone dare to insult the Gu family even a fraction, beware that I shall tear that mouth of yours apart." Yet Su Jinru received no solace from Gu Yunyi's defense, turning her head away. Wang Kai, unafraid of any repercussion, prepared to retort, only to be intercepted by Wang Lai. Narrowing his eyes, he felt his aura surge dramatically. Was the Gu family master intent on provoking him? So what if he was? Gu Yunyi glanced at him, the illusion of 9 golden dragons swirling behind him. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen hastily warned, "Uncle Wang, be careful. Gu Yunyi is extremely powerful." Yi Chen's address of Uncle Wang nearly shattered the carefully built momentum of Wang Lai, who shot him a furious glare at why Yi Chen promptly fell silent. While Wang Kai remained undeterred, boldly shouting, "Father, we must defeat this shameless old man." Just then, Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing stepped forward together. Su Jinru had tidied her attire, the rebirth flames flickering in her palm, while Xia Chuqing held a jade rui, a faint fragrance of herbs surrounding her. "Miss Wang," Su Jinru spoke coldly, "this is the Gu family, not a place for your rampant behavior. Leave at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Xia Chuqing gently added, "Senior Wang, why not cease hostilities to preserve harmony?" "Very well. Excellent." Wang Lai laughed grimly. "Gu Yunyi, does your Gu family seek to overturn the heavens? Let me see how much strength you, a dying man, have left in this world." However, Gu Yunyi ceased to waste words. With a swift draw of the Longyuan sword, 9 golden dragons surged towards Wang Lai. Wang Lai summoned his bronze compass, and 2 terrifying forces collided in midair, shaking the very foundation of the Gu family. Yi Chen pulled Wang Kai back repeatedly, both astonished and bitter. He had never envisioned that, overnight, Su Jinru would truly become Gu Yunyi's, while he himself remained hidden behind the skirts of a woman, merely clinging to survival. No. Yi Chen's heart echoed with despair. Chapter 13. Whom do you choose? Wang Lai's aura surged violently, the bronze compass spinning rapidly in the air. Simultaneously, countless ancient runes erupted from the compass, transforming into fierce attacks that shot toward Gu Yunyi. Wang Lai let out a furious roar, and suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the center of the compass. However, Gu Yunyi merely smiled faintly, gently waving his Longyuan sword. After regaining his peak strength, he had no fear of Wang Lai, and with his current elevation to a higher realm, Wang Lai's challenge was nothing more than a death wish. Under Gu Yunyi's command, 9 phantoms of golden dragons swiftly merged into a colossal golden dragon that pierced through the heavens and the earth, its dragon roar reverberating through the skies. Boom! The light beam shattered instantly, and Wang Lai was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and the bronze compass emitted a mournful cry, splitting in 2. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Wang Kai stood frozen in shock. Yi Chen stared in disbelief, and even Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing were rendered speechless by the astonishment. Yunyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the dazed crowd. "Now, is there anyone still wishing to oppose me?" Wang Lai struggled to rise, his eyes filled with incredulity. "How could you be this strong? It's impossible." Your lifespan is nearing its end. How can you possess such power? Yunyi chuckled lightly. Brother Wang, you have truly disappointed me. 300 years ago, you were no match for me. Now he shook his head. It is even more impossible. That a chilling light flickered in his eye. Why are you so foolish? I came today to seek justice for you. But why has it come to this? Wang Lai cradled his daughter's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. His trembling fingers brushed against Wang Kai's cheek, his voice filled with despair. Kair, my Kair. The anguish of Wang Lai stirred the emotions of all present. Nothing is more painful than the loss of a loved one. Yichen finally regained his composure, staggering to Wang Kai's side. The expression of torment etched upon his face as he grasped her cold hand. Wang Kai, why did you do this? You were too foolish. Yunyi observed this scene, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising within him. Yichen knelt beside Wang Kai, clutching her icy hand tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment, muttering incoherently. I am sorry. It's my fault. I've implicated you. Get away. You have no right to touch my daughter. Wang Lai suddenly exploded in fury, slapping Yichen across the face. Yichen was caught off guard. Falling to the ground, clutching his face in bewilderment as he looked up at Wang Lai, trying to speak, the voice of Elder Shi echoed in his mind. Boy, a gentleman's revenge is never late. This is not the time to waste here. You must leave now. Yichen abruptly raised his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He unsteadily stood up, pointing at Yunyi, gritting his teeth. Yunyi, wait for me. Yichen. Swear that I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. With that, he turned to leave. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Is the Gu family truly so fickle, appearing and disappearing at will? Wang Lai trembled with rage, pointing at Yichen's retreating figure, cursing, You ungrateful wretch. For you, I have not only been severely injured but have also incurred the wrath of the Gu family, even losing my daughter's life. Yunyi, also incensed by Yichen's demeanor, swiftly appeared before him, kicking him to the ground. Bang! Yichen crashed heavily to the ground, still dazed, as Yunyi's fists rained down upon him. You dare speak of revenge. If it weren't for Wang Kai, I would have already turned you into dog food. Yichen, battered and bruised, could only emit pitiful cries of pain. Yunyi, uninterested in him any longer, turned to Wang Lai and forcefully took Wang Kai from his arms. Seeing this, both men were filled with wrath, roaring like beasts. Yunyi, what do you intend to do? Put down my daughter. Uncertain of Yunyi's intentions, Wang Lai was resolute. If Yunyi dared to desecrate his daughter's corpse, he would fight to the death alongside him. Yet Yunyi calmly replied, If you wish to save her, then keep quiet. Xia Chuqing asked in surprise, Husband, can you save her? Yunyi nodded, explaining, The Wang family's forbidden technique, star-shattering finger, is a method of spiritual attack. However, this technique has been passed down for millennia. Its potency greatly diminished. Wang Kai is merely spiritually damaged, plunged into a comatose state. In contemporary terms, she has become akin to a vegetative state, but if not treated promptly, she will soon be lost forever. Wang Lai, taken aback, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Could Wang Kai truly be saved? It was as if he had found a final lifeline. He quickly inquired, Is it true? Yunyi nodded, and Wang Lai's heart raced as he gazed at the pale Wang Kai in Yunyi's arms. Su Jinru approached, concern etched on her face, asking, How can we save her? At this moment, she genuinely hoped for Wang Kai's revival. Yunyi responded, There is a celestial herb on the Gu family's back mountain that can heal the spirit. It may just save her life. Upon hearing this, Wang Lai was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. Having lived a long life, Wang Kai was his only daughter. She was his everything. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lai turned to Yunyi and bowed deeply. Head of the Gu family, today's events were instigated by my Wang family, and I never intended to become enemies with the Gu family. My daughter was merely headstrong, and I had no choice but to come. Yunyi waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. I understand your paternal affection, Wang brother. Wang Lai finally exhaled, then turned to glare at Yichen, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yichen, you owe me an explanation. Yichen trembled, retreating involuntarily. Wang, Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that? Why did you betray my daughter? Wang Lai advanced, his voice thunderous. Why did you engage with her? Yichen, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, Uncle Wang, I don't understand what you're saying to AT that time. I was merely trying to cure her, Wang Lai scoffed, pulling out a secret scroll. Do you think I am unaware of that poison? It merely confuses the mind. There was no need for such methods to detoxify. Yi Chun was struck dumb, his face turning ashen. He had never anticipated that Wang Lai would examine the poison's composition. Yi Chun stuttered, at a loss for words. Wang Lai seized his collar, his eyes filled with rage and disappointment, shouting, "My daughter loved you wholeheartedly, and this is how you repay her?" Yi Chun struggled for breath, desperately trying to explain. "Senior Wang, I truly loved Wang Kai. Truly." Wang Lai laughed in anger. "Spare me your hollow claims." Yi Chun lowered his head, unable to meet Wang Lai's gaze. Yunyi observed coldly, shaking his head inwardly. He was all too aware of Yi Chun's exploitation of Wang Kai's affections. Yi Chun, the so-called protagonist of this narrative, was nothing more than a selfish hypocrite, indecisive when it came to matters of the heart. Wang Lai glared at Yi Chun, fury evident in his eyes. He took a deep breath, his voice icy. "Yi Chun, if it weren't for Kai's affection for you, I would have long sought your demise." Yi Chun shuddered, fear rising from within. He looked at Wang Lai in disbelief, his voice tinged with desperation. "Uncle Wang, I realize my errors. I was foolish in the past." Su Jinru, hearing this, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment in her gaze. "Silence," Wang Lai interrupted sharply. "Do you think I am ignorant of your vile intentions? You exploited my daughter's feelings, deceived the Wang family for resources, even seeking to covet our forbidden techniques." Yi Chun's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I did not. Wang Lai sneered, producing a stack of confidential letters. "These are the proofs of your dealings with the Shantian sect. Did you truly believe I knew nothing? I came to confront you today to bring you back to the Wang family for justice." Wang Lai's rage was palpable. Yi Chun felt as if struck by lightning, his legs buckling beneath him. He had never imagined that his clandestine transactions with the Shantian sect were already unearthed by Wang Lai. A flicker of pain crossed Wang Lai's eyes, his emotions intensifying as he neared the brink of fury. "Kaier loved you so dearly, even willing to sacrifice her life for you. But what about you? Do you deserve her love?" Yi Chun opened his mouth, but no words emerged. That he knew he could no longer argue. The evidence was irrefutable. Wang Lai would never let him escape. Yunyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding drama. He had not anticipated such a narrative between Yi Chun and the Wang family, one not found in the original text. Xia Chuqing's curiosity shone through her eyes, while Su Jinru's expression darkened. Observing Yi Chun's disgraceful state, she felt a tumult of emotions. The man she once adored had now fallen to such depths. Her heart was filled with disappointment and pain, as if something within her was gradually crumbling. Seeing this, Gu Qin seized the opportunity to mock. "Oh, I sent this our esteemed young master Yi. What's this? Have you finally learned to fear? When you were courting that girl, did you ever consider this day would come?" Yi Chun glared back fiercely, then quickly lowered his tone to plead with Wang Lai. "Uncle Wang, I realize my mistakes. Once Kaier recovers, I will personally apologize to her. You wish to see Kaier again?" Wang Lai was infuriated to the point of laughter, his murderous intent evident. "Yi Chun, you are a calamity. Keeping you alive will only bring harm to everyone." Feeling Wang Lai's murderous aura, Yi Chun trembled in fear. Desperately, he called out to Elder Shi in his mind. "Elder Shi, why are you still hesitating? Save me." Elder Shi sighed helplessly. "Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. If you had managed your lower half well, none of this would have occurred." Yi Chun felt on the verge of a breakdown, urgently responding. "But you were the one who told me the Wang family's forbidden techniques were worthwhile. How could I have avoided her?" Elder Shi sighed in resignation. "Very well, I will do my utmost to ensure your escape." At that moment, Wang Lai had summoned a bronze compass, countless runes flying towards Yi Chun, locking onto his aura. "Die!" Wang Lai shouted, unleashing the fury that had long been pent up within him. Yi Chun, terrified, summoned his spiritual energy in a frantic attempt to flee. However, under the oppressive aura of Yunyi, he found himself utterly immobilized. Just as the rune was about to strike Yi Chun, a sudden burst of black light erupted from his ring. The black light morphed into a barrier, barely deflecting Wang Lai's assault. Bang! The barrier shattered in an instant, and the powerful shockwave knocked Wang Lai back, while Yi Chun fared even worse, hurtling uncontrollably through the air like a meteor. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing in pain. Yi Chun, you cannot escape. Just as Wang Lai prepared to deliver a final blow to Yi Chun, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from outside the Gu family gate. Moments later, a fully armed imperial guard burst in, surrounding everyone. All present looked on in bewilderment at the sudden intrusion of the guards. What was happening? Yunyi felt a surge of confusion in his heart, his brows furrowing deeply. The princess has arrived. A sharp voice from a eunuch pierced the night sky, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The princess has come. Shock rippled through the crowd. Yunyi's brow tightened, an ominous thought crossing his mind. He recalled from the original text that Princess Xia of the Yin Kingdom harbored a fondness for Yi Chun, though ultimately, that affection came to naught. He did not fear the princess herself, but rather the royal power that loomed behind her, especially that of the old immortal in the narrative. He was still a minor antagonist. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared at the doorway. Xia, adorned in resplendent royal attire, possessed striking features yet bore a demeanor as frigid as ice. However, upon seeing Yi Chun, bloodied and battered on the ground, her expression shifted dramatically. Why Yi Chun? Xia exclaimed, rushing to his side, completely disregarding her royal stature. Yi Chun, catching sight of Xia, felt a flicker of hope as he coughed up blood and weakly uttered, "Princess." Witnessing this scene, Xia's heart ached profoundly as she hurriedly helped Yi Chun up, turning to glare at the others with a voice as cold as the winter wind. Who has done this to him? Wang Lai's face darkened ominously as he stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Your Highness, this matter. Silence. Xia interrupted sharply. I care not for your grievances. Today, no one shall lay a finger on Yi Chun. Yunyi observed coldly, inwardly contemplating in the original narrative. Xia's feelings for Yi Chun ran deep, and with her involvement, matters had certainly become complicated. Yi Chun lay in Xia's embrace, savoring the faint fragrance that emanated from her, a warm current flowing through him. He weakly murmured, "Princess, thank you." Yi Chun. There is no need for thanks between us. Xia glanced down at him, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features before her icy demeanor returned. Xia was inherently this way. Before others, she was a lofty princess, disdainful of all. Only towards Yi Chun would she reveal a trace of tenderness. At times, Yunyi couldn't help but admire the protagonist's fortune. Wherever he went, beautiful women followed. And Xia was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet, this ice-cold enchantress had taken a liking to the currently feeble Yi Chun. Wang Lai, you have the audacity to injure Yi Chun. Xia's voice dripped with frost. Wang Lai's expression shifted, about to respond, but Yunyi suddenly stepped forward. Your Highness, it was I who acted. Xia's gaze fell upon Yunyi, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in her eyes. The head of the Gu family? Yunyi maintained his composure, bowing slightly as he replied, Indeed, Yi Chun intruded upon the Gu residence with ulterior motives, and I had no choice but to take action. Xia let out a cold laugh. Ulterior motives? Yunyi replied coolly. If the princess does not believe me, she may inquire of those present. Xia scanned the crowd, her gaze lingering momentarily on Su Jinyu and Xia Chuqing before finally settling on Wang Lai. General Wang, what do you say? Wang Lai hesitated briefly before truthfully stating, Your Highness, Yi Chun did indeed intrude upon the Gu family. Preposterous. Xia suddenly scoffed, her tone turning frigid. Yi Chun is a favored individual of mine. The future consort of the empire, his status far surpasses that of the Gu family. How could he possibly intrude upon your residence? Chapter 16. Love-struck Yunyi was already well acquainted with Xia's character from the original text. She was a princess hopelessly infatuated with Yi Chun, bordering on obsession. Yet, at this moment, hearing her distort the truth in such a manner left his expression darkened. He felt a deep discomfort. This woman was insufferably arrogant, the condescension in her gaze, as if everyone else were beneath her, caused Yunyi's expression to darken further. He stepped forward, his voice equally frigid. Your Highness, Yi Chun's intrusion upon the Gu family was not for any other reason. It was to seize my wife. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu lowered her head in pain, while Xia Chuqing quickly embraced her arm in consolation. Yi Chun, however, turned ashen. Su Jinyu, as she was supposed to be his. Xia's eyes flickered with displeasure. Yet she quickly regained her lofty demeanor. In truth, A sense of pride and disdain flickered within her heart. She was well aware of Yi Chen's feelings for Su Jinyu, which only fueled her jealousy. However, now that Su Jinyu and the entire Su family had become the laughingstock of the realm, there was no longer any possibility for Yi Chen. Ji Rushua felt satisfaction with this outcome, but dared not show it on her face. With a cold laugh, she spoke mockingly. Seizing your wife? Head of the Gu family, are you jesting? What sort of person is Yi Chen that he would stoop to such despicable acts? She turned her gaze to Wang Lai. Her eyes filled with scorn. General Wang, as a high-ranking official, how can you allow your daughter to entangle herself with Yi Chen and now slander him? What tremendous arrogance! Ji Rushua regarded him with disdain, particularly since she had yet to engage intimately with Yi Chen, while Wang Kai, that wench, was not worthy of comparison. Wang Lai's face turned a deep shade of anger, his fists clenched, yet he dared not retort. He understood that this princess's obsession with Yi Chen had reached an unreasonable level. Ji Rushua then turned her attention to Su Jinyu and Xia Chuqing, a mocking smile curling her lips. As for you two, one is a wrong daughter-in-law, and the other a newlywed wife, yet you stand by and watch coldly. What a grand display of composure. Especially you. She pointed at Su Jinyu, unabashedly scolding. I have heard that you once had an engagement with Yi Chen, yet now you have married Gu Yunyi. Truly disgraceful. You have brought shame upon the Su family. Jealousy surged within Ji Rushua. Before her arrival, she had not been unaware of what transpired here. Learning that Yi Chen's first act upon returning was to seek out Su Jinyu instead of coming to the palace to find her, and that he had recklessly stormed into the Gu family, nearly drove Ji Rushua mad with rage. What infuriated her further was that Yi Chen loved Su Jinyu so dearly, yet Su Jinyu had chosen to marry Gu Yunyi. Who was Gu Yunyi? He had been mingling in the martial world long before she was born, an old man. Though now, with some unknown sorcery, Gu Yunyi had regained his youthful and handsome appearance. Yet upon first hearing this news, Ji Rushua had felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Su Jinyu. However, she no longer needed to be angry. The conclusion was set, and she was the victor. Upon hearing her words, Su Jinyu's face drained of color, her body trembling slightly. Though she was a young lady of the Su family, her status paled in comparison to Ji Rushua's. Yi Rushua was an imperial princess, born of nobility, not someone a mere Su family young lady could contend with. Xia Chuqing also appeared awkward, instinctively retreating behind Gu Yunyi. Ji Yunyi snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier of air descended before the two women, blocking Ji Rushua's piercing gaze. Ji Rushua, this love-struck princess, truly possessed an aggressive demeanor. Gu Yunyi felt a strange urge to find an opportunity to discipline her, but a flicker of anger crossed Gu Yunyi's eyes as he prepared to speak. But Ji Rushua had already turned to leave. I am weary. Handle the rest yourselves. However, I shall take Yi Chen with me. Ji Rushua signaled her guards to assist Yi Chen, preparing to escort him away. Wang Lai's expression darkened as he stepped forward, blocking Yi Chen's path. Your Highness, this man has insulted my daughter's honor. He cannot be let go so easily. Ji Rushua's face shifted dramatically, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. General Wang, are you defying my orders? Yi Chen was being lifted by the guards. Though battered, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He felt a surge of joy, never expecting Ji Rushua to defend him so fiercely. Old Stone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surviving this ordeal, he couldn't help but exclaim, Little Yi, you have truly found a good woman. From now on, forget about Su Jinyu. Ji Rushua is your backing. However, Yi Chen seemed oblivious to these words, his gaze fixed firmly on Su Jinyu, unable to relinquish the bitterness in his heart. He could not accept the reality of it all. The woman he once loved dearly was now the wife of Gu Yunyi. Sooner or later, he would take his revenge. Gu Yunyi observed the unfolding scene, suddenly struck by a thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward to block the enraged Wang Lai. Whispering, Brother Wang, now is not the time to sever ties with the royal family. Wang Lai paused, and upon seeing the look in Gu Yunyi's eyes, he quickly grasped his intention. However, he was incensed that the Wang family, closely allied with the royal family, had to cower even before the emperor, while Ji Rushua, a mere princess, showed him no respect whatsoever. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and silently retreated to the side. Gu Yunyi felt a surge of secret delight within, yet maintained an outward demeanor of calm indifference. He turned his gaze towards Xia Chuqing and offered a slight bow, acknowledging the princess's words with the respect they deserved. Yi Chun, you may take your leave now. Xia Chuqing huffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed and discontented with his attitude, yet she chose not to voice any further objections. She turned to depart with Yi Chun. She cast a cold glance at Su Jinru, a look that unmistakably conveyed her contempt. Wretched woman. Xia Chuqing's eyes spoke volumes. Su Jinru lowered her head, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. Watching Xia Chuqing's retreating figure, Yunyi's lips curled into a knowing smile. Xia Chuqing, is it? Our paths shall cross again. He was aware that a rift had formed between Wang Lai and the royal family. Precisely the outcome he had sought. Yunyi patted Wang Lai's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, Brother Wang, there is no need for excessive worry. Our immediate priority is to treat the lady. We shall address other matters at a later time. Wang Lai appeared to awaken from a dream, urgently inquiring, Master Gu, where can we find the celestial herb? In the back mountain, Yunyi indicated a distant peak. I shall guide you there. This celestial herb had been discovered after his arrival in this world. It was not mentioned in the original text, thus it was a fortunate find. The potential to save Wang Kai made the endeavor immensely worthwhile for Yunyi. Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing exchanged glances, their anxiety palpable as they followed closely behind. Yunyi halted, glancing back at them. You need not accompany me further. Remain here. However, Xia Chuqing shook her head, her eyes pleading. Husband, allow me to join you. I possess some medical knowledge and may be of assistance. Su Jinru added softly. I wish to go as well. After all, Wang Kai risked everything to save Yi Chun. Her voice trailed off, filled with guilt. Yunyi furrowed his brow, about to decline, when he noticed Gu Chun lurking nearby, casting furtive glances in their direction. That a sense of unease washed over him at the thought of leaving the two women behind. Especially with Gu Chun's unpredictable nature. Very well, he conceded with a nod. But you must stay close to me. The back mountain has treacherous areas. Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru hurriedly nodded, a glimmer of joy in their eyes. In the Gu household, they felt isolated, with Yunyi being their sole pillar of trust. Even if Su Jinru harbored some reluctance, the group swiftly set off towards the back mountain, with Yunyi leading the way. Followed closely by Wang Lai, who cradled Wang Kai, while Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing tread carefully behind. Xia Chuqing watched their departing figures, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he muttered under his breath, just wait. One day. Chapter 17. Do not stray from the path under Yunyi's guidance. The group ascended the back mountain. Following a narrow trail, Yunyi led them through a dense bamboo grove. Arriving at the edge of a precipice, the chasm yawned deep, shrouded in swirling mists. Yet a faint glow revealed the presence of a celestial herb below. That is the herb capable of restoring one's spirit. Yunyi pointed out, the original text had not provided its name, but its rarity was undeniable. Wang Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he moved to collect it, only to be halted by Yunyi's hand. Be cautious. There are prohibitions in place here, Yunyi warned, raising his hand to cast a spell. The onlookers marveled as the mist surrounding the cliff began to dissipate, revealing a narrow stone staircase. Stay close to me and do not wander, Yunyi instructed, stepping forward first. Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the enchantment of their surroundings. The group carefully descended the stone steps until they finally stood before the celestial herb. Yunyi knelt, gathering his internal spiritual energy in his palm to form a protective shield before reaching out to pluck the herb. He then handed it to Wang Lai, saying, quickly, administer this to Wang Kai. Wang Lai received the herb with great reverence, carefully feeding it to Wang Kai. Moments later, her complexion visibly improved. Sighing in relief, Xia Chuqing remarked softly, this is wonderful. Su Jinru also managed a faint smile. Though it quickly faded, she knew that once Wang Kai awakened, their relationship would likely remain fraught with tension. Unbeknownst to Yunyi, he handed the remaining portion of the herb to Wang Lai and turned his attention to Xia Chuqing. Though Wang Kai has consumed the herb, she has suffered a severe mental blow. You must assist in her recovery. Xia Chuqing, taken aback, hesitantly pointed to herself. Me really? Yunyi nodded solemnly, his gaze penetrating. Your constitution is unique. You possess innate healing abilities, though you have yet to realize it. Xia Chuqing was of the rare ice fairy glaze physique, endowed with remarkable self-healing capabilities. and her cultivation had surged significantly post-awakening. This was why she had managed to ascend to the status of empress in just a decade. Yunyi occasionally envied her and Su Jinru for their extraordinary traits, though they found little use for such gifts in the small realm of Yin country. Xia Chuqing was astounded, murmuring, "Ought I have healing powers?" She had never known this, nor understood how he could. Nonetheless, she did not doubt him, as he had also been well aware of Su Jinru's unique constitution. Wang Lai, equally astonished, looked at Gu Yunyi with newfound respect. He felt as if the Gu Yunyi before him was a completely different person from the ruthless head of the Gu family he once knew, mysterious and unfathomable. Without further elaboration, Gu Yunyi simply stated, "Try to feel Wang Kai's mental fluctuations with your spiritual energy, guiding her recovery." Xia Chuqing inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. "All right, I shall give it a try." She approached Wang Kai, gently grasping her hand, closing her eyes as she began to channel her internal energy. Gradually, a soft green glow emanated from her palm, enveloping Wang Kai in a tender embrace. A spark of hope flickered in Wang Lai's eyes as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Xia." Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly corrected himself. "No, I mean, thank you, Madame Gu." Xia Chuqing's face flushed crimson, causing the light in her hand to tremble slightly, stealing a glance at Gu Yunyi, who smiled encouragingly at her. Her heart raced, and she hastily lowered her head to continue treating Wang Cai. Dawn broke. The morning light filtered through the misty mountains, casting a gentle glow upon Wang Kai's pale face. After a night of treatment, her breathing steadied, and although she had yet to awaken, her condition had improved significantly. Wang Lai breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Gu Yunyi with a profound bow. "Master Gu, I am forever grateful for your life-saving grace. I apologize for the earlier offense committed by my family. Please forgive us." Gu Yunyi waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. His tone suddenly grave. "Brother Wang, what are your thoughts on the great Yin kingdom?" Wang Lai was taken aback, astonished by Gu Yunyi's question. "What do you mean by that, Master Gu?" Gu Yunyi's eyes blazed with intensity, as if piercing through Wang Lai's thoughts. Beyond Yin Kingdom lies a vast expanse, filled with mightier forces. Yet here we are, confined to this minuscule realm, squabbling over trifles. How absurd. Wang Lai felt a tremor within him, sensing the weight of Gu Yunyi's words. "Master Gu, I do not comprehend your meaning." Gu Yunyi let out a cold laugh. "Whether you understand or not is of little consequence. Brother Wang, you must realize that your family has forged an implacable enmity with Yi Chun. This man is vindictive, and with the princess as his backing, what fate awaits your family?" At the mention of Yi Chun, Wang Lai's fists clenched involuntarily. He was acutely aware of Yi Chun's nature and Ji Rushua's obsession with him. If Yi Chun were to gain power, the Wang family would surely. Gu Yunyi continued. Moreover, Wang Kai's injuries, he paused, his voice laden with significance, might never fully heal. Wang Lai trembled, a flicker of fear and anger flashing in his eyes. This was an overt threat. He fixed his gaze on Gu Yunyi, demanding, "Master Gu, what exactly are you implying?" Gu Yunyi refrained from a direct response, merely stating coolly, "Brother Wang, some paths, once taken, lead to an irreversible fate. Reflect carefully." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wang Lai standing alone, his mind in turmoil. Chapter 18. Infiltrating the imperial palace. After parting ways with Wang Lai, Gu Yunyi found a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around. He retrieved the Celestial Night Cloak and the disguise technique from his system inventory. He examined these two treasures with great satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. Truly, the system's rewards were exceptional. Each item was exquisite. The Night Cloak, entirely black, possessed an extraordinary quality. Upon its removal, the surrounding shadows deepened. With a mere thought, Gu Yunyi donned the cloak, instantly blending into the darkness. His delight. Even his aura vanished without a trace. "Excellent," he murmured to himself. "With this cloak, infiltrating the imperial palace will be much more convenient." Afterward, he picked up the tome detailing the disguise technique, swiftly perusing its contents. The methods described within were remarkably intricate. Upon perusing the accounts within the book, it became evident that the utilization of certain techniques could not only alter one's appearance, but also flawlessly disguise one's aura and voice. According to the narrative, a mysterious key is concealed within the imperial palace, capable of unlocking the realm of divinity. Gu Yunyi narrowed his eyes, recalling the original plot. Yi Chun would obtain tremendous fortune there, with that key being bestowed upon him by Ji Rushue. As Gu Yunyi reminisced about the storyline, he recognized that Yi Chun commenced his ascent from the secret of the divine. However, now that he had arrived and had established a rivalry with Yi Chun, he resolved that Yi Chun should not lay claim to any of the fortune. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Gu Yunyi's eyes. Due to his interference, Yi Chun had been escorted into the palace by Ji Rushue ahead of schedule. He could not allow that key to fall into Yi Chun's hands. That it seemed he would have to embark on this mission personally. With a firm resolve, Gu Yunyi stowed away his night attire and disguise techniques, preparing to depart when suddenly he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Startled, he swiftly turned to find it was Su Jinru. Upon recognizing her, Gu Yunyi exhaled in relief. However, as he pondered her purpose for seeking him out, he noticed something was amiss. Su Jinru's eyes were red, clearly indicating she had been crying recently. Hesitating, she approached Gu Yunyi, her voice trembling. Gu Yunyi was taken aback. That it seemed she had indeed been heartbroken by Yi Chun. A smile crept onto Gu Yunyi's face, and he offered a gentle smile. It's all right. You need not say anything. It is all in the past. He tenderly embraced Su Jinru, placing a kiss on her forehead. I have matters to attend to. Await my return. Su Jinru's body still bore traces of reluctance, yet she forced herself to regain composure. Be careful then. I, along with my sister, will wait for you at home. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she nodded. Watching Gu Yunyi depart, as he took a few steps away, he glanced back at Su Jinru, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. However, he dismissed his thoughts and hurriedly left. The imperial palace stood at the heart of the capital, and with Gu Yunyi's speed, he arrived in mere moments. Standing beneath the towering walls of the palace, he gazed up at the formidable battlements and the patrolling guards. Filled with anticipation regarding the efficacy of his night attire, without hesitation, he concentrated, and the Nightwalker garment enveloped him instantaneously. Upon donning it, Gu Yunyi discovered that the attire felt like a flowing darkness, clinging tightly to his skin. Looking down, he observed that even the moonlight could not leave a trace upon him, let alone attract anyone's attention. That it was indeed the perfect tool for infiltration. Next, he retrieved the transformation technique. As he activated the method, his features began to shift gradually. His facial features became indistinct before coalescing into a completely unfamiliar visage. Gu Yunyi touched his face, astonished by the realistic sensation. This was far superior to his previous makeup skills. He then attempted to speak, delighted to find his voice had become deep and unrecognizable. This system truly provided remarkable gifts. Gu Yunyi marveled quietly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With these two enhancements, he felt invulnerable to detection. He glanced up at the towering palace walls, his excitement mounting. With a light push off his toes, he soared into the palace grounds. Gu Yunyi effortlessly vaulted over the walls. Landing soundlessly, he melded into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness, observing the patrolling guards nearby, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, he made not a sound, and even these elite guards remained oblivious to his presence, no longer concerned about being discovered. Gu Yunyi strode confidently into the palace. His objective was to locate that key. However, the palace complex was even more expansive than he had anticipated, with a labyrinth of corridors and countless halls. He found himself momentarily lost, unable to discern the location of Ji Rushue's chambers. Just as he prepared to search room by room, he suddenly heard a synchronized cadence of footsteps approaching. Someone was coming. Gu Yunyi swiftly concealed himself in the shadows, peering out cautiously to see a squad of fully armed guards heading his way. Hurry! The princess has commanded that all guards withdraw tonight without fail. The leading guard urged in a hushed tone. Withdraw all guards? Gu Yunyi's heart stirred with intrigue, and he stealthily followed. He pondered why Ji Rushue would order such a withdrawal. The sense of foreboding washed over him as he hurried to keep pace. Following the guards, he eventually arrived at an opulent palace. Before he even stepped inside, a delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air. Ji Yunyi's heart leaped with joy. This must be Ji Rushue's residence. At that moment, the area outside the palace was deserted, not a single guard in sight, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, with not a lamp lit. Ji Yunyi felt increasingly puzzled, silently questioning Ji Rushue's intentions behind clearing out all the guards. He cautiously infiltrated the princess's quarters, discovering an eerie silence within, save for the faint sound of hushed voices in the distance. Someone was there. Gu Yunyi decisively followed the sound. arriving outside a similarly dimly lit room. He held his breath, peering through a crack in the window, and his pupils constricted in shock. Inside, Ji Rushua sat at the edge of the bed, toying with an ancient key, while lying on the bed. Unconscious and gravely injured was Yi Chun. Brother Yi Chun. Ji Rushua gazed tenderly at the sleeping figure, her voice soft. Now that we are in the palace, you are mine, and I shall protect you well. As she spoke, she produced an antiquated bronze key, murmuring, in a few days, Father said the secret of the divine will be opened, and then I can go with you. Yunyi was taken aback. His gaze fixated on the bronze key. It seemed he had arrived just in time, as the plot unfolded precisely at the moment Ji Rushua intended to hand the key to Yi Chun. What astonished him further was Ji Rushua's obsession with Yi Chun, having not only brought him into her private quarters, but also dismissed all the guards that a flicker of coldness crossed Gu Yunyi's eyes. A solitary man and woman together in a chamber, a volatile situation indeed. He was eager to see what they intended to concoct. With that thought, his form melded entirely into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 19. The Contrasting Princess. Just as Gu Yunyi prepared to make his move, Ji Rushua suddenly set down the key and stood up, hastily exiting the room. Ji Yunyi's heart soared. What a fortuitous opportunity. This was indeed a serendipitous chance. He swiftly slipped into the room, ready to seize the key. When Yi Chun abruptly opened his eyes, startled by the sudden appearance of a face, Yi Chun gasped. Ready to cry out. Ji Yunyi, quick as lightning, struck Yi Chun's neck, rendering him unconscious. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. Crisis. Gu Yunyi felt a jolt of panic and quickly activated the transformation technique. His features morphed rapidly, and in an instant, he took on Yi Chun's appearance. He hastily shoved the unconscious Yi Chun beneath the bed and lay down on the bed himself, feigning the demeanor of someone who had just awakened. At that moment, the door swung open. Ji Yunyi looked up and was immediately stunned. Ji Rushua had donned an exquisitely alluring sheer gown. The hem slid up to her thigh, subtly revealing her fair skin. She swayed her hips gracefully as she entered, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Brother Yi Chun, you're awake? Ji Rushua's voice dripped with sweetness. I have prepared a surprise just for you. Ji Yunyi's heart sank. This scenario was entirely outside of his plans. Ding, please make your selection. Host. Option 1. Lie still and feign death, remaining pure and untainted. Reward. 6 flavor Rehmannia pill, 1 stalk of Millennium Yang grass. Option 2. I do not engage in harming women. Drape my clothing over Ji Rushua. Reward. 1 exquisite dragon pill. Option 3. Since I am here, I shall not be polite. Reward. A card for experiencing the strength of a tribulation period expert. Staring at the sudden choices, Gu Yunyi was momentarily at a loss. That it was utterly absurd. Options 1 and 2 seemed to mock his inadequacy. Ji Rushua, barefooted upon the gilded carpet, moved with an enchanting grace. The moonlight filtering through the gauzy drapery cast upon her alluring figure. Her water-red sheer gown shimmered with scattered crystals, refracting mesmerizing hues as she glided, the jade belt at her waist loosely tied, revealing glimpses of her alabaster skin with the slightest movement. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, exposing her long swan-like neck, and the golden hairpin swayed gently with her every step, each movement resonating with an intoxicating rhythm. Gu Yunyi swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on the faintly visible vermilion birthmark at her collarbone, a distinct mark of royal lineage. Suddenly, he recalled that in the original tale, this birthmark would vanish only when Yi Chun ascended to the throne. Yet here it was, alluringly displayed beneath the sheer fabric. This little princess was excessively provocative. Ji Yunyi felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Brother Yi Chun. Ji Rushua's fingertip caressed his chest, her breath imbued with the sweet scent of dragon saliva. Today, at the Gu residence, you suffered, Brother Yi Chun, that detestable Gu Yunyi. She deftly unfastened her garment, revealing her intimate attire adorned with intertwined lotus blossoms. But fear not, Brother Yi Chun, Father has already made plans to deal with him. Before she could finish, Gu Yunyi suddenly flipped her onto the embroidered quilt, the ornate bedpost swaying violently, startling the incense in the gilded burner and causing a few wisps of ash to scatter. Why are you so impatient today, Brother Yi Chun? Ji Rushua's ears flushed crimson. That Ji Yunyi paid no heed to her sultry protest. His gaze fell upon her ample bosom, his throat tightening. Damn it, he could no longer endure. Select 3, Activate. He disregarded everything and charged forward. Ji Rushua let out a high-pitched cry, her voice soft as silk, as if it could dissolve a person's rationality. When Gu Yunyi first read this passage in the novel, he merely thought Ji Rushua was a spoiled princess. Yet now, immersed in the scene, he discovered she was a complete contrast, appearing noble and aloof on the surface, while burning with passion beneath. His desire was instantly ignited, and their actions grew increasingly fervent. The wooden bed creaked under their movements. Below the bed, Yi Chun was jolted awake by the violent shaking, blinking in confusion to find himself curled up in the darkness. Soon, he heard Ji Rushua's voice, which could make anyone's cheeks flush, interspersed with her intermittent cries. Brother Yi Chen, forget Su Jinru, love only me. Yi Chen froze, his mind blank. What on earth was happening? What had become of Ji Rushua? Suddenly recalling the person who had barged in earlier, he trembled all over, a wave of indescribable fear and anger swelling within him. What were they doing? He wanted to scream, to expose the truth. But his voice was sealed by Gu Yunyi, unable to escape his lips. Shirlao, what is happening? Yi Chen roared internally. Shirlao sighed. I just used my spiritual sense to check, if I'm not mistaken. It was Gu Yunyi, who employed some special disguise technique to appear as you. There was a hint of pity in his tone for Yi Chen. Ji Yunyi, disguised as himself? Hearing this, Yi Chen felt as if struck by lightning. Shirlao's voice echoed in his mind again, tinged with helplessness. Little Yi, endure it. That girl is currently very useful to us. Once you expose this, your relationship with her will be irreparably damaged. Which would be detrimental to us. That it would be better to let her believe it is you. After hearing this, Yi Chen felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palm. Filled with humiliation and rage, he never imagined he would find himself in such a ludicrous situation, all thanks to Gu Yunyi. The commotion on the bed grew louder, and Ji Rushua's voice became increasingly audacious. Yi Chen shut his eyes in pain, despair filling his heart. He understood that from this moment on, he could never return to the past when facing Ji Rushua. After several hours, the sounds gradually subsided. Ji Yunyi took a deep breath, gazing at Ji Rushua, who was leaning against his chest, and mimicked Yi Chen's voice softly. Shwera, come a little closer. Ji Rushua's eyes glistened with tears, giggling as she leaned in, her sheer fabric nearly brushing against his nose. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yunyi reached for the golden incense pouch hanging at her waist, for he had clearly seen the key hidden within. Brother Yi Chun is so proactive today. Suddenly, Ji Rushua grasped his hand and pressed it against her heart, her seductive gaze inviting. Why don't we continue? Ji Yunyi's pupils constricted. What his fingertips touched was not just soft skin, but also the hard outline of the key within the pouch. Without hesitation, he channeled spiritual energy into his palm. Ji Rushua let out a soft moan and collapsed into his embrace, unconscious, just as he prepared to leave. He heard a faint rustling from beneath the bed. Ji Yunyi suddenly remembered there was someone else hidden below, and squatting down, he met Yi Chen's terrified, wide-eyed stare. That moment, Yi Chen was bound by a silent spell, veins throbbing in his neck, unable to utter a sound, helplessly watching his own face reveal a chilling smirk. A glint of cold light flashed as the Long Yuan sword pressed against Yi Chen's throat. Gu Yunyi was about to exert force when his consciousness suddenly jolted, sensing several waves of pressure from the golden core stage approaching from three directions in the palace. Ji Yunyi's brow furrowed slightly. Initially indifferent, but soon realized something was amiss. He felt the overwhelming pressure of a peak integration stage practitioner. How did that old man arrive? Gu Yunyi was momentarily stunned. Having underestimated the girl, he glanced at the unconscious Ji Rushua. Noticing the jade bracelet on her wrist glowing with a warning red light, Ji Yunyi decisively sheathed his sword. Although he had obtained a trial card for the tribulation stage, he did not wish to escalate matters tonight. His objective had already been achieved. He chose to leave swiftly, leaping out the window, not forgetting to kick the real Yi Chun beside Ji Rushua. When the commander of the Imperial Guard burst in, he found the princess disheveled and unconscious on the bed, while Yi Chun cowered in the corner, a look of sheer terror on his face. Meanwhile, the true Gu Yunyi had vanished into the night, the key in his hand still warm from Ji Rushua's touch. Chapter 20. The Alchemy Conference. Yi Chun was encircled by a group of fully armed guards, the cold blades glinting in the moonlight. He trembled and feared. That moment, three elderly men clad in Taoist robes stepped forward from the crowd. Upon seeing Ji Rushua, who lay beside Yi Chun, half-clothed and unconscious, their eyes ignited with fury. How dare anyone defile their princess? Truly, they must be seeking death. They first waved their hands, wrapping Ji Rushua's body in a blanket, then turned their angry gazes toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun, the elder at the forefront, spoke coldly. His Majesty requests your presence. Yi Chun shook his head desperately, terrified, wanting to explain that it was all Gu Yunyi's scheme, but only muffled sounds escaped his lips. He glanced at Ji Rushua beside him. An indescribable feeling welling up inside. In that instant, he felt a wave of nausea. Take him away, the elder commanded with a wave of his hand, and 2 guards stepped forward to restrain Yi Chun. He struggled, pain etched across his face. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Yi Chun felt utterly wronged. All of this was the doing of Gu Yunyi. Gu Yunyi! Yi Chun roared inwardly. I will not forget this day. Yi Chun struggled with all his might, and in a moment of desperation, he gathered his spiritual energy and awakened the unconscious Ji Rushua. She slowly opened her eyes, momentarily dazed by the scene before her, but quickly regained her composure, her expression turning as cold as before. Try touching him again, she warned fiercely. Let him go at once. Ji Rushua's fury was palpable, her voice icy. The guards froze, momentarily unsure of their next move. She stood protectively behind Yi Chun, declaring, I said, let him go. Are you deaf? The guards exchanged glances, none daring to act. The princess was known for her volatile temper, and now, no one wished to provoke her. The 3 elders gritted their teeth, but His Majesty has commanded that I will explain everything to Father. Ji Rushua shot them a cold glance. Now leave. 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 Seeing Ji Rushua so enraged, no one dared to provoke the princess. The 3 elders had no choice but to retreat. As the last guard exited the hall, Ji Rushua turned, her demeanor shifting instantly. She reached out, trembling, to caress Yi Chun's face. Brother Yi Chun, does it hurt? It's all my fault for sleeping too deeply at the same time. She felt somewhat puzzled as to how she had fallen asleep so suddenly as she drew closer. The lingering scent of Gu Yunyi enveloped Yi Chun's senses. He stiffened, instinctively wanting to push Ji Rushua away. The mingled fragrances of Gu Yunyi and Ji Rushua made him feel nauseous. Suddenly, Shirlao's warning echoed in his mind. Endure it. She is your last line of defense. Yi Chun, feeling utterly helpless, forced out a gentle tone. I'm fine. Ji Rushua then presented him with a token, placing it in his hand, her voice soft. This is a token to leave the palace. Please take care. Her warm breath brushed against him, the delicate fabric of her attire barely veiling her form. Brother Yi Chun, tonight is the happiest day of my life. The token felt cold to the touch. Yet Yi Chun felt as if he were holding a branding iron. He noticed the lingering bite marks on her collarbone. Clearly Gu Yunyi's. A chill raced up his spine, almost compelling him to push this tainted woman away. Quickly agree to her. Shirlao's stern voice jolted him back to reality. Yi Chun forced a smile that was more painful than tears. I will not disappoint the princess. Upon receiving her beloved's affirmation, Ji Rushua beamed like a child, her smile radiating happiness. She caressed Yi Chun's face, whispering, Brother Yi Chun, remember, I will always be yours. Meanwhile, Gu Yunyi hurriedly exited the palace, glancing at the key in his hand. Finally feeling a sense of relief, reflecting on the madness of the previous night, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Surely, Yi Chun was suffering greatly now, as Gu Yunyi pushed open the courtyard door. Dusk had painted half the sky crimson. The dawn was breaking. Su Jinru was bent over, arranging bowls and chopsticks, her dark hair cascading to conceal half her face. Xia Chuqing emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming medicinal dish, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Husband, you're back just in time. After a night apart, the two had gradually developed a semblance of marital intimacy. Moreover, upon learning of her healing talents from him, Xia Chuqing had tried her hand at making medicinal dishes. To her surprise, her first attempt turned out quite well, even earning praise from the kitchen staff for her talent. Overjoyed, she was eager to share this news with him. Gu Yunyi nodded, feeling somewhat guilty towards the two of them. After washing his hands, he prepared to eat. While Xia Chuqing dutifully set the dishes before him at the table, Su Jinru remained silent, picking up a slice of spiritual bamboo shoot. Yet hesitating to bring it to her lips, Ji Yunyi noticed her fingertips trembling slightly, suspecting she still couldn't let go of Yi Chun. He began, only to be interrupted by Xia Chuqing. Hearing that the city has opened the Danwei She scooped a spoonful of lotus seed soup into Su Jinru's bowl. Sister, how about we go out for a stroll later? Su Jinru finally raised her head, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her eyes. The Danhui? Yes, Xia Chuqing smiled brightly. It is said that ancient alchemical formulas have resurfaced, and also, she suddenly lowered her voice. The news of the Phoenix Nirvana pill, Yunyi's jade chopsticks paused in midair. He recalled the storyline from the novel, where it seemed that Su Jinru had obtained the Phoenix Nirvana pill at the Danhui, leading to her first bloodline awakening. Let's go take a look together. Yunyi suggested. Thank you, my husband, Xia Chuqing replied with immediate delight. All right, Su Jinru softly agreed, but quickly lowered her head when meeting Yunyi's gaze. The phoenix pattern on the back of her neck flickered like a flame in motion. On the long street, Yunyi held Su Jinru's hand in one and Xia Chuqing's in the other. Passers-by pointed and whispered, yet fell silent under the icy gaze of the guards. Isn't that the head of the Gu family? How could it be that I heard he married his own son's wife? Shill, are you seeking death? Don't you see those guards? Xia Chuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she tightened her grip on Yunyi's hand. Su Jinru kept her head down, allowing him to lead her, though her gaze occasionally drifted towards the alchemy shop by the street. Suddenly, a uniform sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Her Royal Highness the Princess has arrived. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing Xia Chuqing gracefully approaching alongside Yi Chun. She was adorned in a resplendent yellow phoenix robe that signified royal authority, yet unabashedly nestled into Yi Chun's embrace. Yi Chun, my dear, Xia Chuqing cooed. What do you think of this beauty-enhancing pill? She picked up a pill, about to sweetly chat with Yi Chun, when she froze upon spotting Yunyi. Yi Chun's face stiffened. His gaze lingering on Su Jinru for a moment before swiftly averting. Yunyi's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached the two women. Greeting, Your Highness. What a coincidence that a shadow flickered in Xia Chuqing's eyes. But her smile became even more radiant. The head of the Gu family is truly fortunate, with one on each side, not at all ashamed. She deliberately elongated her tone. I wonder if you can manage the night? Su Jinru abruptly lifted her head, looking at her with some anger. Xia Chuqing quietly tightened her grip on Yunyi's hand. Yunyi watched Xia Chuqing with a smile, replying with a hint of meaning. Indeed, it may be a bit overwhelming. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face instantly twisted in disgust. Chapter 21. The auction. Xia Chuqing clutched Yi Chun's arm, her gaze slicing through Yunyi. What do you mean by that? Gu family head. Although she was unaware of the context, seeing Yi Chun's pale complexion, she instinctively shielded him. Yunyi merely smiled in silence, his gaze lingering on the ambiguous red mark on Xia Chuqing's neck. That smile was akin to a poisoned dagger, piercing sharply into Yi Chun's heart. Yi Chun's expression changed, the images from last night flashing uncontrollably in his mind. Xia Chuqing, in the throes of passion beneath Yunyi, had called out his name. Yi Chun felt an overwhelming wave of nausea rise within him, as if something green and slimy had been mercilessly placed upon his head. Noticing Yi Chun's discomfort, Xia Chuqing turned with concern. Yi Chun, what's wrong? She reached out to touch his forehead, but he instinctively recoiled. I'm fine. Yi Chun suppressed the rising nausea, yet he dared not meet Yunyi's gaze. Observing this, Yunyi chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Su Jinru's slender waist. If that is the case, I shall not intrude any further. As he turned, a jade pendant slipped from his sleeve. This was the token Xia Chuqing had given him last night in a moment of intimacy. Wait, Xia Chuqing's pupils constricted. That pendant was supposed to be in Yi Chun's possession. How could it? Yunyi glanced back, swiftly snatching the fallen pendant into his palm, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Does the princess have something to say? Xia Chuqing opened her mouth, ready to inquire, but Yi Chun, already livid, turned and strode away. He knew all too well what that object was. Xia Chuqing had sweetly called him Yi Chun, then forcefully handed Yunyi a jade pendant, claiming it was a token of love. Yi Chun was driven nearly to insanity. Now that the pendant had dropped, he was certain Yunyi had done it on purpose. Seeing Yi Chun depart, Xia Chuqing assumed it was due to Yunyi's presence and shot him a glare. Just wait. You. With that, she hurried after Yi Chun. At this moment, Xia Chuqing approached, her delicate brows furrowing in mild irritation. That princess is truly insufferable. Yunyi shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. Do not mind it. Let us see what wonders this Danhui holds. The three arrived at the Danhui venue, finding a relatively decent spot among the crowd. Gu Yunyi's gaze swept casually across the room, landing on Ji Ruxue and Yi Chun, who were chatting animatedly in the front row. Upon meeting Gu Yunyi's eyes, their expressions immediately soured. Why is this guy here? Yi Chen's face darkened. He felt as though the world was merely a vast expanse of Gu Yunyi's presence, haunting him like a malevolent spirit after a single encounter. Ji Ruxue scoffed, turning her head away, her expression grim. Noticing their spirits dampened, Gu Yunyi smirked inwardly but chose not to dwell on it, redirecting his attention to the upcoming auction at the Danwei. Various rare pills were presented one after another, and the bidders were fervently engaged, their calls echoing throughout the hall. However, Gu Yunyi merely glanced at them before feeling utterly uninterested. Just then, the auctioneer's excited voice rang out. Next, we present the highlight of this Danwei. The Phoenix Nirvana pill. This pill possesses miraculous effects, aiding individuals in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks and reshaping their meridians. It is indeed a treasure of great rarity. Gu Yunyi's expression sharpened. This was precisely the pill that Su Jinru needed, and he was determined to acquire it. Clenching his fists, he seemed to sense Su Jinru's subconscious glance toward him, her eyes glimmering with gratitude. The starting bid is 500,000 spirit coins. Each raise must not be less than 50,000 spirit coins. As soon as the auctioneer finished, Yi Chen eagerly called out, 600,000 spirit coins. He raised his right hand, his face brimming with pride as he provocatively gazed at Gu Yunyi. Attempting to derive pleasure from this confrontation, Ji Yunyi paid no heed to Yi Chen's petty triumph, his lips curling upward as he calmly declared, 800,000 spirit coins. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all eyes turning toward Gu Yunyi. Who would have thought the Gu family head would make a move? Fearing Gu Yunyi's strength, the smaller families that had considered bidding all hesitated. After all, who would dare to compete against him? That would be akin to courting death. Yi Chen's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. 1,000,000 spirit coins. Gu Yunyi chuckled lightly. 1,500,000. His bid silenced the room instantly, leaving everyone in awe of his audacity. He is truly wealthy. Yi Chen's face contorted in anger. He hadn't anticipated Gu Yunyi would truly stand against him. Yet, unwilling to concede easily, he hesitated and called out again, 1,800,000. Gu Yunyi's eyes flickered with disdain as he unfalteringly replied, 2,500,000. The Phoenix Nirvana pill was a necessity he must obtain. Little Leaf, this Phoenix Nirvana pill can help strengthen your bones. It is of utmost importance. The deep voice of Elder Shi echoed in his mind. Yi Chun gritted his teeth and shouted, 3 million. His voice carried a hint of desperation, but Ji Yunyi crossed his arms, mockingly eyeing Yi Chun, raising an eyebrow. Do you have that much? Ji Ruxue's brows furrowed in indignation as she retorted, with me here, do you think you need to worry about him defaulting? Her eyes brimmed with arrogance and disdain. In her view, Gu Yunyi was merely a minor family head, while she had the entire empire at her back. Ji Yunyi, however, merely smiled faintly, unaffected by Ji Ruxue's derision. Just then, Xia Chuqing spoke up, her voice soft yet unwavering. 3,500,000. As a lady of the Xia family, and now Gu Yunyi's wife, her statement rang with authority. Ji Ruxue's face turned ugly at once, her silver teeth clenched as she angrily declared, 4 million, 4,500,000. Another voice chimed in, cold and steady, causing the crowd to collectively gasp. They turned to see Su Jinru standing there, her expression serene. Upon hearing Su Jinru's voice, Yi Chen's heart twisted in pain. Clenching his fists tightly as he glared at Gu Yunyi with a seething hatred at this moment, Gu Yunyi stood firm, supported not only by the Gu family, but also by the Xia and Su families, which bolstered his confidence immensely. Realizing the speaker was Su Jinru, Ji Ruxue was infuriated, nearly shouting, 5 million. This princess has plenty of money to play with. I don't believe you can keep raising the bid. Her chest heaved violently, her face flushed crimson. All eyes turned to Gu Yunyi, yet before he could respond, a calm and powerful voice interjected, 5,500,000. The Wang family will purchase this for the Gu family head. The crowd gasped in surprise, watching as Wang Lai, the head of the Wang family, strode forward with steady steps and imposing presence. He clasped his hands toward Gu Yunyi, proclaiming, Gu family head, I wish to lend my assistance. This Phoenix Nirvana pill shall rightfully belong to the Gu family. Ji Yunyi was momentarily taken aback, Then a grateful smile graced his face as he clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Head of the Wang family. This kindness shall be remembered by me." Gu. At that moment, Yi Chun and Ji Rushua wore expressions so grim they could have dripped with water. All four great families had unexpectedly sided with him. Ji Rushua trembled with fury, yet found herself utterly powerless. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. This was evidently a showdown between the royal family and the four great clans. Infuriated, Ji Rushua pointed at them with her slender finger. Laughing in anger, "How splendid you four families are, truly worthy of being the loyal subjects of the empire." Her eyes blazed with indignation, vowing to return to report to her father, the emperor, and see how they would swagger then. With a face as dark as a thundercloud, Ji Rushua snorted coldly, "I shall see just how long you can be so arrogant. Brother Yi Chun, let us depart," Ji Rushua said through gritted teeth. Yi Chun let out a helpless sigh, then turned away, leaving behind an enraged and disheveled silhouette. Chapter 22. Awakening. Watching Ji Rushua and Yi Chun leave in disarray, disappearing completely, Yunyi finally turned to Wang Lai beside him and said, "Brother Wang, your chivalrous assistance is deeply appreciated." Wang Lai promptly supported Yunyi, his expression one of utmost respect as he replied, "You flatter me, head Gu. From this day forth, my Wang family shall heed your every command. We are now comrades on the same vessel." As he spoke, he discreetly gestured towards Yunyi. Yunyi chuckled softly, understanding implicitly. "Rest assured, my Gu family shall never mistreat our own brethren," he assured. Only then did Wang Lai breathe a sigh of relief. After all, 5.5 million was no trifling sum, and securing a verbal promise from him was sufficient. However, Wang Lai's expression soon turned grave as he tentatively inquired about the condition of the young lady Wang Kai's treatment. Yunyi turned to Xia Chuqing, who stepped forward with a gentle voice, saying, "Rest easy, head Wang. Sister Wang Kai's condition has improved. With a little more time following the prescribed treatment, she will fully recover." Upon hearing this, Wang Lai's tense demeanor finally relaxed. He clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing once more to Yunyi and Xia Chuqing, saying, "Thank you, head Gu. Thank you, Lady Gu. I am profoundly grateful." With that, Wang Lai departed with a sense of relief. Shortly thereafter, the alchemist from the Dan Society respectfully delivered the Phoenix Nirvana pill. The attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating on what Yunyi intended to do with such a costly acquisition. Yet Yunyi remained unfazed by their scrutiny. Holding the Phoenix Nirvana pill, he approached Su Jinru with a smile, saying, "Jinru, this is to fulfill my promise to you, to assist in awakening your Phoenix bloodline, so that you may ascend to the higher realms to rescue your mother." Su Jinru felt a wave of emotion wash over her. However, maintaining her cool demeanor, she merely nodded slightly. Xia Chuqing gently took Su Jinru's hand, placing the Phoenix Nirvana pill within her grasp, smiling as she said, "Sister Jinru, your husband has shown you his sincere heart. Do not let it go to waste. Accept it quickly." Only then did Su Jinru lower her head slightly, looking at Yunyi with gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Ding, please make your choice." Option 1. Allow Su Jinru to refine the pill herself. Reward: Su Jinru's affection 10. Option 2. Remain indifferent. Reward: Su Jinru's affection 1. Option 3. Assist her in refining it through dual cultivation. Reward: a chart of ancient altar patterns. A chart of ancient altar patterns. Although Yunyi was unsure of what this entailed, upon seeing the task required for option 3, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Yunyi looked earnestly at Su Jinru and said, "Jinru, it would be best to refine this pill as soon as possible. We should return quickly." After pondering for a moment, Su Jinru nodded in agreement. The group then returned to the Gu family, descending into the secret chamber hidden beneath the ground. However, upon entering, Su Jinru noticed that Xia Chuqing was missing. A look of confusion crossed her face as she asked, "Where is Chuqing?" Yunyi chuckled inwardly. Little did Su Jinru know that the silly girl had already been dispatched by him. Yet he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, casually saying, "Perhaps she was delayed by something. Let us begin. I will protect you." Though Su Jinru harbored doubts, seeing Yunyi's earnest concern for her matters made it difficult to refuse, and she softly replied, "Very well." With that, she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes at that moment. Yunyi suddenly spoke up, a serene smile on his face. "Jinru, I know a method to accelerate the refinement of this pill." Would you like to try it? Upon hearing this, Su Jinru's eyes, which had been tightly shut, opened with curiosity as she inquired, "What is it?" Gu Yunyi smiled mysteriously, moving closer. Soon, the secret chamber was filled with the sounds of tumultuous activity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. You have obtained a chart of ancient altar patterns. Outside the secret chamber, Xia Chuqing paced back and forth anxiously. The thought of what was transpiring inside made her cheeks flush. Oh dear, what on earth are they doing in there? Xia Chuqing mused internally. Yet Gu Yunyi's stern admonitions echoed in her ears. She could not intrude and could only wait outside. Xia Chuqing knew Gu Yunyi's temperament well. Despite her overwhelming curiosity and concern, she could only endure and continue to wait impatiently outside. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry pierced the air. Minutes later, the heavy door of the secret chamber slowly creaked open. Gu Yunyi emerged first, looking invigorated, his posture still tall and handsome, resembling not a man who had lived over 100 years, but rather more like a dashing youth in his prime. Xia Chuqing shyly glanced at him, but upon their eyes meeting, she immediately lowered her head, her heart racing. She could still catch a faint hint of Su Jinru's lingering fragrance on Gu Yunyi, stirring an unusual sensation within her. Noticing Xia Chuqing's bashfulness, Gu Yunyi cleared his throat and made his exit. Xia Chuqing stared at his retreating figure, biting her lip, before hastily entering the secret chamber. Inside, Su Jinru sat weakly on the ground, her delicate form trembling slightly, as if she had undergone an intense ordeal. Her face still bore a lingering flush, akin to blossoming peach flowers. Xia Chuqing rushed over, softly calling, "Sister." Upon fixing her gaze on Su Jinru, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. She could distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from Su Jinru, a divine essence filled with the sacred energy of the phoenix. "Sister, have you awakened?" Xia Chuqing's voice brimmed with surprise. Recalling the awakening process, Su Jinru felt a wave of shyness wash over her, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Blushing, she nodded bashfully, "Sister Chuqing, I succeeded." Su Jinru's voice was filled with excitement. Xia Chuqing reached out, gently grasping Su Jinru's arm, channeling her spiritual energy to help her clear her meridians. Su Jinru then shook her head with a wry smile, saying, "Sister, the process was indeed arduous if not for my husband's assistance. I feared as she spoke. Her cheeks flushed again. Xia Chuqing, observing her demeanor, understood much and playfully remarked, "Sister, it seems you and your husband have gone through quite a bit. You were in there for a full 3 hours." Su Jinru grew even more embarrassed, her face as red as a monkey's backside, shyly retorting, "Sister, please do not tease me." Xia Chuqing laughed. All right, I shall not jest. However, sister, now that you have broken through to the golden core stage and awakened your phoenix bloodline, you must be cautious. Do not let others discover your secret to avoid unnecessary troubles. Su Jinru nodded solemnly. "Sister, rest assured, I understand the implications." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 23. The Secret of the Divine. That night, Gu Yunyi was lost in a sweet slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the city, jolting him awake. As he struggled to rise from his bed, he realized the sky had already begun to brighten, as if morning had arrived. The dazzling light shone brightly, accompanied by immense pressure. Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru were also startled awake by the sudden commotion. Unsure of what was happening, they hurriedly dressed, rushing to the window, their faces still tinged with a rosy hue, both exclaiming, "What is going on?" Gu Yunyi gazed out the window and replied, "The secret of the divine has been opened. Tomorrow, you two should prepare to accompany me." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances filled with excitement, whispering, "Can we really go too?" Gu Yunyi chuckled. Of course that he recalled that in the novel, they had both gained significant fortunes within the secret of the divine. Delighted by this news, Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru were overjoyed. However, Gu Yunyi inwardly pondered. He distinctly remembered that within the novel, the one who reaped the most rewards in the secret of the divine was undoubtedly Yi Chen. This time, he would not allow Yi Chen to succeed. He intended for himself and those around him to gain the greatest benefits from this secret of the divine. The following morning, Gu Yunyi finished preparing, with Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru equally ready, following closely behind as they set out. Just then, Gu Chen rushed over, kneeling with a thud, urgently declaring, "Father, I want to go too." Gu Yunyi cast a cold, disdainful glance at his ineffectual son. Though irritation simmered within him, The thought of his own blood ultimately restrained him from uttering more than a mere scoff. Keep up. Upon hearing he could join, Gu Qin's spirits soared, and he hastily rose to follow behind. When the Gu family arrived at the entrance of the divine secret vault, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. In the center of the crowd stood Yi Chun, surrounded by admirers who extolled his virtues with unrestrained enthusiasm. Later, Gu Yunyi learned that in a bid to maximize Yi Chen's gains from this venture, Ji Ruxue had implored the emperor to summon 3 formidable guardians from the empire to protect him. At that moment, Yi Chun exuded an air of pride and confidence. That long-lost sensation returned. Indeed, he was the most extraordinary genius in the hearts of the people. Ji Ruxue, enamored, gazed adoringly at Yi Chun. Gu Yunyi shook his head, observing the scene with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes betraying no ripple of feeling. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from ahead, causing everyone to look up. The golden light ascended from the heavens, and a golden portal materialized before them. It had been activated. An electric thrill coursed through the crowd as they readied themselves. Without hesitation, Gu Yunyi, Yi Chun, and the others stepped into the divine secret vault. Upon entering, a mysterious and ancient aura enveloped them. Rather than dispersing, the group chose to stick together, advancing cautiously in unison. Before long, they encountered an indescribable ancient deity statue, towering and majestic, exuding an eerie presence. The crowd gazed up in bewilderment, and in an instant, they felt a powerful mental force invade their minds. Those with weaker mental fortitude succumbed instantly to the ancient deity's allure, their eyes glazed, their bodies rendered powerless. What is this? Ji Ruxue exclaimed in terror, her first venture beyond the palace into such a perilous realm filling her with dread rather than excitement. Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing, equally anxious, huddled behind Gu Yunyi, squinting at the ancient statue in the distance. Gu Yunyi surmised that this was indeed the first challenge of the divine secret vault. In the novel, Yi Chun had used this very moment to showcase his prowess, unveiling the altar's secrets and becoming a hero in the eyes of all. Instinctively, Gu Yunyi turned to glance at Yi Chun, who was now fraught with panic, desperately consulting the ancient sage within his ring for guidance. His voice trembled with urgency as he implored, "Old Stone, think of a solution. What is happening?" He desperately needed an opportunity to prove himself. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Do not panic. This may be some ancient formation. Give me time, and I will decipher it, Old Stone replied, equally strained to devise a countermeasure against the bizarre phenomenon, particularly regarding the altar beneath the statue. Just then, the ancient altar began to stir. A rumbling sound echoed, as if a switch had been triggered, followed by beams of mysterious light shooting forth towards the crowd. "Princess, be careful." One beam struck Ji Ruxue, causing her face to drain of color. Without hesitation, the 3 imperial guardians rushed forward, forming a protective formation. Yet, the strange light pierced through their defenses, merging with their very beings. In that instant, their energies shifted dramatically, their bodies contorted, moving like automatons. They had been ensnared. Ji Ruxue, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, witnessed the guardians, once her protectors, now turned towards her with frenzied expressions. "What are you doing? Watch it, or I'll tell my father," she cried, terror-stricken, her skirts swirling around her as despair enveloped her. "Yi Chun, brother, save me," she shouted. Yi Chun froze, momentarily paralyzed, caught in the turmoil of his own thoughts. Ji Ruxue had been taken, yet he hesitated to rescue her. Rage coursed through him as he clenched his jaw, grappling with conflicting emotions. Just as Ji Ruxue was about to be sacrificed at the altar, Gu Yunyi sprang into action. With an air of calm, he swiftly produced the ancient altar's regulation chart gifted by the system. His gaze flicked over the contents with rapid efficiency, his mind racing to analyze the unfolding situation. "I see," he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as understanding dawned. Following the guidelines, he adeptly evaded the altar's onslaught while reciting the incantations necessary to unravel its mysteries. As he spoke, the altar's aggression waned, its patterns gradually yielding to his efforts. Seizing the moment, Gu Yunyi darted towards the 3 frenzied guardians. Yi Chun, brother, save me. Ji Ruxue's desperate pleas pierced the air, her voice filled with urgency. "Stop calling for him. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, he won't come to your aid," Gu Yunyi retorted sharply. With a flash of light from his hand, a tremendous force surged forth, obliterating the three guardians before they could react. Rushua plummeted, but Gu Yunyi deftly caught her, cradling her safely in his arms. Shaken, her eyes reflected the terror of her near escape. Gu Yunyi, regarding her with a mischievous smirk, whispered, "Princess, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament, relying on my assistance?" A blush crept across Rushua's cheeks as she stammered, flustered and indignant, "Get away from me. Who told you to touch me?" Yet her voice lacked conviction. Gu Yunyi chuckled heartily, gently setting her down before turning to the crowd, boldly proclaiming, "Everyone, awaken. The ancient deity's enchantment has been dispelled." Gradually, the throngs emerged from their madness, gazing at Gu Yunyi with expressions of gratitude. Only Yi Chen's countenance grew increasingly grim. Chapter 24. An excited Yi Chen, Xia Chuqing, and Su Jinru rushed over, their faces etched with concern. "Husband, are you all right?" Xia Chuqing asked, her voice trembling. Gu Yunyi shook his head lightly, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. "That I am fine. Do not worry." Xia Chuqing breathed a sigh of relief, her hand pressed against her chest as she spoke, still shaken. "When you went to rescue Rushua?" Jinru was beside herself with worried. Gu Yunyi glanced at Su Jinru in surprise, noticing her flushed cheeks, resembling a ripened apple. She hurriedly murmured, "Don't think too much. I was just afraid you wouldn't fulfill your promise." Her eyes darted, avoiding Gu Yunyi's gaze, amused by her bashfulness. Gu Yunyi teased, "Is that so?" Su Jinru's head dipped lower, her voice barely above a whisper, "Really, please don't misunderstand." Meanwhile, Rushua, still trembling from her ordeal, stumbled back to Yi Chen's side, her eyes reflecting residual fear. "Why, Yi Chen, perhaps we should return. This place is too dangerous," she suggested, her voice quaking. Why Yi Chen's expression darkened instantly. Enraged, he retorted, "What did you say? Do you look down on me? If you wish to leave, then go on your own." With that, he stormed off, leaving Rushua frozen in shock. Her heart raced as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and she hurried after him, desperately explaining, "Yi Chen, brother, I didn't mean it that way. Wait for me." Gu Yunyi observed this exchange with a cold smile, realizing he had inadvertently soured the mood for the young couple. Turning to Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru, he said, "Let us not mind them. We shall press onward." The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed after the harrowing events they had just witnessed. Fearful of what lay ahead, they hesitated to advance. Gu Yunyi, maintaining his composed demeanor, addressed the crowd, "If you do not mind, follow me." Though his tone was calm, it carried an air of undeniable trustworthiness. The display of his abilities had earned him the admiration of those present. Without his intervention, they would have perished. Thus, upon hearing his invitation, they expressed their gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Master Gu, for your kindness. It is a privilege to follow Master Gu." Voices of appreciation filled the air, witnessing the swift shift of allegiance from the royal faction to his own. Gu Yunyi smirked inwardly. What a fortuitous turn of events. "Thank you." Yi Chen at the same time. He was acutely aware that these individuals were merely opportunists, utterly unworthy of significant contributions. Nevertheless, in this perilous realm of the divine secret vault, having additional hands was undoubtedly advantageous, if only for the sake of expendable resources. Ding! A change in the narrative has been detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Depart from the divine secret vault. Reward: Supreme Dragon Fortune. Option 2. Remain to seek opportunities. Reward: one instance of words become reality. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the choices, Gu Yunyi decisively opted for the second. Congratulations, host. You have completed the choice and acquired the ability of words become reality. Gu Yunyi found himself quite intrigued by what this words become reality entailed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed all preliminary choice tasks. The system is currently upgrading. Just then, a voice echoed in Gu Yunyi's mind. The system is upgrading? Gu Yunyi was taken aback, never expecting that the system could indeed undergo an upgrade. Upgrade successful. The system has transitioned to version 2.0. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a sign-in task. Complete 5 sign-ins to upgrade to the next version. Current sign-in task. Proceed to the core area of the Divine Secret Vault. Reward: unlock luck value. Unlock system marketplace. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Gu Yunyi felt a surge of interest. What exactly is luck value? In the system marketplace, he had finally unlocked this feature, allowing him to purchase formidable items. Eager to complete the task swiftly, Yunyi hurried forward with the others, ultimately arriving at the core region of the divine secret vault. This place seemed like a secluded and mysterious realm. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, suffused with strands of eerie purple mist, obscuring vision and rendering distant sights nearly indistinguishable. In the center stood a colossal and enigmatic altar, constructed from unknown black boulders. Emanating a suffocating aura, Yunyi surveyed his surroundings. He spotted Yi Chun and Ji Rushua emerging from the opposite side at that very moment. Yi Chun's gaze met his, and his expression darkened instantaneously, as though laden with an oppressive gloom. Just then, the aged voice of Shi Lao emanated from within the ring. Little Yezi, this place is quite peculiar. There must be great fortune to be found. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun immediately became exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Ji Rushua, meanwhile, noticed that all those who had previously supported her had now defected to Yunyi's side, igniting a furious blaze within her heart. Her brows furrowed in indignation as she exclaimed, "You wretches, you once lavished praise upon me, and now you have all scurried to pledge your allegiance to him." The crowd, upon hearing her accusations, bristled with defiance. "Your Highness, this is not our fault. It is merely that your and Yi Chun's recent performance has been utterly disappointing." Indeed, that at that moment, Xia Chuqing anxiously approached, grasping Yunyi's sleeve, whispering, "Husband, will you be able to decipher this?" Yunyi shook his head. Xia Chuqing's expression fell, revealing her concern as she said, "Perhaps we should leave. Yi Chun might act against us." Jinyu also looked over, her beautiful eyes betraying her worry. Yunyi, still clutching the precious item bestowed by the system, remained calm, merely reassuring them, "Let us wait a while longer." The two women fell silent, standing resolutely beside him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from above as the heavenly Dao game board emitted a resounding noise. The group, gripped by fear, looked up, and Yunyi followed suit. The clamor grew more intense, as if something terrifying was gathering energy within the heavenly Dao game board. Yi Chun, witnessing this spectacle, wore a triumphant grin. He swiftly turned to Yunyi, declaring, "Yunyi, this formation is a gift from the heavenly Dao. Just you wait and see." His voice reverberated through the expanse of space, startling everyone. What did Yi Chun mean? Did he intend to use this formation to kill? Standing beside Yi Chun, Ji Rushua's eyes sparkled with a sense of vindication. After enduring so much humiliation, she would finally have her chance to retaliate against Yunyi. As Yi Chun manipulated the board, radiant lights flickered, and a formidable and terrifying force began to coalesce. However, to everyone's astonishment, this power immediately dispersed, hurtling toward the crowd. They were all taken aback. The onlookers barely had time to react before they were struck by the light. Collapsing to the ground, bloodied and howling in agony, the crowd, now pale and trembling, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Yi Chun, spare us. We have done nothing wrong." Their voices were filled with dread, as the terrifying power of the heavenly Dao game board was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet Yi Chun remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if they were mere ants. These individuals were inconsequential. The true target of his wrath was Yunyi. Abruptly, Yi Chun turned to Yunyi, coldly stating, "You are next." Upon hearing this, Xia Chuqing and Su Jinyu's expressions shifted dramatically. They gazed at the ominous aura radiating from the heavenly Dao game board, feeling an icy chill creep up their spines. Xia Chuqing clutched Yunyi's garment tightly, her voice trembling. "Husband, what shall we do?" Su Jinyu, too, felt a surge of fear, instinctively drawing closer to Yunyi. Yunyi regarded Yi Chun with a frosty stare. Speaking with a measured calmness. Yi Chun, it seems I have been too lenient with you. He swiftly conveyed in his mind. System, activate. Words become reality. Ding! Activation successful. The system's voice reverberated, and the entire space seemed to resonate with a newfound law. Trembling in response, the power of the law erupted from Yunyi, harmonizing with the star map above. That he raised his gaze toward the resplendent star map, and with a focused thought, the void quaked, and the celestial paths began to shift. With deliberate enunciation, he declared, "I proclaim, this formation shall serve my will." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the once murderous heavenly Dao game board unexpectedly obeyed his command. The crimson light of the board abruptly pivoted, redirecting the formidable force that had been aimed at Yunyi, now surging toward Yi Chun and Ji Rushua. Taken by surprise, Ji Rushua spat a mouthful of blood, instantly flung away. Yi Chun, too, was not spared. The heavenly Tao game board seared his skin, billowing clouds of black smoke. No. How can this be? Yuchen cried out in agony and terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Gu Yunyi surveyed their plight with a cold gaze, devoid of any sympathy at that moment. The system's notification rang in his mind. Plundered Yi Chen's luck value 10,000. Unlocked the title agent of the heavenly Tao. Hearing this prompt, a faint smile graced Gu Yunyi's lips, while Yi Chen, in the throes of pain and despair, struggled to comprehend his dire fate. He could not fathom why the meticulously devised trap he had orchestrated was so effortlessly unraveled by Gu Yunyi, and even turned against him. Gu Yunyi, I will not let you off? Yi Chen growled through gritted teeth, yet his voice bore a palpable sense of impotence. Ji Rushua, standing nearby, had lost her earlier arrogance. Now leaning weakly against Yi Chen, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru stood in shock, rooted to the spot, their expressions awash with disbelief. They widened their eyes, unable to comprehend how Gu Yunyi had managed to seize control of the situation with such ease. Gu Yunyi turned to Yi Chen, a chilling smile gracing his lips. You will not let me off? Do you truly believe I would spare you? His voice was as cold as ice, imbued with an infinite chill that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Chapter 26. Despairing Yi Chen at that moment, a burly man from the crowd stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he spoke loudly. Gu family master, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to teach this brat a lesson. Others quickly echoed his sentiment, for Yi Chen's recent actions had stirred the collective wrath of the crowd. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen's face drained of color, his expression turning pale with fear as he stumbled backward. Ji Rushua, witnessing this, cried out urgently, as the princess, I dare you to lay a finger on him. However, her protests were rendered futile in the face of the crowd's fury. At this juncture, Gu Yunyi spoke nonchalantly. Whoever lands 10 punches on Yi Chen shall become a guest elder of my Gu family. The promise of becoming a guest elder of the Gu family ignited a spark in the crowd's eyes, and they surged towards Yi Chen with fervored as they struck and cursed. Yi Chen's visage became battered and bloody, unable to muster even a plea for mercy, truly beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Observing Yi Chen's crumbling state, Ji Rushua wailed, Stop it! Please stop! Yet her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of shouts, and Yi Chen's anguished cries. Gu Yunyi, meanwhile, washed with icy detachment, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. A mere utterance from him had led to Yi Chen being reduced to a pitiful state. After the crowd had thoroughly pummeled Yi Chen, Su Jinru gazed at his battered form, her heart aching with compassion. Stop this at once, she implored, stepping forward with a conflicted expression, desperate to persuade them to cease. At that moment, the voice of Shi Lao, hidden within Yi Chen's ring, cried out frantically, Seize her. This is your only chance of survival. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to catch up. Shi Lao's urgent voice rang out once more. Brat, the chaotic primordial spirit suspended at the secret altar requires the bloodline of a phoenix to activate. This woman possesses such a bloodline. Capture her, and you may have a slim chance of survival. Upon hearing Shi Lao's words, Yi Chen felt he had grasped a lifeline. At that moment, he could no longer afford to consider his past bonds with Su Jinru. He sprang to his feet with all his might, lunging towards her and grasping her throat, venomously stating, Let me go, or I shall kill her. Su Jinru was taken aback by his cold demeanor, the last shred of compassion within her shattering completely. She could hardly believe that the Yi Chen she once cherished had devolved into someone capable of such cruelty, that why Yi Chen had intended to leverage Su Jinru against Gu Yunyi. But to his astonishment, Gu Yunyi remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. Gu Yunyi, do not feign indifference. I will take action. Yi Chen continued to threaten, while Su Jinru, disheartened by Gu Yunyi's calm demeanor, felt a deep sense of disappointment. She had expected him to be concerned for her safety, but the scene before her only deepened her feelings of desolation. Xia Chuqing, her voice trembling with anxiety, clutched Gu Yunyi's sleeve tightly, exclaiming, Husband, please save my sister. We cannot let her come to harm. At that moment, Gu Yunyi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The chaotic primordial spirit requires the bloodline of a phoenix to unleash its true power. Su Jinru, you are the one who possesses the phoenix bloodline. Steal Yi Chen's luck value 10,000. At his proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They widened their eyes, incredulous at Gu Yunyi's words, their minds filled with shock. Is this true? someone exclaimed, unable to contain their disbelief. Even Shi Lao within Yi Chen's ring was taken aback, incredulously wondering how this boy could possibly know such secrets. Shi Lao's expression darkened considerably. Yi Chen's complexion turned ashen, realizing that his plans might once again crumble. Upon hearing Gu Yunyi's assertion, Su Jinru's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Ignoring Yi Chen's threats, she began to focus on activating her phoenix bloodline, as Gu Yunyi had instructed. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated, channeling the power within her. The phoenix pattern at the nape of her neck grew increasingly vivid, radiating with brilliant light. The surrounding atmosphere began to resonate with her burgeoning power. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, a formidable and mysterious aura emanated from Su Jinru. The chaotic primordial spirit seemed to respond, beginning to resonate with her. Suddenly, the phoenix pattern on her neck ignited in a blazing inferno of rebirth. Illuminating the entire space with its fiery glow, the chaotic primordial spirit shone brilliantly, transforming into a resplendent crown that descended into Su Jinru's hair. Her gaze turned fierce as she addressed Yi Chen with fury. Yi Chen, I once treated you with sincerity, yet you have become this despicable creature. Do you think you are worthy to lay a hand on my husband? Yi Chen was instantly struck with fear. His complexion paling as Su Jinru offered no opportunity for him to respond. A powerful force erupted from her, manifesting as a torrent of searing flames that engulfed Yi Chen in an instant. He had no time to resist, flung away by the overwhelming heat, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he could only watch helplessly as Gu Yunyi approached with calm assurance. Gu Yunyi halted, wrapping an arm around Su Jinru's waist, smiling gently as he remarked, Indeed, it seems the awakening of the Phoenix bloodline last night was not in vain. Steal, Yi Chen's luck value 10,000. Su Jinru leaned against Gu Yunyi, the flames surrounding her gradually subsiding, her fierce expression transforming into one of tenderness. Meanwhile, Yi Chen lay there, barely clinging to life, his heart consumed by despair. Chapter 27. Is Gu Yunyi dead? Su Jinru's face was a portrait of despair. Tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, her voice quaking as she implored, Husband, please kill him. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom her words. Su Jinru was asking Gu Yunyi to take his life? He screamed frantically, Jinru, how could you do this to me? Do you no longer love me? Everything I have done is for you. Jirushua. Beside them, cried out in protest, No, do not kill brother Yi Chen. Yet Gu Yunyi merely replied coldly, Just to kill him. It cannot be that simple. That as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand towards Yi Chen, unleashing a terrifying mental pressure. That a mysterious light flickered, and in an instant, Yi Chen was pulled into a time loop illusion. Within this illusion, he was forced to relive those moments of profound anguish. He watched helplessly as Su Jinru donned her wedding gown, radiantly marrying Gu Yunyi, while Gu Yunyi reveled in triumph, embracing Su Jinru with deep affection. The scene shifted again, revealing Gu Yunyi and Jirushua in a tender and intimate night, their gazes locked in mutual devotion. Over and over, this torment repeated. No. Yi Chen was tormented endlessly in this cycle, his spirit on the brink of collapse. When the 99th iteration arrived, he could no longer endure it. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in despair, screaming, Kill me, I beg you, in my suffering. At that moment, Gu Yunyi's phantom materialized within the illusion that he gazed down at Yi Chen with disdain, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he delivered a powerful kick to Yi Chen, chillingly stating, The show has only just begun. Enjoy it slowly. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Gu Yunyi's mind. Yi Chen's Dao heart-shattering degree, 99, steal luck value, 20,000, acquire title, Master of Inner Demons. As he observed Yi Chen sprawled on the ground, akin to a dog with its spine broken, Gu Yunyi's eyes held no trace of pity. This was the fate he deserved. With a heart as cold as frost, Gu Yunyi was consumed by a singular thought. He must die. Step by step, Gu Yunyi advanced towards Yi Chen, the murderous intent radiating from him growing ever more intense. Upon emerging from the illusion, Yi Chen gasped for breath, instinctively recoiling in fear at the sight of Gu Yunyi approaching. Just as Gu Yunyi was about to reach him, Jirushua scrambled forward, her clothes in disarray, her hair cascading chaotically, utterly devoid of her former regal composure. Desperately, Jirushua clung to Gu Yunyi's leg, tears streaming down her face like a torrent, pleading, Do not kill him. We realize our mistakes. Please, do not take his life." This scene left all present in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding drama. A princess of the realm, kneeling in utter humiliation for the sake of Yi Chun, was beyond their comprehension. Why Yi Chun, too, stood frozen, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had never imagined that Ji Rushua would go to such lengths for him. He opened his mouth, attempting to say something, but found his throat seemingly constricted by an unseen force, rendering him utterly speechless. Yunyi lowered his gaze to Ji Rushua, his expression devoid of any emotion as he coldly stated, "Do you think this will make me spare him? You are grossly mistaken." Ji Rushua lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice trembling as she implored, "Please, if you let him go, I will do anything you ask." Unmoved, Yunyi forcefully shook off Ji Rushua's grasp and continued toward Yi Chun. Clenching his teeth, Yi Chun's pallid face radiated a resolute determination as he shouted to Ji Rushua, "Hurry, leave. Don't worry about me." Ji Rushua, her face marred by tears, rushed forward once more, clinging desperately to Yunyi's leg, shaking her head and crying out, "No, I want to be with you. Please, spare him." Her voice had turned hoarse, her eyes filled with desperation. Nearly bowing down before Yunyi in supplication, suddenly, at that moment, the stone elder within the ring seemed to recall something and urgently exclaimed, "There is still a way to survive." Yi Chun, previously dull-eyed, was suddenly invigorated, as if grasping at a final lifeline, and quickly inquired, "What is it?" The stone elder hastily elaborated, "This altar is a massive prison. You see that yellow stone slab in front of you? If you activate the mechanism and open it, Yunyi will fall into the endless abyss and be unable to escape." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's gaze turned fervent as he looked at the yellow slab. Realizing it was but a step away from Yunyi, excitement flickered in his eyes. However, when his gaze fell back upon Ji Rushua, who was weeping and clinging to Yunyi's leg, he began to waver. The stone elder urged frantically from the ring, "Yi Chun, what are you waiting for? There is no time left. Act quickly." Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun made a bold decision and shouted, "Swear, I am sorry. Yunyi, go die." With that, he activated the mechanism, opening the yellow slab. Before Yunyi and Ji Rushua could react, they both plummeted into the abyss. Instantly, the slab snapped shut, as if nothing had ever happened. The crowd stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Yi Chun, unable to contain his exhilaration, clenched his fists and laughed maniacally. "Ha! Yunyi, you are finally dead, finally dead." His laughter echoed harshly in the silent space, his expression distorted by overwhelming glee. Xia Chuqing and Su Jinru rushed forward in a flurry. They pounded on the yellow slab, desperately trying to elicit a response, but to no avail. Xia Chuqing, frantic, wept uncontrollably, striking the slab with her hands as she cried out, "Husband!" Yet there was no reply. Su Jinru clenched her fists, fury blazing in her eyes. "Yi Chun, you are courting death." Yi Chun, oblivious to her rage, instead perceived Su Jinru's delight. He limped over, excitement illuminating his features, and tremblingly said, "Jinru, Yunyi is dead. You are free now. Come with me." His face radiated anticipation, his body quivering with eagerness to return to the past with Su Jinru. Yet, Su Jinru lowered her head, remaining silent. Her cascading hair obscured her expression, leaving Yi Chun unable to discern her thoughts. Xia Chuqing, in a state of utter despair, lay on the ground, pounding the yellow slab with all her might. Her cries were heart-wrenching, tears streaming down her face, having completely ruined her once pristine makeup. Seeing Su Jinru's lack of response, Yi Chun grew impatient, urging, "Jinru, stop hesitating. Come with me." At last, Su Jinru lifted her head, revealing the tear streaks that marred her face. The glistening droplets hung on her fair cheeks, creating a poignant and heart-rending sight. "You." Yi Chun was dumbfounded. Just as he was at a loss, Su Jinru's gaze suddenly turned frigid. She raised her right hand, summoning a blazing sword of fire. With a decisive motion, she swung the sword, severing Yi Chun's right arm in one swift stroke. The unsuspecting Yi Chun let out a harrowing scream. Clutching the stump where his arm once was as blood gushed forth, his face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yi Chun's agonized wails reverberated as his body trembled violently. Collapsing to the ground, blood poured from his severed arm, staining the earth beneath him. His gaze became vacant, pain threatening to cloud his consciousness as he gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by excruciating agony. He pressed his left hand against the wound, but blood continued to seep through his fingers, refusing to cease. Su Jinru, you have a heart of stone, Yi Chun moaned in torment, the veins on his forehead bulging with rage. His body quaked with pain as he roared like a beast. Wretch, you vile wretch, Su Jinru regarded him coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Why Yi Chun, our ties have long been severed. What is one sword strike in comparison? I shall kill you, return my husband's life. Chapter 28. Gu Qin's ambition. The searing agony from Yi Chen's severed arm felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. Yet, hearing Su Jinru's frigid words, his eyes reflected not only pain but also profound fear. This woman had gone mad. He glared at Su Jinru, furiously shouting, Su Jinru, why are you so heartless? I have been nothing but sincere to you. And yet you resort to such treachery. Su Jinru's face remained impassive, her only expression one of icy murderous intent. Holding the flaming sword, she advanced toward Yi Chun, declaring, Yi Chun, I am no longer the person I once was. I am now the lady of the Gu family, avenging my husband. Terrified, Yi Chun gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he scrambled to his feet and retreated hastily. That moment, the stone elder in the ring shouted, Little Yi, run, she is determined to kill you. If you don't flee now, it will be too late. Yi Chen's heart burned with fury and resentment. Everything he had done was for Su Jinru, and now she had severed his arm. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet faced with Su Jinru's resolute intention to kill and the stone elder's urging, fear ultimately prevailed, gritting his teeth against the agony of his severed arm. He clutched the wound with his left hand and staggered away as he ran. He turned back, bellowing in rage, Su Jinru, from this day forth, our ties are severed. You won't escape. Su Jinru pursued him without hesitation. Damn it! Seeing her chase after him, Yi Chun quickened his pace. The two of them raced through the chaos, one fleeing desperately while the other pursued relentlessly, quickly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Xia Chuqing collapsed to the ground, sobbing inconsolably. Her cries pierced through the tumult of the scene, her tears flowing like pearls scattered from a broken string, soaking her garments. The crowd was thrown into disarray, overwhelmed by the sheer chaos of the day's events. Meanwhile, in the shadows not far away, Gu Chun quietly observed everything. Unbeknownst to anyone, a black bracelet adorned with a skull had appeared on his wrist. The black bracelet, a peculiar find, had drawn his attention with an inexplicable allure. Just moments ago, he had been following the crowd when he suddenly felt a mysterious force beckoning him. Driven by curiosity, he strayed from the group and discovered the eerie skull bracelet. Upon recognizing its nature, he was momentarily startled. Within the skull bracelet resided the remnant soul of a demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator, a being loathed by all that Yi Chun had initially intended to flee at first sight. However, just as he turned to leave, a soft voice emanated from the bracelet. Do you seek revenge? The question reverberated in Gu Chen's mind, halting him in his tracks. He recalled Gu Yui. He thought of Su Jinru. His body trembled slightly as the suppressed flames of vengeance within him ignited with fervor at those simple words. Yi Chun slowly turned back to regard the skull bracelet once more. Revenge, that he murmured, his voice tinged with longing. That he yearned for revenge. The voice of the demonic cultivator echoed once more from the bracelet. Do not doubt my abilities. If you cooperate with me, I can help you fulfill your desires and make those who have wronged you pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's breath quickened. He hesitated. The voice of the demonic cultivator surged in his mind again. Kid, your father is dead. Your chance for revenge has come. Tell me, are you not even slightly tempted by your stepmother? As Gu Chun absorbed those words, a jolt coursed through him as if struck by lightning. Dominate Su Jinru. Make her your woman. Does she not look down upon you? If you heed my words, I can ensure she submits to you. The voice of the demonic cultivator grew colder, relentlessly assaulting Gu Chen's reason. Each sentence stoked the flames of his vengeance. Yi Chen's breath became rapid, his body trembling with uncertainty. The image of Su Jinru's beautiful yet haughty visage flooded his mind. That he could not forget. He truly could not forget. He could not let go. All of this pierced his heart like a thorn. Can I really do this? Gu Chun murmured tremulously, his heart wavering at that very moment. Of course you can. As long as you join forces with me, There is nothing in this world that you cannot possess. Do not merely think of a woman. We can conquer the entire world together. The voice of the demon cultivator caused Gu Chen's body to tremble even more violently. His face involuntarily flushed crimson, with a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Yunyi struggled to open his eyes. At first, he saw nothing, suspecting that his vision had failed him. After several attempts, he realized he was enveloped in darkness. Gu Yunyi reached out, but he could discern nothing. This was true darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face, and he felt as if he were stumbling in the void. Furrowing his brow, he was filled with confusion. He had no idea where he was. His mind a chaotic whirlwind. He vaguely recalled that it was Yi Chun who triggered some mechanism that had led him here. As the novel had not chronicled this event, Gu Yunyi was at a loss, only aware that he was beneath the altar. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he released his divine sense, hoping to perceive everything around him. However, this mysterious space seemed to possess a formidable force that firmly shackled his consciousness, rendering him utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Unwilling to accept defeat, he amplified his divine sense. Beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead that he strained to extend his perception, yet it was akin to a blind man desperately groping in the dark, yielding no results. What is this place? Gu Yunyi murmured to himself. The vastness of the space made his voice sound particularly jarring in the oppressive silence. Remaining vigilant, he continued to probe forward. Suddenly, the previously silent darkness was pierced by the sound of a woman weeping. The sobs were intermittent, as if the weeper were struggling to catch her breath, evoking a sense of terror. Is there a ghost? Gu Yunyi was startled by the cries. Yet, almost immediately, he recognized the voice as hauntingly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Cautiously, Gu Yunyi moved in the direction of the weeping. As he approached, the sound of crying grew louder. At last, he could not contain himself any longer. Ji Rushue, is that you? The weeping abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into a deathly silence, as if the wretched cries had merely been a figment of a nightmare. Why has it gone silent? In the darkness, only Gu Yunyi's increasingly labored breaths could be heard. In truth, he was uncertain whether the figure was human or ghostly, and could only inquire tentatively. Yet, amid this heart-stopping stillness, a trembling voice emerged weakly. Gu Yunyi? Upon hearing this voice, Gu Yunyi could not help but smile, the gloom in his heart lifting significantly as he exclaimed, "It truly is you." His voice echoed through the vast darkness. He recalled the moment he had fallen. Ji Rushue clinging tightly to his leg, refusing to let go, and they had descended together. Lost in thought, Gu Yunyi chuckled, teasingly remarking, "I never imagined the princess could shed tears." Ji Rushue's voice, laced with a sob, came forth, filled with palpable resentment. "What? You're still alive. It's so dark here. I could die of fright." Her voice trembled violently, each word quaking with fear, painting a vivid picture of her terror-stricken state. Listening to Ji Rushue's complaints, Gu Yunyi felt a flicker of comfort. At least he was not alone in this unknown darkness. He took a few steps towards the source of her voice, saying, "Your Highness, do not fear. I am here." In an instant, Ji Rushue, like a startled fawn, cried out in a sharp voice, "Don't come any closer. Go die quickly." The corners of Gu Yunyi's mouth curled upwards, although the surroundings remained pitch black. He could almost envision Ji Rushue's disheveled, tear-streaked face. Intentionally lowering his voice to a menacing tone, he threatened, "If I were truly dead, there would be a corpse beside you, and that icy touch might just brush against you when you least expect it. Would that not frighten you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue let out a terrified wail, her cries echoing in the darkness, more pitiful and helpless than before. Ji Yunyi stifled a laugh and continued, "Moreover, as long as I am here, we can at least devise a way to escape together. What can you achieve alone but to weep?" Ji Rushue, sniffling, responded with a quavering voice, Then you may come closer." Her tone was thick with fear and unease, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hearing her relent, Gu Yunyi cautiously made his way towards her. With each step, he could hear her breaths quickening in anxiety. When he finally drew near, he sensed her entire being quaking. "Do not be afraid, princess. I am here," Gu Yunyi whispered gently. Ji Rushue, upon hearing his approaching footsteps, stiffened and warned him, "Do not make any sudden moves, or I shall not spare you." Gu Yunyi quickly reassured her. "Fear not, Your Highness. I am no scoundrel." Yet, changing his tone to a teasing one, he added, What? Still preserving your chastity for your brother Yichen? Ji Rushua fell silent, the darkness thick with her heavy breaths. Noticing her silence, Gu Yunyi coldly remarked, "We find ourselves here solely due to the mischief of your brother Yichen." Ji Rushua immediately retorted, "You speak nonsense. Brother Yichen would never do such a thing to me." Her voice carried defiance and disbelief. Ji Yunyi scoffed, "How naive you are! If he had even a fraction of affection for you, would he have sacrificed your well-being? He would do anything to save his own skin." Ji Rushua was struck by his words, tears streaming down her face. She wept inconsolably, her voice laced with despair and heartbreak. "No, brother Yichen would never treat me this way. He wouldn't." Her cries reverberated in the darkness, as if she were venting all her internal anguish. Listening to her desperate sobs, Gu Yunyi felt a twinge of pity, but remembering their current predicament, he hardened his heart and said, "Awaken from this delusion. Do not deceive yourself any longer." Ji Rushua seemed not to hear him, continuing to cry, her sobs growing increasingly mournful, until she struggled to catch her breath, trembling from overwhelming sorrow. She wept hopelessly, stuttering, "I gave him everything, my heart, my love, my all. Why does he not love me? Why?" Seeing her so utterly heartbroken, the teasing sentiment that had briefly surfaced in Gu Yunyi's heart vanished without a trace. He sighed heavily, his gaze betraying a mix of helplessness and compassion. Ji Rushua wept for what felt like an eternity, her sorrowful cries gradually subsiding. The air around them appeared to chill, as if her emotions had cast a coldness that seeped into their very bones. Gu Yunyi keenly sensed Ji Rushua, it curling up, like a wounded creature seeking refuge. After a moment's hesitation, he softly asked, "Are you cold?" Ji Rushua tremulously replied with a faint affirmation. Without further delay, Gu Yunyi gently wrapped his arms around her. Realizing she had been enveloped in warmth, Ji Rushua tensed, her entire being stiffening, her mind blank. She could hardly fathom that she was being embraced by a man other than brother Yichen. Panic and confusion swirled within her, and tears threatened to spill anew. Sensing her tension, Gu Yunyi spoke softly, "Do not fear. It is merely to share warmth. It will help us endure longer and find a way out." Ji Rushua bit her lip, remaining silent, yet her body remained taut. In this pitch-black underground, it seemed she could only rely on Gu Yunyi. With this thought, a complex emotion stirred within her that moment. Gu Yunyi was suddenly hit by a strong, nauseating stench. The odor emerged abruptly, filling the entire space. Instinctively, he looked up and forward, and there, in the darkness, he locked eyes with a pair of enormous, beastly eyes glowing like lanterns. They emitted an eerie light, casting an unsettling aura in the dark. Ji Yunyi's heart constricted violently, a sense of foreboding washing over him. There was no time to ponder. He instinctively pushed Ji Rushua away with force. Yelling at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Ji Rushua stumbled to the ground, still dazed from the sudden shove, barely comprehending the horror that lurked in the shadows before her. "Ji Yunyi!" She screamed in terror as he charged recklessly toward the ominous, beastly gaze. In the darkness, he relied solely on the eerie glow of those eyes to navigate the position of the mysterious creature. Ji Yunyi's heart raced. He had no idea what that terrifying entity was. But he understood one thing. If he did not kill it, it would surely claim his life. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to strike first. As the mysterious creature perceived Gu Yunyi rushing towards it, it emitted a low, guttural roar. The sound waves reverberated throughout the confined space, causing Gu Yunyi's eardrums to ache painfully. Almost immediately, a powerful gust of wind surged toward him, enveloping him in an overwhelming pressure. He swiftly sidestepped to evade the oncoming tempest, his heart racing with adrenaline. That was close. However, as the fierce wind brushed against his cheek, it left behind a deep gash that I must uncover what manner of creature you are. Gu Yunyi scoffed, feeling the spiritual energy within him amassing steadily. The enigmatic being seemed to sense the shift in his aura and promptly opened its cavernous maw to bite in the darkness. Gu Yunyi could see nothing. He could only rely on instinct to evade and retaliate. He had no opportunity to counterattack, for he was engulfed by a void of shadows. What was more perilous was that the creature's strength far surpassed Gu Yunyi's expectations. Its power was astonishing, and his few precious chances to strike had inflicted no substantial damage upon it. Bang! A heavy blow from the mysterious creature sent Gu Yunyi hurtling backward. His body crashed violently against an unknown object before sliding down. Spitting blood, he felt his internal organs churning. This was the first time since his arrival in this realm that he encountered such a terrifying adversary. Gritting his teeth, she silently pondered. Surely he would not sacrifice the opportunity for her sake. A complex glimmer danced in Ji Rushue's eyes as she bit her lip, her thoughts a chaotic tangle, just as she was about to urge Gu Yunyi to abandon his own pursuits. He spoke unexpectedly. Yes, it is indeed just the two of you. Ji Yunyi's voice was resolute and powerful, devoid of any hesitation. His gaze radiated unwavering determination. Although he possessed an experience card from the tribulation period, he was acutely aware that bringing Ji Rushue along would yield no benefit, but rather infinite detriment. Yet, Gu Yunyi was inherently a tender-hearted individual, especially considering the intimate bond that had formed between him and Ji Rushue during that fateful night. Upon hearing Gu Yunyi's response, Ji Rushue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as they began to glisten with unshed tears. Ji Yunyi, must you be so touching? I assure you, I will not develop feelings for you. Ji Rushue's voice quivered as she spoke, astonished that at such a critical juncture, Gu Yunyi would make such a decision. Ji Yunyi regarded Ji Rushue, a slight frown creasing his brow, and remarked, I would advise you not to look at me like that. Be wary of falling for me, for I have many women. However, a flicker of tenderness inadvertently shone through his eyes. How shameless, Ji Rushue retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Ji Yunyi let out a hearty laugh. Never expecting to tease Ji Rushue in such a manner, Ji Rushue then nodded gently, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Gu Yunyi. What are you thanking me for? I have stated that I will definitely take you out. With that, Gu Yunyi turned his head away, no longer meeting her gaze. At that moment, an ill-timed voice echoed through the palace, laced with mockery. Humph, young man, you truly overestimate your capabilities. To think you could bring this burden through the trial. Soon enough, you shall realize how laughable you truly are. No sooner had the words left his lips than the trial abruptly commenced. The surrounding space ignited in a roaring inferno, the searing heat enveloping them instantly. Gu Yunyi and Ji Rushue merely blinked when a battalion of flame soldiers surged forth from all directions. They were ablaze, brandishing flaming spears, marching in unison towards Gu Yunyi and Ji Rushue. How swift! There was hardly a moment to prepare. Ji Rushue, take cover behind me. Gu Yunyi bellowed as reality dawned upon him. Ji Rushue understood that her only course of action was to obey. Swiftly retreating to position herself behind Gu Yunyi, in no time, the first flame soldier lunged at Gu Yunyi. Thrusting its flaming spear with ferocity, Ji Yunyi sidestepped effortlessly, utilizing his current tribulation-level strength to evade the vicious attack. He then executed a powerful kick to the soldier's chest, shattering it into a cloud of ashes. Retrieving his foot, he noted that the individual combat strength of these flame soldiers was not formidable, resembling that of the Golden Core stage. However, the sheer numbers posed a significant challenge, compounded by some mysterious magnetic field affecting him, causing his spiritual power to dwindle uncontrollably in the blink of an eye. More flame soldiers emerged, encircling Gu Yunyi and Ji Rushue in a fiery trap. Ji Yunyi maneuvered left and right, steadfastly shielding Ji Rushue behind him. Come on, Gu Yunyi roared, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated an entire row of flame soldiers. Yet, the remaining soldiers showed no sign of fear, an endless tide advancing upon them. Every time Gu Yunyi dispatched a line, another 4 lines rushed forth. Their flaming spears sliced through the air. The very atmosphere warped under the heat. Get back. Gu Yunyi's right leg slammed into the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the earth to tremble, sending the surrounding flame soldiers sprawling. Witnessing this, Ji Rushue, hidden behind Gu Yunyi, was taken aback. She had initially presumed Gu Yunyi was merely slightly stronger than herself, yet now, in the face of such formidable flame soldiers, he displayed an astonishing level of power. When did he become so powerful? Ji Rushue marveled internally as she watched Gu Yunyi navigate through the onslaught. A flurry of complex emotions stirred within her. Once, she had harbored prejudice and disdain towards Gu Yunyi. Yet now, this man was risking everything to protect her amidst such perilous combat. Ji Rushue unconsciously grasped the hem of her garment, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Yunyi as she silently prayed for his safety. Chapter 32. Ji Rushue's regret. Uncertain how long the battle raged on, Gu Yunyi's long nuanced sword gleamed with a cold light amidst the flames. With a swift swing, the hundreds of flame soldiers before him collapsed, merging into the surrounding inferno. Ji Yunyi's figure flickered as his sword flashed, the final flame soldier being torn apart by a powerful wave of sword energy, dissipating into a burst of flames. After vanquishing the last soldier, Gu Yunyi felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders, and an ancient voice echoed in his ears. You have passed the second trial. Upon hearing this, Yunyi's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he found himself gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his brow and evaporating upon contact with the searing ground. He had lost count of the flame soldiers he had slain, certainly not less than 10,000. The terrifying toll left his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Ji Rushiwei rushed to his side, concern etched across her face. Yunyi, how are you? Yunyi lifted his head, saying, I'm fine, still holding on. Yet, fatigue permeated his voice. Who knew what awaited them in the subsequent trials? Ji Rushiwei hesitated, observing Yunyi's exhausted state, but ultimately resolved to help. She extended her hands, channeling her spiritual power into him. Yunyi froze, turning to find Ji Rushiwei earnestly transferring her energy. Just then, the ancient voice resounded once more. Without warning, the third trial begins. What? Both were taken aback. Disbelief etched on their faces. No time to rest? Yunyi exclaimed. Before they could fully process this, the sky erupted in flames as an even greater number of powerful flame soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. These soldiers bore flames more vigorous than before, their presence imposing, each step reverberating through the ground. This time, they possessed the strength of the void refinement stage, and it appeared their numbers were even greater, an uncountable throng. Yunyi inhaled deeply. This would surely push him to his limits. It's now or never, Yunyi shouted, gripping the long yuan sword once more as he charged towards the advancing flame soldiers. Ji Rushiwei followed closely, casting her spells to bolster Yunyi's efforts. The battle erupted instantaneously, flames and sword light intertwining, saturating the air with fierce energy fluctuations. Ji Rushiwei watched anxiously and helplessly from the sidelines, her hands clenched into fists. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming numbers, she found her own strength utterly insignificant, unable to make a meaningful impact. Just then, one flame soldier locked its gaze upon her, its fiery eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. The soldier advanced with heavy steps, each footfall seemingly pressing down on Ji Rushiwei's heart. Her body trembled involuntarily, fear washing over her like a tidal wave. She wanted to flee, yet her legs felt as though they were glued to the ground. Immovable. As the soldier raised its spear high, poised to strike mercilessly, Ji Rushiwei felt a sudden surge of powerful energy envelop her. She looked up in astonishment to meet the familiar face of Yunyi. What are you doing standing there? Run. Yunyi, drenched in sweat and blood, scolded her with exasperation. Although he was reprimanding her, Ji Rushiwei found herself surprisingly unperturbed, gazing at him. The fear in her heart dissipated significantly, replaced with an indescribable sense of reassurance and gratitude. Hold on tight, Yunyi roared, thrusting his sword to impale the approaching flame soldier, then launching into the air. Ji Rushiwei instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Yunyi's neck, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. In that moment, memories of the past flooded her mind. She recalled Yi Chun, the man who had once captured her heart, only to abandon her at the crucial moment. The vows they had exchanged now lay shattered, leaving behind only pain and disappointment. Ji Rushiwei's eyes moistened once more, a profound melancholy swelling within her. Yet now, it was Yunyi holding her. The man who had once been her adversary, whom she had regarded as an enemy, now stood unhesitatingly before her, creating a barrier with his own body in this life-or-death moment. Yunyi, however, had no time for such reflections as he maneuvered through the ranks of flame soldiers, his sword slicing through the air with ferocity. In his embrace, Ji Rushiwei gazed at him, her thoughts adrift, as they plummeted into the inky depths below. Ji Rushiwei believed her heart had died, never to be stirred by another. However, at that moment, Yunyi radiated like a warm beam of sunlight, quietly penetrating the depths of her dark and frigid heart. She no longer thought of Yi Chun, nor did she reminisce about the painful past. Ji Rushiwei closed her eyes, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, silently vowing that if she could emerge alive from this place, she would cherish Yunyi dearly. This time, her life belonged to him. As long as she could survive and escape, she would accompany him to witness the wonders of 1,000 mountains and rivers. The flame soldiers seemed endless, surging forth in relentless waves. Yunyi held Ji Rushiwei tightly, tirelessly fighting with all his might, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He had lost track of how long it had been. His arms moved mechanically, wielding his sword with every ounce of strength he possessed. As he continued to slay, his hands grew numb, driven solely by sheer willpower. Finally, the long-awaited voice reached his ears. Stage 3 cleared. This sound rang like a celestial chorus, and Yunyi instantly felt himself relax. nearly collapsing from exhaustion that he gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Suddenly, Ji Ruxue, trembling, spoke. "Gu Yunyi, do you hurt?" Gu Yunyi looked down to discover his body was covered in wounds, some so deep they exposed bone. Blood staining his clothing. In the heat of battle, his nerves had remained taut, entirely oblivious to his injuries. Moreover, these wounds were unlike typical battle scars. They bore remnants of fiery power that seared with pain. As the realization dawned, waves of intense agony crashed over him, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Ji Ruxue's eyes brimmed with heartache and guilt, tears swirling in her gaze. "It's all my fault. I've dragged you down." Ji Yunyi forced a weak smile, his voice fragile yet resolute. "Don't say such foolish things. We promised to escape together." Chapter 33. Dragon Slaying. Before they could catch their breath, the aged voice callously announced, "Stage 4 begins." Ji Yunyi and Ji Ruxue immediately braced themselves, their nerves taut once more. Ji Yunyi instinctively tightened his hold on Ji Ruxue. He was already fatigued, his body trembling uncontrollably, each shudder a protest against his physical limits. "Hurry up." Gu Yunyi gritted his teeth, uncertain how much longer he could endure. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed in their ears, a thunderous sound that threatened to topple the entire palace. Ji Yunyi and Ji Ruxue turned to see a colossal fire dragon erupting from the depths of the palace. The dragon's immense body was engulfed in roaring flames, each scale radiating brilliant light, its enormous claws seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Ji Yunyi's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. Is this a trial for humans? This is a death sentence. He had to admit, the creature was truly terrifying. One claw was as large as a small car, and its body rivaled that of a large transport aircraft, making Gu Yunyi appear as insignificant as a mere insect. Noticing only the dragon, Gu Yunyi decisively set Ji Ruxue down. Be careful. Ji Ruxue knew she could offer no assistance. Her voice barely a whisper. Ji Yunyi nodded. Then, sword in hand, charged forward. The dragon regarded the advancing Gu Yunyi with a flicker of disdain in its massive eyes, swinging its colossal tail, creating a fierce gale. The tempest was so violent it resembled a typhoon. Without hesitation, Gu Yunyi cleaved through the wind with a single stroke, astonishingly splitting the gale in two. Witnessing this, a semblance of shock appeared in the dragon's eyes, and it immediately roared and lunged at him. The oncoming dragon blotted out the sun, its shadow a dark mass, its overwhelming aura distorting the very space around them. Gu Yunyi let out a low growl, his own aura surging, the pressure of a tribulation stage powerhouse eclipsing that of the dragon. He charged towards the fire dragon, his sword aimed directly at its heart. The fire dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Ji Yunyi swiftly dodged, the flames grazing his clothing and igniting the him. He disregarded the fire, seizing the moment between the dragon's attacks to leap upwards. Aiming his sword at the dragon's eye, the dragon reacted swiftly, violently shaking its head, its massive skull crashing into Gu Yunyi. Bang! He was sent flying by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Ji Yunyi. Ji Ruxue cried out from a distance, her heart aching. "Damn it, I won't accept this." Ji Yunyi gritted his teeth, rising from the ground, his spiritual energy surging like a raging tide, tearing the very space apart in its wake. An overwhelming pressure threatening to crush everything. In a flash, Gu Yunyi broke through the void, charging once more at the dragon. The terrifying energy between them seemed ready to rend the entire realm. The dragon swiped at him with its massive claws, and as he rolled to evade, the ground was left with a massive crater from the impact. The dragon roared, flames continuously spewing from its mouth, transforming the surroundings into an inferno. Ji Yunyi. Ji Ruxue anxiously searched for his figure amidst the blaze. Even the dragon seemed to lose sight of him in the fiery chaos. Just then, Gu Yunyi suddenly emerged from an unexpected angle, expending every ounce of strength, his body soaring like a meteor to land on the dragon's back. Yet the dragon writhed violently, attempting to dislodge him. Noticing this, Gu Yunyi waved his right hand, harnessing powerful spatial energy to momentarily immobilize the dragon midair. Its enormous eyes flashing with terror. Ji Yunyi darted across the vast expanse of the dragon's back, finally leaping to the top of its head, plunging the dragon hell sword down towards the dragon's enormous eye. Bang! The dragon's right eye erupted like a volcano, spewing forth scalding blood. Its massive body twisted in fury, letting out a deafening roar, a sound so powerful it threatened to topple the palace, with a violent swipe of its massive claws. The dragon sent Gu Yunyi hurtling away, his body, like a kite with severed strings, crashed heavily against the palace wall before collapsing limply to the ground. At this moment, the frenzied dragon ignored Gu Yunyi, pivoting to charge at Ji Ruxue. Terrified, Ji Ruxue's eyes widened, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. her legs seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Her gaze was filled with helplessness and confusion as she called out toward the direction from which the voice emanated. But how can he absorb the bloodline of the ancient deity in such a state? An aged voice responded slowly, "If that is the case, then you shall assist him in the absorption." Me. Ji Rushiwei was somewhat puzzled, her swollen eyes wide with disbelief. The ancient voice continued, "Indeed, it is the method of mutual cultivation." Ji Rushiwei was momentarily stunned, her heart brimming with shock. She never anticipated such an approach. For a moment, she was at a loss, standing frozen in place. However, in the next instant, Ji Rushiwei bit her lip. Her gaze gradually growing resolute, she looked at the unconscious Gu Yunyi and thought to herself, as long as she could save him, nothing else mattered. Seeing Ji Rushiwei in silence, the voice seemed to assume she was hesitating and suddenly remarked, "What are you still hesitating for? Your auras are similar. Have you not already engaged in mutual cultivation?" Ji Rushiwei, taken aback, asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" The voice, tinged with a hint of mirth, replied, "I cannot be deceived by the auras you both carry. I am the remnant will of an ancient divine clan. His body already bears your essence, and similarly, your body contains his." Ji Rushiwei was momentarily stunned, her mind racing to comprehend the implications of these words. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression changed as she began to search Gu Yunyi's body frantically. Her hands trembled, filled with urgency and anxiety. Soon, she felt something hard beneath her touch. Upon extracting it, she discovered it was the fateful jade pendant she had given to Yichin. Ji Rushiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with questions and shock. She distinctly recalled giving this pendant to Yichin. How could it be with him? Time was of the essence. Otherwise, this young man would truly perish. At that moment, the ancient deity urged her on. His voice laced with urgency. Ji Rushiwei gritted her teeth, forcing herself to push aside her thoughts, and resolutely removed Gu Yunyi's outer garments. Yet, what she encountered next would become indelibly etched in her memory. His chest was covered with bite marks of varying sizes, deep and shallow, crisscrossing in a disturbing manner. The shapes and positions of these bite marks were identical to those she had inflicted on Yichin. Ji Rushiwei's mind went blank, staring at those marks, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. How could this be? How could this happen? Her lips trembled as she murmured to herself, utterly bewildered by the situation. But in that moment, with Gu Yunyi's life hanging by a thread, she knew she had no time to ponder further. She must follow the ancient deity's instructions in hopes of saving him. Ji Rushiwei, biting her lip in embarrassment, her hands trembling, sought to continue undressing Gu Yunyi. Just then, her fingers brushed against something hard within the fabric of his clothing. Curiosity piqued, she reached in and pulled out a book of techniques. When her gaze fell upon the cover, she froze as if struck by lightning. The title boldly proclaimed Disguise Technique. Disguise Technique. Ji Rushiwei's eyes widened, repeatedly uttering the words, her voice trembling with shock. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, thoughts crashing like turbulent waves. Before her, Gu Yunyi gradually merged with the haunting figure from that unforgettable night. Details she had once overlooked surged forth, flooding her mind. The familiar aura, similar movements, and the myriad indescribable sensations now found their explanations. Ji Rushiwei's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, tears welling in her eyes. Her lips quivered, wanting to say something, but the enormity of her shock rendered her speechless. The ancient deity then teasingly remarked, "So it is, you young ones are indeed full of passion." Yet Ji Rushiwei appeared oblivious to the deity's words, her heart consumed by a tumult of complex and painful emotions. All along, she had believed that the person who had shared that intimate night with her was Yichin, pouring all her feelings and hopes into the wrong individual. Now, the harsh truth lay bare before her. It was Gu Yunyi, disguised. She felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating her breath. She was at a loss for how to confront this reality, how to face Gu Yunyi, and how to grapple with her own tumultuous emotions. Ji Rushiwei stood there, clutching the book of disguise techniques, silent tears cascading down, falling upon the cold ground. When she finally lifted her gaze, her eyes met Gu Yunyi's, devoid of anger or sorrow, unnervingly calm, as though she had become numb. Her movements were mechanical and slow, methodically removing his garments, as if her soul had departed. Ultimately, she seemed to persuade herself, her delicate fingers gently grasping her outer clothing, peeling it away piece by piece, her actions cold and indifferent. Chapter 35. The frenzied Guchen. Meanwhile, outside, chaos reigned. Ji Yuchin's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a feral beast unleashed. He swung the blade in his hand wildly, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Ji Yuchin, what are you doing? A middle-aged cultivator asked in terror. Guchen himself was unsure of the madness that had overtaken him, launching into a spree of violence without hesitation. Facing the panicked crowd, however, He merely let out a deranged laugh, his eyes scanning the onlookers with venomous resentment. You were all there mocking me when that bastard attacked me. Now that he is gone, I will demand your lives. His voice seemed to echo from the depths of the abyss, laced with an endless chill. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted in alarm. Gu Chen had come for revenge. Gu Chen, you can't do this. A middle-aged cultivator interjected hastily, but before the man could react, Gu Chen's figure blurred, and he appeared before him in an instant. Without waiting for a response, Gu Chen's blade ruthlessly slashed across the man's throat. Blood gushed forth as the middle-aged cultivator's eyes widened in horror, hands clutching his wound as he slowly collapsed. Gu Chen showed no signs of stopping. Like a specter, he weaved through the crowd, each strike accompanied by a scream and a spray of blood. People fled in all directions, their cries and wails blending into a cacophony. Yet none could escape Gu Chen's wrath. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare, blood staining the ground, severed limbs littering the area. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, inducing nausea, yet Gu Chen appeared entranced by the slaughter. Unable to extricate himself, his heart was consumed solely by unending hatred and the exhilaration of revenge. He sought to avenge himself, to cleanse his dishonor with the blood of all. Gu Chen, what are you doing? Seeing this horrific scene, Xia Chuqing stepped forward in shock to confront him. Her eyes were slightly red, traces of tears still visible, indicating she had recently been crying. Yet upon witnessing his descent into madness, Xia Chuqing did not hesitate to stand up. Xia Chuqing, hearing her voice, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He would never forget this woman. It was she who had set everything in motion. She had ruined him. His gaze was filled with venom and loathing as he fixed his stare on Xia Chuqing. Xia Chuqing, his former fiancée, had been taken by his father, forced into marriage with his wife, leaving him the laughingstock of the world. What infuriated him further was that Yunyi had also stolen his beloved Su Jinyu. That day, his dignity and love were annihilated. Xia Chuqing, you wretched woman. No one is left to support you now. Gu Chen's chest heaved violently, his entire being radiating fury, each word dripping with deep-seated resentment. Yunyi was already dead inside. He would never survive. Gu Chen roared madly, his face contorted like a demon gone insane. Xia Chuqing's complexion paled further. Perhaps she already knew the answer, yet a flicker of hope still sustained her. Her lips trembled as she looked steadfastly at Gu Chen, firmly retorting, "No, my husband will be fine." "Humph, you vile woman, even now you defend him." Gu Chen spat venomously, "He is already dead, and soon you will accompany him to hell." Xia Chuqing's tears streamed down once more. Her voice choked as she said, "Gu Chen, how can you be so malicious? He is your father. Does he deserve to be called my father?" Gu Chen roared, "You are truly delusional." Gu Chen sneered, "If he survives this, I will write my name backward. Gu Chen, if you dare lay a finger on her, I will kill you today." At that moment, a cold and detached voice suddenly rang out from above. Following that, a figure clad in red descended like a shooting star. Su Jinyu brandished a flaming sword, its blade engulfed in fierce flames, illuminating her icy expression. Her long hair danced in the wind, flowing like black silk. Her gaze piercing and sharp, akin to a razor's edge aimed directly at Gu Chen. Step by step, Su Jinyu approached Gu Chen, the flames on her sword flickering more intensely. Gu Chen, look at what you have wrought. Your misdeeds are already abundant. Su Jinyu's voice was frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. Even if my husband is not here today, your actions must come to an end. Upon seeing Su Jinyu's arrival, Xia Chuqing felt a surge of concern and quickly warned, "Sister, be careful." Su Jinyu nodded slightly, casting Xia Chuqing a reassuring glance. Upon the moment Gu Chen beheld Su Jinru, his heart was instantly thrown into disarray. His gaze fixated upon her, breath quickening. He fervently implored, "Jinru, come with me. Yunyi is dead. Now, there is no one to hinder our union." His urgency was palpable, his voice laced with longing as he instinctively reached out, as if to draw Su Jinru into his embrace. However, Su Jinru regarded him with palpable disdain, her eyes piercing like icy arrows directed at Gu Chen. "Gu Chen, relinquish this foolish notion that I shall remain here, awaiting the return of my husband." Her voice rang clear and resolute, akin to a needle driven deep into his heart. Gu Chen stood there, stunned, as though struck by a celestial bolt. "Ha ha 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 ha." He suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, a sound both haunting and despairing, sending chills down the spine. Why can you be with others, yet refuse to be with me?" He shouted hoarsely amidst his manic laughter. At that moment, a dark voice emanated from the bracelet on his wrist. Cold and furious, "Gu Chen, what are you hesitating for? If we merge as one, not merely a woman, the entire world shall be yours." The world, the entire world. The voice echoed with endless temptation in Gu Chen's mind. His eyes grew clouded with confusion. alternately glancing at Su Jinru and the bracelet upon his wrist, ensnared in a tumultuous inner conflict. Chapter 36. Fall into darkness. Su Jinru surveyed her surroundings. The fallen cultivators, some injured or lifeless at Gu Qin's hands, lay strewn across the ground, their blood staining the earth crimson. Gu Qin, look at what you have wrought. Even if you harbor grievances against us, why unleash your wrath upon the innocent? Su Jinru's eyes widened with fury, her voice trembling with rage, her fiery sword blazing with renewed intensity. At that moment, Gu Qin abruptly lifted his head, his eyes reddened as if they could bleed. A sinister black mist enveloped him, coiling around his form like serpents, exuding a chilling aura. Su Jinru was momentarily taken aback, stunned by this sudden transformation. Shock rippled through the onlookers, the air thick with silence. Until an elder cultivator, trembling with fear, gasped, "He's a demon cultivator." This exclamation shattered the stillness, and the crowd recoiled in terror, their faces pale with dread. The demon cultivator, a horror thought to have vanished for millennia, had returned. Whispers of fear spread among the people, some collapsing in weakness. The ominous black mist thickened, enveloping Gu Qin entirely, leaving only his blood-red eyes visible, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Xia Chuqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, "Gu Qin, how could this be? How have you become this way?" Su Jinru gripped her fiery sword tightly, her body tense as she shouted towards Gu Qin. "Gu Qin, you have fallen into the path of darkness. Demon cultivators are merciless, bringing calamity to the world. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Yet Gu Qin laughed maniacally, his voice brimming with madness and resolve. "Ha. I care not. I care for nothing. I shall seize what I desire." Su Jinru retorted vehemently, "Demon cultivators have wrought havoc upon the world. Countless innocents have perished at their hands. Do you wish to become a sinner for eternity?" Gu Qin, with bloodshot eyes, bellowed in rage. "A sinner for eternity? And what of it? I have endured enough injustice in this world. Each of you has bullied and belittled me, that I shall make you all pay." As he spoke, Gu Qin lost all semblance of control, his visage contorted into a monstrous form, emitting howls akin to a wild beast. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy radiated from him, darkening the skies, crashing towards Su Jinru like a tsunami. "Wretch, if you will not be with me, then perish. Today shall be your demise. Those who stand in my way shall die." Gu Qin's voice resonated with the terror of a hellish specter, sending shivers down spines. Observing the encroaching malevolence, Su Jinru gritted her teeth, inhaling deeply, and charged forward. The two clashed in an instant, flames attempting to pierce through the suffocating darkness, only to be swiftly consumed. In that singular exchange, Su Jinru was staggered by Gu Qin's newfound strength. Bolstered by the dark energy, she felt as though she had been struck by a mountain, her arms numbed, nearly losing her grip on her sword. "Humph, do you think you can impede me?" Gu Qin mocked, reveling in her disarray. He intensified his assault, intent on obliterating her. No. Su Jinru's heart screamed in desperation. She bore the agony coursing through her body and swung her sword forward once more. From a distance, Gu Qin stood silently upon the gnarled roots of a tree, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the fierce battle below. His right arm, though no longer bleeding, bore a ragged sleeve fluttering in the wind, rendering him a pitiful figure of a once mighty being. In that moment, his spirit felt extinguished. The weariness of his heart had rendered him numb, and within the depths of his eyes, only an endless hatred blazed fiercely. The voice of Shi Lao resonated with a profound weariness. "Little leaf, do not grieve. I shall aid in the restoration of your severed arm." Upon hearing this, Gu Qin's countenance softened slightly. His lips quivered as he replied in a parched voice, "Thank you." Shi Lao's tone grew grave. "I did not foresee Gu Qin entangling himself with the demon cultivators. Alas, this demon is draining his life force. The more power he utilizes, the shorter his life becomes." Shi Lao's voice was heavy with concern. Gu Qin, devoid of any visible emotion, acknowledged with a nod. The fate of Gu Qin held no significance for him. His gaze remained fixed upon Su Jinru, a glint of ferocity and madness flickering in his eyes. "Little leaf, heed my warning. I am a veteran of these matters. Demon cultivators are treacherous. Do not become entangled with them, lest the consequences be dire." Shi Lao cautioned again. "I realized this truth in my youth, which is why I ultimately severed my ties with the dark path. Yet, I was still ensnared by their conspiracy with the righteous alliance, leading to my near annihilation, reduced to a mere spirit." Shi Lao sighed deeply. Yi Chen scoffed coldly, "I understand, but I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged." His voice was frigid as winter, sharp as a biting wind. Shi Lao sighed once more, somewhat resigned. "A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold." If Yu Chen had once been an unafraid child, the loss of his arm had catalyzed his growth into maturity. Shi Lao paused before continuing, "Let us depart. While the divine secret vault remains open, we must hasten to the divine mirror. Perhaps great fortunes await you there. It is regrettable that we could not obtain the key from that girl. Otherwise, this would not be so troublesome. The thought of Ji Ruxue brought a fleeting hint of shame to Yi Qin's otherwise impassive face. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his expression returning to one of indifference. For the sake of avenging Gu Yunyi, all sacrifices were justifiable. He nodded stiffly, turning away with an air of detachment, his figure elongating in the twilight's glow. Chapter 37. Father. Meanwhile, at the ancient deity's inheritance point, Gu Yunyi groggily opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. It suddenly struck him that he was still entrenched in the trials of the fourth gate. Was it now the fifth gate? Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in a gentle radiance, devoid of the anticipated malevolent foes. What was happening? Gu Yunyi was baffled, realizing that his clothing lay open, damp as if he had just undergone a peculiar baptism. He felt a mix of confusion and concern, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself while slowly rising from the ground. Upon standing, he sensed an anomaly within his body, an unfamiliar yet potent force coursing through him. Gu Yunyi clenched his fists, attempting to throw a punch. The moment of impact. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his arm, causing the air around him to crackle with intensity. He was taken aback. Eyes wide, mouth agape in disbelief. Is this the fabled bloodline power? Gu Yunyi murmured in astonishment. Regaining his composure, he eagerly sought to understand the nature of his transformation, searching for Ji Ruxue, hoping she could provide answers. However, after scouring the entire space, he found no trace of her presence. Where could she have gone? Gu Yunyi's face was wrought with confusion, his gaze sweeping the area in search of any sign of Ji Ruxue. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated unexpectedly, echoing from all directions within the space. Do not search any longer. She has departed, allowing me to transport you out of the divine secret vault. Gu Yunyi, hearing the voice, inquired with curiosity, why has she left without so much as a word? A mysterious voice slowly intoned, young man, do not rush, allow me to recount the tale at my own pace. As the voice unfolded its narrative, the events began to unfurl in Gu Yunyi's mind like a delicate scroll. Upon hearing the conclusion, a bittersweet smile graced his face, imbued with an endless sense of sorrow and helplessness. Did she truly know everything? His voice emerged low and hoarse, as if all strength had been drained from him. The enigmatic voice replied, indeed, she departed in tears. She instructed me to convey that you should cease your search for her. She no longer wishes to see you. Gu Yunyi's body trembled slightly, his gaze suffused with despondency. He had not anticipated that the events of that fateful night would be uncovered, though a sense of helplessness washed over him. He recognized there was little he could do now. Yet, all things considered, he felt a deep gratitude towards Ji Ruxue. Gu Yunyi pondered silently, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. The very thought that Ji Ruxue, upon learning the truth, had refrained from taking her anger out on him, instead choosing to set aside past grievances and even aiding him in successfully absorbing the ancient god's bloodline, stirred a profound sense of guilt within him. He sighed heavily, muttering to himself, well, knowing is knowing. It has come to this. All I can do is look forward. I hope she does not hold it against me. At this juncture, the mysterious voice resumed. Child, congratulations on acquiring a fragment of the ancient god's bloodline. However, this is merely a fraction. To attain the complete lineage, you have a long journey ahead. The voice reverberated through the vast expanse, carrying with it a sense of antiquity and profundity. Gu Yunyi nodded slowly, his thoughts drifting to the outside world. Having vanished for so long, Xia Chuqing and Su Jinxiu must be deeply worried by now. What could they be enduring? I must hasten to their side. He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting his concern for them. Meanwhile, outside, a bloody battleground raged. Ji Yuchen resembled a rampaging demon, mercilessly slaughtering all in his path, his weapon carving deadly arcs that reaped the lives of those around him. Su Jinxiu let out a fierce cry as the blood of the phoenix within her surged to life, engulfing her in flames, transforming her into a phoenix reborn from the ashes, armed with a blazing sword. Each swing radiated searing heat as she endeavored to thwart Gu Qin's rampage. Yet, Gu Qin's power was overwhelming. Each strike was accompanied by a torrent of dark magic, crashing against Su Jinxiu like an unrelenting tide. Seeing Su Jinxiu in peril, Xia Chuqing charged forward without hesitation, joining the fray. Though she lacked the formidable phoenix bloodline and exceptional martial prowess of Su Jinxiu, her mysterious constitution unleashed considerable strength. However, her efforts seemed insignificant before Gu Qin's might, and she was soon forced to retreat under the barrage of his formidable attacks. Ji Yuchen grinned savagely, his eyes brimming with madness and murderous intent. You think you can stop me? What a fool's errand. His voice echoed like a hellish specter, sending chills down spines. As Su Jinxiu's flames flickered from her wounds, she gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood streaming down her face. Xia Chuqing fared no better. Her frail form was marred with injuries, yet her gaze remained resolute. They leaned on each other, eyes filled with despair. Faced with the overwhelming and frenzied Gu Chen, a profound sense of impotence enveloped them. Su Jinxiu, Xia Chuqing, you shall descend into the abyss, and keep that scoundrel company. Just as Gu Chen finished his derisive proclamation, his expression twisted with malice as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Su Jinxiu and Xia Chuqing. A brilliant white light suddenly flared above the altar, followed by a familiar voice, filled with rage, booming, Gu Chen, what are you doing? This voice thundered through the sky, reverberating in the ears of all present. It carried an overwhelming wrath and authority, causing Gu Chen's weapon to halt midair. He turned in terror, and upon recognizing the familiar silhouette atop the altar, he nearly collapsed in fright. Trembling, he stammered, Father, in chapter 38. Hit me. The dazzling white light revealed Gu Yunyi's figure, radiating a formidable aura, his eyes ablaze with fury. Gu Chen's face morphed into disbelief, his hand quivering around his weapon. Gu Yunyi, how is it possible that you are still alive? Hope ignited in Su Jinxiu's previously despondent eyes, a smile gracing her lips as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Xia Chuqing, seeing her husband unscathed, trembled with excitement. You're safe. The crowd erupted in astonished whispers. It is Gu Yunyi. He is still alive. What joy. We are saved. Gu Yunyi descended like a celestial being, his presence causing the very air to still. The immense pressure emanating from him compelled Gu Chen to involuntarily step back. Upon emerging from the radiant light, Gu Yunyi swiftly surveyed the grim surroundings, bloodied ground, terrified faces, and a chaotic battlefield. His gaze fell upon Su Jinxiu and Xia Chuqing, their battered forms and faint breaths igniting a cold fury within him. His expression hardened, jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. He turned, glaring fiercely at Gu Chen, roaring, Gu Chen, how dare you act with such impunity? His voice resonated like thunder, Su Jinru's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, her breath quickening as if her heart might leap from her throat. Gu Chen, increasingly arrogant, provocatively taunted, Old man, what are you up to? Are you so afraid of death? If you have the guts, come at me. His laughter was sharp and grating, brimming with boundless arrogance. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyi's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly replied, This is what you said. Gu Chen thought he had found a flaw, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he rejoiced inwardly. Ha! Watch me kill you. He channeled all his demonic power into the long sword in his hand and lunged fiercely at Gu Yunyi. However, at that critical moment, Gu Yunyi suddenly raised his right hand. In an instant, the ancient god's bloodline surged forth, unleashing a vast and overwhelming force from within him. With a swift motion of his hand, he struck down as if with the might of thunder. What? Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an oppressive force bearing down on him as if a mountain had fallen. An unstoppable tide crashing over him. He attempted to raise his sword to counter the assault, but found himself utterly insignificant and powerless before such strength. With a deafening bang, Gu Chen was sent flying like a cannonball, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 39. Death. At the moment, Gu Chen was forcefully propelled away by Gu Yunyi's strike, crashing to the ground. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Su Jinru's previously anxious expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she murmured, My husband's strength has increased so dramatically. Xia Chuqing wore a similarly astonished expression, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes reflecting delight. Gu Yunyi had grown even more formidable. Meanwhile, Gu Chen struggled to rise from the ground, his clothes tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at Gu Yunyi, his face was etched with shock, as though he had seen a ghost. How could it be? I still can't defeat my old man. Am I not a demon? What is happening? Gu Chen screamed in a frenzied rage. Demon Lord, didn't you say I could kill him? What is going on? His voice was shrill and piercing, filled with anger and fear, feeling utterly deceived. The Demon Lord's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of panic. Somehow, Gu Yunyi possesses such immense power. But do not fret. We still have a chance. Gu Chen's eyes flickered with despair, quickly replaced by a surge of madness. He charged at Gu Yunyi once more, shouting, Gu Yunyi, I'll take you down. Gu Yunyi regarded Gu Chen's reckless advance with a cold, expressionless demeanor. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the long Yuan sword reappeared beside him, its sharp hum resonating in the air. Holding the long Yuan sword, he calmly faced the oncoming Gu Chen. As their blades first clashed, Gu Yunyi exhibited an effortless composure, each sword strike perfectly timed to effortlessly deflect Gu Chen's frenzied assaults. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's desperation mounted with each exchange, his techniques growing increasingly chaotic. breaths coming in ragged gasps. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like rain. His heart was filled with fear and reluctance, desperately questioning the demon lord. What should I do? I am no match for him. The demon lord, with a sinister tone, replied, I possess a technique that, when employed, will significantly enhance your strength for a short duration. However, this technique comes at a terrible cost, burning your life force and drastically shortening your lifespan. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's face turned ashen, his heart filled with turmoil and hesitation. The price of this technique was far too steep. Burning his life meant trading his longevity for fleeting power. Yet the demon lord continued to tempt him. Consider the humiliation Yunyi has inflicted upon you, the fate he plans to impose if you utilize this technique. You can kill him and exact your revenge, finally reclaiming your honor. Will you let this opportunity slip away, living forever in his shadow? Gu Chun stared at the composed Yunyi, a fire of rage and hatred igniting within him once more. Finally, he gritted his teeth and resolved, if it means killing him, I am willing to pay any price. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and began to chant the incantation that as he spoke the words, eerie black light enveloped his body, and his aura became increasingly violent and unstable. Observing Gu Chen's abruptly surging momentum, Yunyi felt a jolt of alarm. He shouted, Gu Chen, by burning your life, you are merely aiding him. He seeks to possess your body. In that moment, Gu Chen was utterly deaf to his words. Surrounded by a frenzied, unnatural aura, his eyes bloodshot, he appeared to have succumbed to a state of complete madness. His skin, engorged with power, bulged with veins, presenting a terrifying visage that was as if he had transformed entirely. He rasped with a voice laden with obsession, as long as I can kill you, nothing else matters. Before his words had fully escaped, Gu Chen lunged forward like a wild beast, his strikes bereft of any form or strategy, fueled solely by the violent energy derived from burning his life. Each attack was imbued with potent force. Yunyi furrowed his brow, swiftly wielding the Long Yuan sword to parry Gu Chen's onslaught. Xia Chuqing, your stubbornness will lead to your own demise, Yunyi shouted. But Gu Chun remained oblivious, continuing his frenzied assault. His eyes were blood-red, a sinister smile twisting his lips, completely devoid of reason. It seems you are eager to meet your end. Yunyi inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. If that is the case, I shall bring this to an end myself. The Long Yuan sword in his hand suddenly erupted with blinding light, the air around the blade seeming to tear apart. Producing a shrill ringing sound. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Gu Chen in the next moment. Long Yuan, break. With the ancient god's bloodline surging through him, Yunyi shouted, Long Yuan sword, as the radiant blade thrust toward Gu Chen's back with blinding golden light. The sword's brilliance seemed poised to cleave heaven and earth asunder. Xia Chuqing sensed the lethal threat behind him and abruptly turned, his hands gathering violent energy in a desperate attempt to counter the strike. However, despite his strength, he had lost all semblance of order and could not hope to rival Yunyi. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar. Xia Chuqing's body was violently propelled away, crashing to the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His form trembled violently, the madness gradually fading from his face, replaced by a pallor of despair. His breath weakened rapidly, the terror in his eyes dissipating, giving way to confusion and anguish. What have I done? With great effort, Gu Chen lifted his head to gaze at Yunyi in the distance, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Yunyi slowly approached and looked down at him. Chinner, you have been misled by the demon lord, burning your own life, and now it is too late to turn back. Yunyi's voice carried a hint of complexity. In Gu Chen's final moments, Yunyi wished to fulfill his duty as a father. A flicker of fear crossed Gu Chen's eyes as he trembled, reaching out as if to grasp something, but ultimately, his hand fell limply. Father, I do not wish to die. His voice was faint, as if it might vanish at any moment. Yunyi paused for a moment, then knelt beside Gu Chen, gently patting his shoulder. Chinner, your life has reached its end, but I can accompany you on your final journey, sparing you further suffering. Father, thank you. Thank you. A glimmer of gratitude flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he nodded weakly, then slowly closed them. Yunyi took a deep breath, lightly swinging the Long Yuan sword. The blade flashed, and Gu Chen's breath ceased, his body lying still. Everything around them returned to tranquility, as if the fierce battle had never occurred. Everyone stood in silence. Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing rendered speechless. It is often said that even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Yet Yunyi had indeed slain his own son. Each person was taken aback, their breaths quickening. However, at that moment, a wisp of black smoke suddenly erupted from Gu Chen's lifeless body, attempting to flee like the wind. Yunyi swiftly turned to gaze at it, his cold, sharp eyes causing it to halt immediately. Yunyi regarded the wisp of black smoke, his voice icy as he spoke. Where do you think you are going? Demon Lord, Chapter 40, Possession by the Demon Lord? Yunyi's gaze turned frigid as frost, fixated on the black smoke as if he could freeze it with his stare. The onlookers, still reeling from the fierce confrontation, stared blankly at Yunyi, bewildered as to whom he was addressing. Moments later, their eyes finally followed his gaze to the wisp of black smoke. Upon being discovered, a chilling laughter emanated from the smoke, piercing and sharp, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Ha ha ha. Yunyi, do you think this is the end? The Demon Lord is not so easily vanquished. Today you are fortunate, but next time, you shall not be so lucky. The Demon Lord continued to mock. This world shall ultimately be under my control, and you are but an ant beneath my foot. The Demon Lord sneered again. I never expected you to be so ruthless. To personally slay your own son. You truly possess no emotions, more heartless than even I. A being of darkness. The tendril of black smoke writhed violently, as if it were venting the wrath and disdain of the Demon Lord. Yunyi gazed at it with an expression of calm, his eyes deep and resolute, reminiscent of an unfathomable icy pool. His visage was austere, akin to an emotionless stone statue. The wind stirred the edges of his garments, yet it could not sway the ironclad determination etched upon his face. What do you understand? Yunyi slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful. Xia Chuqing has willingly descended into depravity, colluding with you. A vile scoundrel, with no path of return. Though it pains me, I cannot allow him to continue wreaking havoc upon this world. His gaze pierced straight into that mass of black smoke, and he added, And you, cease your nonsensical ramblings. The Demon Lord emitted a chilling laugh. You little brat, do not be so arrogant. We shall meet again, and then you will surely be on your knees, begging me to spare you. Ha ha. With that, the black smoke surged violently. Attempting to escape, Yunyi bellowed. Did I permit you to flee? The terrifying power emanating from him erupted instantaneously, enveloping the surroundings with a formidable aura that sealed the space around them. Simultaneously, a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris, compelling everyone present to struggle for breath under the weight of such overwhelming force. The Demon Lord panicked, desperately darting left and right in an effort to break free from this confinement. But upon finishing his words, he placed a comforting hand on Su Jinru's shoulder and said, Jinru, the feelings Gu Chun harbored for you were never reciprocated, and that is not your fault. You need not feel uneasy about it. Su Jinru lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with tears, and replied, I simply feel that if I could have persuaded him to turn back at that time, perhaps this outcome would have been different. Yunyi gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and softly said, This is not something you could have influenced, so do not blame yourself any further. Xia Chuqing blinked and inquired, Husband, where did you go just now? I thought you'd. Yunyi's gaze flickered slightly as he replied ambiguously. The situation arose suddenly. Do not pry further. He was reluctant to elaborate on matters concerning the ancient divine realm. Not only due to his concerns about Ji Ruxue, but also fearing that the two women might harbor jealousy. He then furrowed his brow and asked, What of Yichen? Su Jinru shook her head gently, saying, He fled too swiftly. I could not pursue him. However, husband, I severed his right A or M.At this. She instinctively clenched her fist. Upon hearing this, Yunyi's face was filled with shock. Disbelief evident in his expression. Su Jinru had actually severed Yichen's hand? It was known that in the original narrative, Su Jinru and Yichen shared a bond that was difficult to sever. How could she have acted so ruthlessly? Thinking of this, Yunyi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He tightened his embrace around Su Jinru, as if wishing to meld her into himself. Jinru, thank you for going to such lengths for me. Yunyi's voice trembled with emotion. This was the first time he felt that Su Jinru had truly given her heart to him. Nestled in his arms, Su Jinru whispered, Husband, from this day forth, I am willing to do anything for you. Yunyi nodded, then recalled something, his expression turning serious as he instructed them, quickly take everyone away. Yichen must still be in the divine secret vault. I will find him first. The two women nodded, concern etched in their eyes, and urged in unison, Be careful. Yunyi's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he teased. Rest assured, my two lovely ladies, upon my return, do make sure to reward me well. With that, he turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic divine realm, Yichen suddenly yawned, his empty right sleeve swaying in the wind. His voice was hoarse as he remarked, Old Stone, for some reason, I have an ominous premonition. He swallowed hard, suspicion creeping in as he questioned, Is Yunyi truly dead? Old Stone assured him vehemently, Of course. With my intervention, he has no chance of survival, he then lamented. What a pity, I did not obtain a key from that princess. Otherwise, we would not be wasting time here. Yichin nodded, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of cracking the mystery, the entire divine realm suddenly trembled with a resounding crash. Yichin panicked, shouting, "What is happening?" Old Stone was equally incredulous, his voice trembling as he announced, "Someone has arrived with the key to the divine realm." Chapter 42. The ancient deity. Upon hearing Old Stone's words, Yichin was filled with shock, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. His eyes widened, thoughts racing. The key to the divine realm could only belong to Xia Chuqing, yet she had perished alongside Yunyi. Who, then, could possess the key? Yichin's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling involuntarily. Fear consuming him. He repeatedly told himself, "No, it cannot be Xia Chuqing. She is certainly dead. Could it be Yunyi? No, it cannot possibly be him." Yet, this self-assurance felt utterly feeble, just as Yichin spiraled into panic. A shocking scene unfolded before him. A flash of white light illuminated the space, dazzling to the point of blinding him. As the light gradually faded, he focused and discovered that it was Yunyi standing before him. Yunyi was equally taken aback. He had merely come to explore the divine realm with the key, and had never expected to encounter Yichin here. For a moment, the two locked eyes, and the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Yichin's lips trembled as he attempted to speak, but could not utter a word. How could Yunyi still be alive? Something is amiss. Old Stone was also befuddled, his heart sinking. Yunyi's expression shifted from surprise to composure, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Yunyi glanced at Yichin's empty right sleeve, a smirk of derision creeping onto his lips as he scoffed. "Yichin, what a coincidence. Just look at your pitiful state. It is truly both sad and amusing." Yichin, upon hearing these words, was instantly consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze as he yelled at Yunyi. "What have you done to Xia Chuqing?" Yunyi's expression darkened, turning icy as he retorted, "Yichin, do you still have the right to utter Xia Chuqing's name?" With every scathing remark from Yunyi, Yichin's face grew paler, his lips quivering as he struggled to respond. Panic and guilt clouded his gaze. "She cared for you so deeply, yet every action you took was a wound to her." Yunyi pressed on, his voice icy and relentless. Each word struck Yichin's heart like a dagger. Yichin swayed slightly, on the verge of collapse, murmuring, "No, it isn't like that." However, his voice was faint. Even he could scarcely believe it. Old Stone watched Yichin's disheveled state, anxiety gnawing at him. This once proud disciple was proving increasingly disappointing. He quickly interjected, "Yichin, do not let Yunyi's words cloud your judgment. Listen to me. The altar within this divine realm holds unfathomable power. If you can lure Yunyi to the center of the altar, I know how to activate it, and he will surely meet his end." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Yichin's previously panicked eyes. He steadied himself and followed Old Stone's instructions. As Yichin dashed away, Yunyi furrowed his brow and wasted no time in pursuit. The moment Yunyi stepped into the altar, the entire space trembled violently, producing a deafening roar. Above, the sky suddenly split open with purple fissures. Yunyi halted, cautiously surveying his surroundings. It was clear that Yichin's greatest trump card was Old Stone. Old Stone was well versed in numerous formations, posing a significant threat. Yichin stood at the altar's center, the formation beneath him radiating a dangerous glow, flickering ominously like a gaping maw. Yunyi, I failed to kill you last time. This time, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. Yichin's face contorted as he shouted hoarsely. As his words fell, the altar sprang to life. Once more, 9 demonic pillars slowly rose from the ground, each exuding a chilling aura. Sensing the escalating danger from the altar, Yunyi ceased hiding and unleashed his formidable presence. Yichin and Old Stone instantly recognized that this aura was extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to discover that the bloodline power within Yunyi was immensely potent. Though Yunyi bore the bloodline of an ancient deity, its scarcity rendered it relatively inconsequential. Old Stone maintained his composure, his eyes glinting with insight. Thankfully, his extensive experience allowed him to discern this bloodline. Yunyi's sudden possession of ancient divine blood indicated that he had encountered a serendipitous fortune in that mysterious space. This lad truly was fortunate, Old Stone mused, then glanced at the increasingly deranged Yichin, pondering whether all of his fortune had been siphoned away by Yunyi. Otherwise, how could one explain the incessant troubles that befell both master and disciple upon encountering Yunyi? Yichin was initially startled, but upon hearing Old Stone's words, he felt a surge of relief. At this moment, Old Stone's soul emerged from the ring, expanding into a colossal shadow. In response, the formation transformed into a massive crimson vortex. hurtling toward Gu Yunyi like a tornado. However, in the face of this ferocious crimson whirlpool, Gu Yunyi showed no sign of fear. His expression remained calm, even adorned with a faint smirk. He allowed the vortex to engulf him, offering no resistance. Gu Yunyi, perish. Yuchen's pupils sparkled with exhilaration. Just as Yuchen and Old Stone believed victory was assured, the golden patterns within Gu Yunyi surged violently, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the dark expanse. Do you know what an ancient deity is? Gu Yunyi's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the space. An astonishing spectacle ensued. The once tumultuous crimson vortex began to flow backward, furiously rushing into Gu Yunyi's being. With a series of explosive sounds, the 9 demonic pillars shattered, scattering into a myriad of fragments. Ding. Plundered Yuchen's fortune value 10,000. Ding. Plundered Yuchen's fortune value 10,000. The system's notifications echoed in Gu Yunyi's ears. As Yuchen was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this unfolding scene, he was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide as he trembled, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How can you still be alive?" Gu Yunyi approached Yuchen step by step, each footfall seemingly pressing upon Yuchen's precarious heart. An aura of boundless ancient divine pressure emanated from him, rendering Yuchen nearly breathless. Why, Yuchen? Do you truly believe that with such trivial techniques, you can contend with me? Gu Yunyi looked down upon Yuchen, his gaze brimming with disdain. At that moment, Yuchen's face had turned ashen. Why could he not bring himself to kill Gu Yunyi? The spectral form of Elder Shi also appeared unstable, wavering due to the backlash of the formation, as if on the verge of vanishing. Gu Yunyi, tell me, how is it that you can survive? Elder Shi uttered weakly. Observing their despondent expressions, Gu Yunyi let out a cold laugh, his voice reverberating like thunder. Because I am the ancient deity. Chapter 43. Yang Shui. Yuchen gazed at the inexorably advancing Gu Yunyi, fear flooding his eyes like a surging tide. He was truly terrified. Trembling uncontrollably, he spoke with a quavering voice. Elder Shi, what shall we do? Regardless of the deep-seated hatred he had previously harbored for Gu Yunyi, all that remained in his heart now was terror and dread. Elder Shi's face was equally tense as he urged. We are no match for Gu Yunyi now. Retreat is our best option. Little Leaf, do you see that coffin over there? That is the coffin of the god of burial. It can temporarily hold Gu Yunyi at bay. At that moment, Gu Yunyi suddenly made his move, his figure darting toward them like a phantom. Sensing the encroaching danger of death, Elder Shi screamed in terror, desperately shouting, Yuchen, quickly use your essence blood to awaken the coffin of the god of burial. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuchen forced out his essence blood, recognizing it as their final hope for survival. In an instant, the bronze coffin erupted from the earth, shrouded in billowing dust and an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Upon the coffin, myriad vengeful spirits clawed and writhed. The moment they appeared, the entire space became engulfed in a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Yuchen turned to flee, but Gu Yunyi coldly sneered. Swinging the long wand sword, its demonic patterns igniting with a blood-red radiance. Let me show you true power. He bellowed. In an instant, the sword's light transformed into a formidable 5-clawed golden dragon, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth. The golden dragon, bearing the might to obliterate worlds, charged directly through Elder Shi's spectral form, which was attempting to escape. Elder Shi's soul shattered instantaneously, emitting a cry of despair. Gu Yunyi, with the long yuan sword in hand, was enveloped in a halo of bloodlight. In that moment, he resembled a war god descended upon the earth, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Ding! Steal Yuchen's fortune value 10,000. Yuchen's flight faltered, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura that threatened to shatter his very being. Yet, the instinct for survival propelled him to sprint desperately forward. In a state of utter disarray, he fled like a lost dog, his breath rapid and erratic, his body swaying as he ran. His heart was filled with fear and despair, incessantly calling out in his mind, Elder Shi, please wake up, save me. However, Elder Shi was already severely weakened from Gu Yunyi's onslaught and could not respond to his pleas. Gu Yunyi's face was as cold as frost, his steps light yet swift, effortlessly closing the distance like a shadow. His gaze bore no trace of compassion, only a chilling intent to kill. Yuchen. It is time for you to exit this world, Gu Yunyi roared, launching a powerful kick that struck Yuchen's back with brutal force. Yuchen stumbled and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lying there, his face a mask of despair, he gazed up at Gu Yunyi, his lips trembling in fear. Gu Yunyi stood over Yuchen, looking down upon him with icy contempt. Yuchen, bid farewell to this world. With that, he raised the long yuan sword, its blade poised at Yuqin's throat. In that critical moment, the entire divine realm suddenly shifted. The temperature plummeted. A frigid aura spread throughout the air. Frosty petals began to cascade from above. Imbued with an endless chill, amidst this dazzling display of frost, an ice crystal jade hairpin shot forth like lightning, shattering the sword's aura. Gu Yunyi immediately turned to look. Then, through the icy mist, a silver-haired woman, barefoot, emerged with a graceful demeanor akin to a celestial being, radiating an air of chilling elegance. With each step she took, layers of ice crystals formed beneath her feet. Gazing at her, Gu Yunyi momentarily forgot to act. Captivated by the mysterious woman, as the mist cleared, the silver-haired woman became increasingly distinct. Her figure was graceful, her waist slender yet powerful, adorned in a flowing gown as white as snow that danced with the wind. Resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. Not only that, but her visage was exquisite, her skin pale as snow, and the slight upward tilt of her eyes imbued with a hint of allure and charm, qualities unique to a mature woman. Barefoot, she lightly touched the ground, her ankles adorned with delicate ice crystal bells that chimed melodiously. Upon seeing her, Yuqin's eyes ignited with the hope of survival. As if grasping a lifeline, he cried out hoarsely, "Sister, sister, please save me." The woman, witnessing Yuqin's pitiful state, particularly his severed right hand, felt a surge of compassion. She then turned her furious gaze upon Gu Yunyi, her voice laced with ire as she exclaimed, "You audacious Gu Yunyi, how dare you harm a friend of the Xiantian sect?" Her eyes were filled with contempt, as if Gu Yunyi were nothing more than a trivial insect in her eyes. Xiantian sect. Gu Yunyi furrowed his brow, thoughts racing through his mind, and in an instant, he recognized the woman's identity. So it was her, Yang Shui. In that novel, she was the second woman Yuqin fell in love with. Aside from Su Jinru, and also the source of his lifelong regret. Years ago, Yang Shui and Yuqin had crossed paths in the Wanling mountain range, where she found herself in peril, and Yuqin's timely intervention sparked mutual affection. Yet, as the leader of the Xiantian sect, her esteemed status created an insurmountable chasm between them due to Yuqin's humble origins. This disparity placed Yang Shui in a dilemma between her sect and her feelings for Yuqin. Despite this, she had repeatedly defied sect rules to aid him in secret. Yuqin, too, was torn between love and resentment, adoring her kindness while lamenting the cruel reality that kept them apart. As Gu Yunyi pondered this, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He had not anticipated encountering Yang Shui here. The Xiantian sect was the largest sect in the Yin kingdom, and as its leader, Yang Shui's power was not to be underestimated. She stood at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, on the cusp of entering the integration stage. However, in terms of combat prowess, Gu Yunyi felt little fear of Yang Shui. His true concern lay with the formidable figure behind her, the former sect leader, Yang Wushuang, an ancient entity of the integration stage. Thus, Gu Yunyi found himself in a predicament regarding Yang Shui. Should he injure her in a confrontation, he would incur the wrath of the entire Xiantian sect. Yang Shui, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, waved her right hand gently, and a gentle yet powerful wind surged forth, lifting Yuqin from the ground and swiftly drawing him to her side. Yuqin's face was streaked with tears, his body still trembling, his heart overwhelmed with gratitude and relief. Yang Shui gazed at him tenderly, reaching out to brush the dust from his face. Her voice as soft as a spring breeze. It's all right. With me here, no one can harm you. Observing this scene, Gu Yunyi suddenly had a thought, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Chapter 44. Call me Master. Yang Shui comfortingly patted Yuqin's shoulder, speaking softly, "Do not fear, I will seek justice for you." With that, she abruptly turned, her eyes ablaze with anger. How quickly this woman changed her demeanor. Gu Yunyi couldn't help but marvel. But the next moment, Yang Shui charged directly at him. Raising her hand, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coalesced in her palm. Watching the furious Yang Shui advance, Gu Yunyi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He observed Yang Shui's resolute expression, pondering why every woman seemed to love Yuqin so deeply. What charm did he possess that could inspire such unwavering devotion? Was this truly the privilege of a protagonist? The heavens were unjust, showering him with affection while he faced these ardent women who fought fiercely for him. Yet, despite his tumultuous feelings, Gu Yunyi's hands moved swiftly, raising his sword to meet Yang Shui's assault. As soon as she made her move, the spiritual energy around her erupted like a tumultuous tide. This was pure retaliation, with her hands in motion. Yang Shui's spiritual energy transformed into countless ice blades, pouring down upon Gu Yunyi like a torrential rain. Gu Yunyi, if you dare to harm Yuqin, I will ensure you know the meaning of regret. Yang Shui roared, her voice heavy with fury. The anger radiating from her made the spiritual energy she released feel frigid. When a woman was enraged, she could be as fearsome as a protective leopard. Gu Yunyi could not have agreed more with this sentiment. Yang Shui unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks, each one swift and powerful, leaving Gu Yunyi with no respite, where the ice blades passed. The very fabric of space seemed to freeze, faced with such a fierce onslaught. Gu Yunyi could not help but be astonished. Truly, as the leader of the Xintian sect, she was formidable. An ordinary person would likely struggle to withstand her might. However, in Gu Yunyi's eyes, Yang Shui's current strength was still insufficient. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to engage fully, opting instead to defend while shouting, "Sect leader Yang, could we clarify the situation before resorting to violence?" Upon hearing this, a look of utter disdain crossed Yang Shui's face. She snorted derisively, retorting, "You, Gu Yunyi, you do not possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. Before me, you are but a wretched being." Her tone was icily cold, imbued with disdain and contempt. That lofty demeanor made it seem as though Gu Yunyi was nothing more than a speck of dust in her eyes. "How dare you presume to make me listen to your explanations? Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your own insignificance." Yang Shui struck again, unleashing her spiritual power like a raging tempest aimed at Gu Yunyi, seemingly intent on utterly defeating him in one fell swoop. "Damn this woman. It seems I must teach her a proper lesson." Observing Yang Shui's domineering posture ignited a fire within Gu Yunyi's heart. He gritted his teeth, suddenly struck by a cunning thought that flickered in his eyes. As Yang Shui charged at him, Gu Yunyi feigned a misstep, swiftly closing the distance between them. "What a splendid opportunity. Prepare to meet your end." Yang Shui, consumed by excitement, failed to notice the impending danger. A cold smile crept across Gu Yunyi's face as his hand casually brushed against Yang Shui's waist, a wicked grin playing on his lips. In an instant, Yang Shui sensed his inappropriate gesture, her face flushing with a mix of shame and rage. "How dare this scoundrel to be so brazenly lewd towards me?" With a furious cry, she lunged at him once more, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce and relentless. Gu Yunyi, stoking the flames of her fury, found her spiritual energy surging like a wild beast, hell-bent on tearing him apart. Surprised by the intensity of her reaction, Gu Yunyi raised his voice in warning, "Yang Shui, if you approach me again, I shall not hold back." Yet Yang Shui, blinded by rage, spat venomous words. "You vile creature, how dare you lay your hands on me? I will have your life." Having lived a life of pristine purity, Yang Shui had never permitted herself to engage intimately with any man, not even with her revered master. In her mind, only Yi Chun was worthy of her touch. All others were beneath her. And now, this most despicable of men had dared to violate her. The injustice was unbearable. At that moment, Yang Shui's fury reached its zenith. Gu Yunyi, with a steely resolve, decided to escalate the situation further. With Yang Shui charging towards him, he seized the moment to lightly pat her ample backside. "Well, I must admit, it feels rather nice." Dodging her attack, he reflected on the sensation as Yang Shui transformed into a powder keg ready to explode. "You lecherous scoundrel, I shall end you." Upon hearing her enraged declaration, Gu Yunyi swiftly retreated to a distance of 10 meters, his expression frosty as he glared at Yang Shui, bellowing once more, "Do not approach." But Yang Shui was already ensnared by her fury. Disregarding his warning, summoning a blue-white spiritual sword, she charged at Gu Yunyi. "What a lunatic!" Gu Yunyi called out again, "If you take another step, be wary that I shall kill Yi Chen immediately." Yi Chen, at the mention of his name, Yang Shui's fury faltered, her gaze honing in on Gu Yunyi, who had a firm grip on Yi Chen. His eyes were shut tight, his complexion pale, he was unconscious. Alarmed, Yang Shui realized she had fallen into a trap, filled with regret for her impulsiveness, lamenting that she had not noticed Yi Chen's abduction sooner. "Release him at once," she roared, her voice laced with fury. Her gaze bore into Gu Yunyi, as if she wished to devour him whole. Yet, with Yi Chen in his clutches, she dared not act recklessly. Gu Yunyi smirked coldly, stating, "I would release him, but there is a condition." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. "What condition?" she inquired solemnly. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Yunyi's eyes as he smirked. "Call me master." Yang Shui's rage surged uncontrollably. "You shameless wretch! How can the head of the Gu family utter such disgraceful words?" Yet amidst her anger, she wrestled with uncertainty that on one side lay her dignity and pride, as the revered leader of the Xintian sect. She could not allow herself to bow to someone as lowly as Gu Yunyi, nor could she utter the humiliating title of master. Yet, on the other side, Yi Chen's life hung in the balance. "Gu Yunyi, you are utterly shameless." Yang Shui's voice trembled with indignation. Gu Yunyi, however, remained unfazed, reveling in the upper hand he held in this exchange. Clutching the unconscious Yichun, he chuckled lightly. There's no need for you to be so furious. Master Yang, we are merely conducting a transaction. If you wish to save face, then simply refrain from addressing me as such. His demeanor shifted, turning stern as he continued, Yang Shui, you have no choice. Comply, or prepare to collect Yichun's remains. His words. Yang Shui's hands clenched into fists that if possible, she would gladly strike Gu Yunyi dead. This cad was utterly despicable, yet the memories of her bond with Yichun loomed large. She could never stand by and watch him suffer. After much internal conflict, she seemed to arrive at a resolution, her eyes slowly opening, revealing a hint of resignation. I will agree, if you let Yichun go. I will comply. Delighted by her words, Gu Yunyi's amusement was palpable. Did she truly believe she could manipulate him so easily? He scoffed. You are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. Once, it was he who lacked the standing to negotiate. Now, it was she who found herself bereft of leverage. The overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within Yang Shui like a tidal wave, nearly drowning her spirit. Her body trembled slightly, an impulse to weep welling up inside her. In that moment, she would rather perish than face Gu Yunyi, the embodiment of her torment. Yet, for Yichun's safety, she steeled herself once more. Gritting her teeth, so be it. Is it not merely a word? She clenched her fists, forcing the two words from her lips. Master, her voice dripped with humiliation. Having uttered those words, Yang Shui immediately lifted her head. Her tone grave as she declared, now you must release him. Her expression was a storm of fury, her aura chillingly frigid. Yet Gu Yunyi merely chuckled mockingly, clearly enjoying her plight. Have you ever seen anyone calling their master while standing? Kneel before me. At his command, Yang Shui's face turned an ashen white. He seeks to drive me mad. But in that fleeting moment, her resolve hardened. For Yichun, slowly, she bent her knees, lowering herself before Gu Yunyi. Seeing Yang Shui kneel, Gu Yunyi relished her humiliation as she begrudgingly called out, Master. In that moment, a wave of indescribable satisfaction washed over him. How utterly delightful. This is the thrill of teasing the protagonist woman. Yang Shui, the proud leader of the Xiantian sect, never imagined she would kneel and address me as her master. Gu Yunyi's smile widened, having breached the last bastion of Yang Shui's defenses, causing her to crumble in that instant. You scoundrel! Yang Shui sprang to her feet, shouting at Gu Yunyi, release him at once. Observing her on the brink of eruption, Gu Yunyi honored his word, casually tossing Yichun aside as if he were refuse. Yang Shui acted swiftly, leaping forward to catch Yichun in her arms. Trembling, she anxiously assessed his condition. Upon confirming he was relatively unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, lifting her gaze again, her eyes blazed with fury. Gu Yunyi. Today I shall slay you here. Gu Yunyi, unperturbed, replied languidly. Women truly change their demeanor swiftly. One moment you call me master, the next you wish to kill me. Yang Shui's rage intensified, her cheeks flushing crimson. Gu Yunyi, you shameless wretch. I shall end you. My hatred cannot be quelled. It shall be either your demise or mine. Her voice, sharp with fury, radiated an intense murderous intent, as if she yearned to rend Gu Yunyi limb from limb. Yet Gu Yunyi remained unflustered, responding calmly, you may attempt to kill me, but only if you are willing to let him die. Yang Shui paused, glancing down at the unconscious Yichun in her embrace, and asked, what do you mean? Gu Yunyi replied coolly, have you not noticed that he has been unconscious for so long without waking? Realization struck Yang Shui, her heart sinking as she frantically examined Yichun's condition. This time, her scrutiny was meticulous. She used her spiritual energy to probe every inch of his skin and muscle. Moments later, her face drained of color as she anxiously exclaimed, what has happened to Yichun? Gu Yunyi chuckled lightly. He has been injured by my sword aura. His internal organs are in disarray, and he will not survive beyond half an hour. Horror washed over Yang Shui's face, and without hesitation, she channeled her own spiritual energy into Yichun, desperately trying to revive him. Yet her efforts bore no fruit. He remained unresponsive, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, his breath faint. How could this be happening? Why is this happening? Yang Shui's voice trembled with despair, tears welling in her eyes as her hands shook uncontrollably, panic flooding her heart. She had done everything she could. Why was it still like this? Yang Shui gazed at Yichun's increasingly grim visage, enveloped in despair. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she lifted her head abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Gu Yunyi, exclaiming, you must save him at once, or I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. Upon hearing her words, a smirk appeared on Gu Yunyi's face, and with disdain, he retorted. You truly are naive. Yi Chun is my enemy. Why would I rescue him? And with your strength, do you think you can kill me? Such delusions. In an instant, Yang Shui's countenance turned ashen. Xia Yunyi's words were all too reasonable, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. After a lengthy silence, her lips trembled as she choked out, What must I do for you to save him? Yunyi furrowed his brows and raised an eyebrow. His eyes brimming with amusement, Yang Shui could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Clenching her lips tightly, she humbly implored, Master, I beg of you, save him. Each word seemed to drain her of strength, leaving her utterly weakened. Though Yang Shui was engulfed in profound anguish, she believed that every ounce of humiliation she endured was worth it for Yi Chin's sake. Xia Yunyi, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he opened the system's marketplace. Following the day's events, he realized that he had irrevocably forged a vendetta with the Xiantian sect. The future was bound to be fraught with uncertainty. He needed to prepare contingencies. At that moment, Yang Shui, in her grief for Yi Chin, was in a state of disarray, making her an ideal pawn. Currently, Yi Chin was her leverage, making it the perfect time to exploit her. Xia Yunyi meticulously searched the marketplace, scanning various treasures in search of a tool to manipulate the hearts and minds of others. After previously striking Yi Chin, he had successfully plundered 70,000 fortune points from him, providing him with ample resources. Finally, his gaze settled upon a necklace. It was a mysterious necklace known as the enchantment chain, and he scrutinized its description. When worn, it appeared ordinary. However, upon uttering a spell, the wielder could unleash invisible forces to disrupt the wearer's mind, fostering a dependence on the controller and an ardent desire to please them. The price was precisely 70,000 points, which he could afford, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He clicked to purchase it without hesitation. In an instant, the enchantment chain materialized in his hand. He waved the necklace playfully before the tear-streaked Yang Shui and said, Wear this, and I shall save him. To Yang Shui, Yunyi's demeanor was nothing short of condescending. How could she be regarded with such disdain? A wave of anger surged within her. Yunyi's attitude was akin to a master addressing a mere pet, and she felt like that very pet. Furthermore, he dangled the necklace mockingly, his lips curling into a smirk. Yang Shui glared at Yunyi, feeling profoundly humiliated. To the world, she was the exalted leader of the Xiantian sect, never before subjected to such contempt. Her chest heaved violently, and her breaths quickened. Yunyi, you despicable scoundrel, she spat through clenched teeth. However, when her gaze fell upon the unconscious Yi Chun, her fury was swiftly eclipsed by despair. Should she save Yi Chun? What was she to do? Her heart was a battlefield of anguish. Ultimately, she reached a conclusion. For Yi Chin's survival, what was a little humiliation? It was merely a necklace, Yang Shui mused, dismissing it as Yunyi's wicked amusement, harboring no suspicion about its nature. After all, Yunyi's notoriety had spread throughout the Yin kingdom. He was a lecher who even married his own son's wife. A man beneath contempt. Presenting her with a necklace seemed a ploy to curry favor, though he had gravely misjudged her. She would never be fond of such a base individual. With a cold smile, she thought these thoughts, and her sense of humiliation began to dissipate. Yunyi, unfazed, merely smiled faintly before tossing the necklace toward her. Yang Shui extended her hand to catch it. She examined the necklace's exquisite craftsmanship, adorned with dazzling gemstones. Indeed, it was beautiful. Such a treasure might charm an ordinary woman, but it would not work on her. With a scoff, she placed it around her neck. The moment she donned the necklace, a subtle chill coursed through her neck, yet she paid it no mind, focused solely on urging Yunyi to save Yi Chin. I've put it on. Now hurry and save him, she declared, her pride returning. However, scarcely had the words left her mouth when her gaze began to grow hazy. What is happening? She wondered as she instinctively raised a hand to her forehead, feeling a dull ache. Her previously tense body gradually relaxed, and her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Yang Shui seemed to forget her prior anger and humiliation, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her eyes began to wander aimlessly when she looked back at Yunyi. The hatred and disgust that once filled her gaze had been replaced by a hint of submission. What is happening to me? She murmured, appearing somewhat dazed. Yet soon, she ceased to ponder the question, gazing at Yunyi with rapt attention, as if he were the sole being in her universe. Witnessing Yang Shui's entranced demeanor, Yunyi's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his heart swelling with joy. It worked, he thought. Yet, he feigned concern as he inquired, Yang Zhongshu, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Yang Shui swayed slightly, her gaze vacant. Feeling a heavy fog in her mind, she shook her head vigorously, replying, I don't know. Seeing this, Yunyi recognized that the necklace had taken effect. He swiftly moved to her side, extending a hand to steady her. The moment their bodies made contact, Yang Shui trembled as if electrified, but soon after, her body grew limp and she leaned against Yunyi's shoulder. The process was seamless, devoid of any resistance. Simultaneously, her hand slackened, causing the unconscious Yichin to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Yang Shui's gaze remained dazed, as if Yichin's plight were of no consequence to her. Embracing Yang Shui's warmth, Yunyi marveled inwardly at her alluring form cradled in his arms. He glanced down at the fallen Yichin, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, Yichin, I wonder how you would react upon witnessing this scene? He then lowered his gaze to the entranced Yang Shui, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her delicate figure. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, Yang Shui, do you love Yichin? Yes, she replied instinctively. Her expression still clouded. Yunyi's brow furrowed slightly before he swiftly recited an incantation. Grasping her delicate chin, he tilted her face upward, his voice darkening as he demanded, and what about me? As the incantation was uttered, Yang Shui's body quivered involuntarily. The mysterious force surged through the necklace, penetrating her mind. Her lips trembled, the light in her eyes flickering until, at last, she stammered, I love you. Yunyi's expression softened slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he inquired, who am I? Yang Shui's body trembled, her voice imbued with a hint of submission as she vacantly replied, Yunyi. Her gaze was hollow, as if her soul had vanished, merely responding mechanically to Yunyi's queries. With a smirk, he whispered, Yang Shui, since you love me, shouldn't you show me your 9 revolutions Xianbing technique? At this, he felt a surge of anticipation. The 9 revolutions Xianbing technique was Yang Shui's renowned martial art, derived from the enigmatic Bingpa Valley, which had fortuitously been acquired by Yang Wushuang and subsequently passed down to Yang Xu. It was a heavenly tier technique of immeasurable power, and Yunyi had long heard of its reputation. If he could obtain it today, it would undoubtedly be a colossal gain. Upon hearing the phrase 9 revolutions Xianbing technique, Yang Shui's body visibly stiffened. It seemed to trigger some taboo within her, causing her eyes to flicker between light and dark, her face contorting in pain and conflict, clearly embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Yang Shui's voice quivered. Yunyi, growing impatient, silenced her with a kiss. This sudden act rendered Yang Shui's mind blank, akin to a sluggish computer suddenly upgraded with a powerful graphics card. She stood frozen, utterly devoid of thought. Yunyi leaned in closer, whispering, give it to me. Under the influence of this maneuver, Yang Shui relinquished her ability to think independently. Without a word, she opened her storage ring, trembling as she produced a tome of icy blue hue. The manual emanated a subtle chill, unmistakably extraordinary. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Yunyi's face. The heavenly tier technique was within his grasp. Yunyi's face radiated with joy. Today had been remarkably fruitful for him. Not only had he acquired a celestial-level cultivation technique without cost, but he had also gained control over Yang Shui. The identity of the sect leader of the Xiantian sect held immense significance for him, especially when he would eventually confront Yang Wushuang. Yang Shui might prove to be an unexpectedly valuable asset. As Yunyi pondered his future, he suddenly noticed that Yang Shui, nestled in his arms, was trembling. Alarmed, he leaned closer and saw her fists clenched tightly. Her jaw set, as if she were enduring immense torment. The surge of concern gripped Yunyi's heart. He initially feared that the enchantment's mental backlash was afflicting her, just as he was about to release her from its grasp. He heard her gritting her teeth, issuing a fierce growl. Yunyi, you shall not control me. Her voice, reminiscent of a wild beast, startled him. Then he noticed the enchantment chain around her neck pulsating with a dangerous red glow. Yang Shui was resisting the mental control of the enchantment with her own will. Yunyi was taken aback. In the novels, Yang Shui had always been depicted as the gentle older sister, and he never anticipated her will to be so resolute. Yunyi, perish. At that moment, Yang Shui suddenly opened her eyes, which glowed a blood red, as if they could bleed, and emitted a hoarse roar. Clearly, the backlash from her struggle against the mental control was overwhelming. Yet she could not afford to heed it now. Before Yunyi could fully comprehend this abrupt change or utter a word, Yang Shui summoned all her strength, channeling her entire spiritual energy to unleash the 9 turns profound ice technique. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the vicinity. As if the very air had been frozen, Yunyi had not anticipated such an event. At this proximity, there was no time for him to escape. In a moment of desperation, he kicked Yang Shui away with force, striving to create some distance for himself. Without a second thought, he seized the unconscious Yi Chen from the ground and positioned him in front of himself as a shield. At that moment, Yang Shui's expression was one of fierce determination. Her spiritual energy surged wildly as she unleashed the 9 turns profound ice technique without regard for anything else, even if it meant her demise. She was determined to drag Gu Yunyi down with her. The icy blue light shimmered in her hands, and the frigid air spread around her, causing the temperature to plummet sharply. However, upon seeing Gu Yunyi place Yi Chen in front of him, her countenance shifted drastically, her previously murderous gaze replaced with terror and chaos. No. Yang Shui screamed in anguish, hastily retracting her attack. She had been prepared to perish alongside him, but this unforeseen variable had emerged. Yi Chen. In her heart, she could not allow anything to happen to Yi Chen, even at the cost of her own life. In that instant, her mind went blank, and she instinctively withdrew the released spiritual energy. Yet, such a powerful technique could not simply be retracted. The backlash struck her violently, and she coughed up blood, her body reeling as if struck hard. The crimson fluid stained her garments, and her form swayed precariously, her complexion turning as pale as paper. Soon after, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the ground like a wilting flower. Is it over? Gu Yunyi waited for a moment. Upon hearing no sounds around him, he felt perplexed. Peering around Yi Chen, he caught sight of Yang Shui lying on the ground, precariously close to unconsciousness. It was evident to him that she had suffered from the backlash of the 9 turns profound ice technique. This technique was a genuine celestial-level skill, incredibly potent. Yang Shui had once wielded it to vanquish numerous foes, ascending to the position of sect leader. The sheer ferocity of the 9 turns profound ice technique made it impossible to interrupt once unleashed. What a reckless act! Gu Yunyi's first thought was that she had risked her life to avoid harming Yi Chen. Realizing this, he glanced at Yi Chen, who lay limp like a dead dog, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why did all good women gravitate toward him? Gu Yunyi tossed Yi Chen aside, then hurried over to gently lift Yang Xu. He cradled her in his lap and felt her pulse. His brow furrowed deeply. Her internal energy was in disarray, the once orderly flow of spiritual power now rampaging like a wild horse. The backlash continued to wreak havoc within her, exacerbating her perilous condition. What a madwoman! Gu Yunyi cursed internally, then immediately inquired within his mind, System, is there still hope for Yang Shui? Having already spent 70,000 fortune points on the enchantment chain, which could only bind one individual, he realized that if Yang Shui were to perish, he would gain nothing. Thus, he genuinely hoped for her survival. Some brothers, some. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a hearty laugh. I have a total of 9 miraculous elixirs like this one. Each a remarkable bargain. Stop stalling. How much for the cheapest? Gu Yunyi demanded immediately. The system's voice responded, 20,000 fortune points. No bargaining. 20,000? How exorbitantly priced. In the past, he would have scoffed at such a sum. Yet now, devoid of any wealth, 2,000 fortune points felt like a staggering amount. Glancing down at the unconscious Yang Shui in his arms, his thoughts became tangled. 20,000 fortune points, did Tio save her or not? As he gazed upon Yang Shui's delicate face, now those who truly understand the nuances of life would discern that Yang Shui lies unconscious on the ground, yet her posture exudes the grace and allure of a young matron. Her slender waist, delicate and barely graspable, is complemented by long legs that display an exquisite contour, firm and elastic, radiating an enchanting charm even in her state of unconsciousness. Her rounded hips rise slightly, sculpting an enticing curve, while her bosom gently rises and falls with faint breaths, full yet perky. A cascade of lustrous black hair sprawls carelessly around her, adding an extra layer of poignant beauty to her demeanor. It can be said that she is a vision of elegance from every angle, presenting diverse forms and heights, and no matter the perspective, Gu Yunyi finds himself compelled to save her. He notices that Yang Shui's figure bears a striking resemblance to that of his high school English teacher, both equally captivating and alluring. What a remarkable sight! With this thought, Gu Yunyi glances over at Yi Chen in the distance, whose face resembles that of a swollen pig, and quietly remarks, Yi Chen, allow me to test the waters for you. He then approaches Yang Shui, gently aiding her into a seated position while he sits behind her, supporting her snow-white shoulders with both hands to prevent her from toppling over. Gu Yunyi cannot help but marvel at how soft Yang Shui's body feels, imbued with a faint, alluring fragrance. However, he does not linger on these thoughts. Instead, he administers the pill to Yang Shui and opens the book on Tue Na, following its instructions to unblock her meridians. Gu Yunyi possesses a sense of propriety and does not take advantage of the situation to disrobe Yang Shui for a massage, for he is well-versed in the intricacies of human joints and meridians. Even with his eyes closed, taking a deep breath, he closes the book on Tue Na and extends his hands. As his palms make contact with Yang Shui's skin, her body quivers slightly, as if instinctively reacting to the foreign touch. Gu Yunyi's gaze sharpens, glimmering with golden light. According to the Tue Na technique, he must simultaneously unblock Yang Shui's meridians while channeling his own energy, constantly attuned to the shifts in her body. Given the prolonged duration of her affliction, Yang Shui's physical condition has become grave, compelling Gu Yunyi to dedicate himself to unblocking the trapped energy without pause. As he applies increasing pressure, Yang Shui's brows knit tightly, her breathing quickening, seemingly enduring some form of torment. Humph, Gu Yunyi's hands glide along her meridians, and Yang Shui's body begins to writhe involuntarily, soft whimpers escaping her lips. Her skin, stirred by the flow of energy, gradually flushes with a delicate hue, spreading from her cheeks to her neck and collarbone, rendering her exceptionally enticing. Each time Gu Yunyi's fingers press upon a critical acupoint, Yang Shui cannot help but emit a soft moan, her body tensing as her fingers unconsciously clutch her alabaster thigh. Yet amidst this pain, her erratic breath seemed to gradually stabilize, focused intently on massaging Yang Shui. Gu Yunyi finds himself drenched in sweat. Although his body is not fatigued, the intense concentration required is a tremendous test of will, draining his mental energy, just as he resolves to expel the chaotic energy with fervor. He suddenly notices a peculiar red glow flickering upon Yang Shui's lower abdomen. This red light resists the energy he is attempting to input, severely hindering his efforts. What in the world? Gu Yunyi is taken aback and immediately employs his spiritual sense to investigate. Discovering that the red glow emanates from a mysterious demonic sigil, winding around her lower abdomen, precisely in a rather private area beneath her navel, his eyes widen in shock. No way, does Yang Shui possess a succubus seal? Given the sensitivity of that location, Gu Yunyi instinctively thinks of the succubus. How could a sect leader like Yang Shui be ensnared by a succubus? Gu Yunyi feels as if he has stumbled upon something momentous. Without hesitation, he channels his spiritual power in an attempt to break the sigil. Under the impact of Gu Yunyi's energy, the flickering red light intensifies, just as he is on the verge of shattering the sigil. An enraged voice resonates in his mind. Who are you to dare disrupt the primal restriction I placed upon Shui? The voice reverberates like thunder, causing Gu Yunyi's head to thrum. Alarmed, he realizes that the speaker is evidently of a higher realm than himself. He tries to locate the source of the voice, but it eludes him, as if it originates from the very void. In that moment, a realization strikes him. Yang Wushuang. It must be that old pervert. He never imagined that such a venerable figure of the Xiantian sect would impose a primal restriction on his female disciple. Gu Yunyi is astounded, yet the furious voice returns. Tell me, what have you done to Shui? Who are you? Gu Yunyi discerns a palpable menace in the tone, and in a flash, he formulates a retort. With a sardonic smile, he replies, You old coot, I'll inform you that this person has already been claimed by Yichen. Chapter 49. Yang Shui's agony. Yang Wushuang may not have anticipated Gu Yunyi's audacity. He falters for a moment, then erupts in rage-laced laughter. Yi Chun, is it? I have heard Shui mention you. What have you done to her? Keep your voice down. She's asleep. Ji Yunyi glances to the side, a faint smile playing at his lips. Yang Wushuang's voice drips with venom as he replies, Very well, you've piqued my interest. Let me warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on her, I will ensure you suffer unspeakable torment. That certainly serves as a reminder. Ji Yunyi chuckles, placing his left hand upon Yang Shui's flat abdomen, caressing gently before squeezing firmly. Old man, care to guess where my hand is now? He clicks his tongue in feigned admiration, adding, I must say, your disciple has exceptionally well-maintained skin. It is both fair and tender. The surrounding space begins to tremble violently, and Yang Wushuang's enraged voice pierces through. Remove your hand at once. Do not touch my Shui. Unabashedly, Gu Yunyi retorts with a cold laugh. Your Shui? Tell me, does this resemble a normal master-disciple relationship? If I'm not mistaken, you established this primal restriction when she was very young. Didn't you? I never would have guessed you were such a pervert. Not even a child was spared from your grasp. You know nothing. Young Wushuang bellows, Shuej is my greatest love. The restriction I placed was to protect her. Oh, since you love her so, does she know? Or when she learns that her seemingly virtuous master covets her primal yin, what will her thoughts be? Yunyi remarks, his tone dripping with sarcasm. In his world, Yang Wushuang's actions would be deemed as heinous. Shut your mouth. Yang Wushuang's voice nearly roars, filled with fury. To Shuer is my cherished possession, my treasure in this world. No one but me shall ever touch her. I placed the primal yin restriction to ensure her eternal purity, belonging solely to me. My love for Shuer is beyond comprehension, unmatched by any. Should anyone dare to harm her, I will ensure they suffer eternal damnation. The voice grows increasingly frenzied, filled with an irrational obsession, insisting that every smile, every inch of her skin, every breath, belongs solely to him. Yet, after a moment, he suddenly regains his composure, laughing maniacally. So, all this while, you've only been trying to provoke me. Yi Chun, I warn you to stay away from Shuer, that if you dare to touch her, I will ensure you suffer unspeakable consequences. Yang Wushuang's voice is laced with murderous intent. I happen to be Yang Shue's most beloved man. If you kill me, she will not let you go. Yunyi responds, feigning some apprehension. Most beloved man? Huh? Yang Wushuang bursts into laughter, pride evident in his tone. That I raised Yang Shuai from childhood. We are like family. I am the man she loves most. As for killing you, what a joke. She would never believe her master is a murderer. Oh, I see. Yunyi's expression shifts, a smirk creeping onto his face. Yang Shuai. Did you hear that? Yang Wushuang is momentarily at a loss, stammering, What Yang Shuai? Who are you talking to? Yang Shuai, your beloved disciple, is right before me, and by the way, she heard everything we just discussed. In the ethereal realm, Yunyi gazes at the pained expression on Yang Shuai's face, chuckling softly that yes, it turns out, the moment he broke the primal yin restriction, Yang Shuai had already awakened, though she was too stunned to speak. Shocked to discover that such a restriction had been placed upon her. Upon hearing Yunyi and Yang Wushuang's exchange, she fell into a profound silence. Shuer, you. Yang Wushuang is rendered utterly speechless, lost for words. Master, we are clearly master and disciple. Why do you think this way? Why? Yang Shuai's eyes well up with tears, her voice choked with emotion, expressing a heart-wrenching pain. Imagine the horror of realizing that the esteemed master, whom she regarded as a father figure, had been harboring such sinister desires and had placed a primal yin restriction upon her. This is a reality that no one could accept. Shuer, you must listen to my explanation. Things are not as you perceive. Yang Wushuang spoke in a state of panic. What more is there to explain? Master loves you, merely in a misguided way. You must trust Master. Yunyi, listening to his frantic voice, let out a cold laugh. Now you realize your errors? It's too late. Yang Shuai shook her head in anguish, saying, There is no need for explanations. I have heard it all. In truth, I should have suspected long ago why my personal garments always vanished, only to reappear in your abode. I initially thought they belonged to other female disciples, believing it to be mere coincidence, but I never expected it to be at this point. Yang Shuai could no longer contain her emotions and broke down in tears. Hearing her desperate cries, Yang Wushuang was utterly enraged, roaring like a beast. Yes, I stole your personal garments. So what? Each piece of clothing, every artifact, was given to you by me, and even your very life was saved and nurtured by me. What right do you have to criticize me? Everything you possess is mine. Yang Wushuang, you are utterly disgusting. Just wait. I, Yi Chun, will never rest until I confront you. Yunyi scolded him fiercely, then waved his right hand, a powerful force immediately tearing apart the restraints on Yang Shuai. Yang Wushuang's furious voice faded into silence. The surroundings fell eerily quiet, leaving only Yang Shuai's faint sobs. She wept sorrowfully, her body trembling slightly, appearing quite pitiable. Yunyi sighed, gently patting her shoulder. Don't cry too deeply. Yang Wushuang is not a good person. It's better to see through him sooner rather than later. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Shuai suddenly lifted her head, her eyes red and cold as she gazed at him. Could you please remove your left hand first? Following her icy stare, Yunyi's left hand was still resting on her flat abdomen. My apologies. I forgot. He chuckled awkwardly, quickly retracting his hand. Yang Shuai ceased her tears. She was inherently a strong woman, or else she would never have ascended to the position of sect leader. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and said, "Thank you for today." Yang Shui understood that it was he who saved her and revealed Yang Wushuang's secret. Otherwise, she might have remained oblivious. Jiu Yui was about to speak when Yang Shui's voice turned cold once more. "However, I will not forgive you regarding Yichun. Let this matter slide for now. But we shall settle accounts in the future. Is this how you repay a life-saving benefactor?" Gu Yui retorted, his eyes widening. "Why Yichun saved me first, then you. One must respect the order of events." Yang Shui replied calmly, then stood up from the ground. However, appearing to lack sufficient vitality, she swayed slightly, nearly toppling over. Chapter 50. The disobedient little Yang Shui. Seeing this, Gu Yui hurriedly stood up to support her. A glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Where do you intend to go? You haven't recovered yet. That I must return to the sect." Yang Shui took a deep breath. "He is right. He raised me. My life belongs to him. I will return to repay this life, and then I shall owe him nothing." Observing Yang Shui's calm demeanor, Gu Yui felt a tempest brewing within him. "Are you truly going back to die before him?" Yang Shui shot him a glare, then broke free from his grip, stating, "Moreover, you just invoked Yichun's name. I know Yang Wushuang's character. He will not let him go. If I do not return, Yichun will surely be in danger." Jiu Yui, baffled, protested, "At this point, you still care for his well-being? What about your own? I have stated it. My life belongs to him. My body will not be sullied by him. I will simply return my life to him," Yang Shui said, her tone steady yet imbued with conviction. "Mad woman." Gu Yui's conviction that Yang Shui was indeed insane intensified. "She was utterly stubborn. Do you not realize that returning will only worsen matters? Do you think he will simply allow you to die?" Gu Yui could not help but interject upon hearing this. Yang Shui's eyes widened in disdain as she took a couple of steps back, speaking with evident aversion. "Then you are even more repulsive than he." Yang Shui continued, "I trust Yang Wushuang's character. As long as I am resolute in seeking death, he will not hinder me, and he will merely acquiesce to my wishes." Jiu Yui. Gu Yui looked at her in confusion, wondering if she might be a fool. "Even after all this, you still trust him?" "No, you cannot go." Gu Yui firmly grasped Yang Shui's hand. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Yang Shui trembled slightly, attempting to break free. "What I do is none of your concern." "Once a master, always a master," Gu Yui stated earnestly. "Though I, Gu Yui, may not be a good person, I am certainly not a villain. I cannot stand by and watch a woman walk to her death." "What I do is none of your business," Yang Shui retorted angrily. With that, she forcefully shook off his hand and turned to stride away. I truly must restrain you." Gu Yui gazed at her retreating figure, quietly chanting an incantation. In an instant, Yang Shui's body trembled uncontrollably and her steps halted. Yang Shui looked down at the necklace around her neck, glowing with a strange light, and before losing consciousness, she cursed. "Gu Yui, you are controlling me again. I have no choice. You are too obstinate." Gu Yui shrugged, then beckoned her to come closer. Yang Shui obediently turned around, her eyes filled with affection as if she were a girl in love. Gleefully running to embrace his shoulder, sweetly calling out, "Master." Gu Yui looked down in surprise at this scene, understanding the effects of the enchanting spell. The deeper the feelings the other harbored, the stronger the control. Initially, Yang Shui had harbored hatred, devoid of any affection, which allowed her to break free from his control. Now, with such effortless domination, it seemed Yang Shui's attitude towards him had indeed shifted with this thought. He smiled, but then recalled her earlier disdainful demeanor and viciously pinched her cheek, sternly asking, "Will you still disobey your master? Dare you speak back to me again?" Yang Shui, her face pinched, was momentarily stunned before resolutely rising on her toes. Wrapping her arms around his waist and kissing him, Jiu Yui's eyes widened in shock. He never expected her to be so bold. In the next moment, he felt his jaw pried open. A soft, rosy tongue slipped in, sweet and enticing. Jiu Yui was utterly astonished. She was quite adept at this. After the kiss, Yang Shui blushed, smiling brightly as she said, "Shui simply enjoys bantering with her master." Seeing her tilt her head and smile sweetly, Gu Yui couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, it seems that's the kind of banter you mean. Very well. Let us practice that. Come, I shall take you home." Gu Yui took Yang Shui's hand, leading her outside. He had lingered in the divine secret vault long enough. It was time to return. Furthermore, the next system sign-in mission awaited him deep within the Imperial Palace's Dragon Vang. which required careful planning. As they passed by the unconscious Yi Chun, Yang Shui suddenly stopped, grasping Gu Yui's arm, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity as she inquired, "Master, who is this person? I feel as though I know him." Gu Yui glanced at Yi Chun, then ruffled Yang Shui's hair, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing, just an inconsequential individual." With that, he pulled Yang Shui along. As they continued to leave, he had changed his mind. For the time being, he would not kill Yi Chun. First, he had yet to extract sufficient luck from him. Second, Gu Yui still needed him to help divert Yang Wushuang's wrath. In summary, Yi Chun still held value that had yet to be fully exploited. Oh, Yang Shui's lovely eyes flickered, and without further thought, she nodded, following him out as Gu Yui and Yang Shui departed. Silence enveloped the divine realm. Yi Chun had no awareness of how long he had been unconscious. When he finally opened his eyes groggily, he felt dizzy. Suddenly, intense pain surged through his body, causing him to wince and gasp. His insides felt as though they were in turmoil. The agony, overwhelming. It hurt. It hurt immensely. Yi Chun propped his only remaining hand against the ground, struggling to rise. Upon noticing he was alone, he hastily called out, "Old Shi, are you still there?" Yi Chun recalled being mercilessly pummeled by Gu Yui, which had caused him to lose consciousness, and he had forgotten what had transpired afterward. As for Yang Shui, he wondered where she had gone. A sense of worry crept into his heart for Yang Shui, clearly unaware that she had been abducted. Just as Yi Chun was about to stand unsteadily, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from outside. Yi Chun turned his head to see the space before him being violently torn apart, and a figure emerged from within. The person had flowing long hair and donned a white robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Yet their face was grotesquely twisted, appearing fierce and terrifying. Who is Yi Chun? Yang Wushuang's fury was nearly uncontrollable. He had traveled thousands of miles based on the last fading aura of the restraints within Yang Shui. "I swear I will find Yi Chun. Looking for me?" Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening his mouth to respond. But before he could utter a single word, Yang Wushuang's body suddenly surged forward, his right fist descending like a golden meteor. Bang! Yi Chun had no time to react, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. In agony, he curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen with his left hand, his mind consumed by one desperate thought. Who the hell is this? Chapter 51. Why don't you ask? Yet, Yang Wushuang showed no regard for Yi Chun's life, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Yuda, what are you doing?" As Yi Chun gazed at the approaching Yang Wushuang with a sinister grin, his face paled in fear, his voice trembling. "Weren't you quite arrogant before?" Yang Wushuang roared in anger, delivering a heavy punch to Yi Chun's face, sending him rolling like a cannonball, crashing down once more. The pain, an unprecedented agony. Yang Wushuang's punch nearly dislocated the bones in Yi Chun's face, causing him to whimper on the ground, desperately calling out for Old Shi. "Old Shi, please wake up. I'm about to be beaten to death." Yi Chun's heart screamed, but Old Shi remained in a state of unconsciousness, uttering not a single word. Meanwhile, Yang Wushuang approached with an even more malevolent grin. Yi Chun had no idea how he had provoked this old man, whose terrifying power was matched only by the malevolence in his eyes. As if he wished to flay him alive, relying on others was no match for relying on oneself. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, channeling the dwindling spiritual energy within him into his left hand, roaring as he charged at Yang Wushuang, "That I will kill you." Yi Chun's furious voice echoed. Yet, Yang Wushuang remained unhurried, sneering disdainfully, "With such feeble strength, where do you find the audacity to provoke me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Chun felt the space around him completely sealed off. His movements suddenly slowed to a crawl. In shock, he watched as Yang Wushuang made his move. With a mere flick of his finger, a beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, hurtling towards Yi Chun at an incredible speed. Yi Chun had no time to react, and was sent flying once more, the impact turning his insides upside down as he collapsed on the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth. Strong, too strong. Yi Chun's will to resist evaporated entirely. Seeing Yang Wushuang approach him again sent chills down his spine, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, is there a misunderstanding between us?" "Misunderstanding? Are you not Yi Chun?" Yang Wushuang retorted coldly. "Yes, I am Yi Chun." But Yi Chun began, his expression filled with grievance, yet before he could finish, Yang Wushuang appeared before him in the blink of an eye. slapping him across the face. Then there is no misunderstanding. Slap. The sound of the heavy slap resonated, dislocating Yi Chen's jaw and rendering him unable to cry out in pain. Speak. Yang Wushuang delivered another punch with ferocious intent. Seemingly wishing to vent all the anger he had accumulated from his previous encounter with Gu Yui. Yi Chen writhed in agony, but Yang Wushuang struck him in the abdomen once more. Will you speak? Yang Wushuang's furious roar threatened to rupture Yi Chen's eardrums. This time, Yi Chen was knocked to the ground, nearly crying as he said, "Why don't you ask? How can I answer if you don't ask?" Yi Chen was truly on the verge of despair. This man had assaulted him from the outset, all the while demanding answers without even asking the questions. Fine, then I will ask you. Yang Wushuang grasped Yi Chen's hair, lifting his head with ice-cold authority, and inquired, "Where is Shui? Shui?" Yi Chen's mind raced. "You mean Yang Shui?" He stammered. "Yes, you tell me." Yang Wushuang's voice was frigid, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Chen's pale face. At that moment, confusion clouded Yang Wushuang's mind at why Yi Chen seemed far from the arrogant figure he had encountered before. Had he misjudged the situation? Indeed, he was searching for Yang Shui. Yi Chen began to frantically recall the events that transpired earlier. The only individuals present, apart from himself and Yang Shui, were Gu Yui. That's right. Gu Yui. Shift the blame onto him. Excited by the thought, Yi Chen quickly exclaimed, "Senior, I know where Yang Shui has gone. It must be Gu Yui who took her away." Gu Yui. Upon hearing that name, Yang Wushuang's brow furrowed deeply. He had heard of the title of the #1 in Yin Nation. Moreover, the auspicious golden dragon that appeared at the Gu family was witnessed by all. So he truly survived. Yang Wushuang tightened his fists, puzzled as to why Gu Yui was embroiled in this matter, glancing at the exhilarated Yi Chen, who was still fantasizing about shifting the blame to Gu Yui and having Yang Wushuang avenge him. Yang Wushuang commanded, "Reveal everything you know about him." Yang Wushuang delivered a sharp slap, bringing Yi Chen back to reality. Yi Chen shuddered, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he faced the increasingly frigid gaze of Yang Wushuang, and could only endure the humiliation, stifling his resentment as he said, "Very well, Senior." He swore, apart from Gu Yui, he would make it his mission to eliminate Yang Wushuang next. Ding. Plundered Yi Chen's fortune value 5,000. Ding. Plundered Yi Chen's fortune value 5,000. Ding. Plundered Yi Chen's fortune value 10,000. Meanwhile, Gu Yui had just returned to the Gu family with Yang Shui when the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Upon discovering that he had inexplicably plundered Yi Chen's fortune value once more, Gu Yui was momentarily stunned, then speculated that perhaps the old man Yang Wushuang had arrived. Haha, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. It seems that framing the protagonist can also yield his fortune value. How intriguing. Gu Yui mused thoughtfully. "Master, where are we going?" Yang Shui suddenly asked, shaking his arm curiously. "Oh, I'm taking you home," Gu Yui replied, leading Yang Shui into the courtyard. Yang Shui was indeed a striking beauty. Upon seeing the family head return with yet another lovely woman, the servants of the Gu family were momentarily taken aback, then quickly lowered their heads. The family head truly was as vigorous as ever. Just days ago, he had brought back 2 matriarchs, and now he had another. Gu Yui paid them no mind, striding into the residence with Yang Shui. As if sensing the footsteps, Xia Chuqing poked her head out from inside, followed by Su Jinyu. "Husband, you've returned." Both women had gained significant opportunities in the secret of the gods, and Xia Chuqing was eager to share with Gu Yui. However, upon seeing Yang Shui beside him, her smile instantly froze. Su Jinyu was also taken aback, then pursed her lips. The atmosphere grew awkward. Gu Yui glanced at the 2 women, then at the curious Yang Shui, pondering how to introduce them when Xia Chuqing spoke up first. "Husband, who is this beautiful sister?" Xia Chuqing asked, her expression returning to normal with a gentle smile. However, Su Jinyu was not so easily placated. Eyeing Yang Shui with caution, seemingly contemplating whether this alluring figure would threaten her standing. Chapter 52. Late night in the Imperial Palace. "Master, who are they?" Yang Shui suddenly asked, her innocent demeanor on full display. "Master?" Xia Chuqing and Su Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Gu Yui. Yang Shui appeared to be much older and more mature than them, yet she addressed Gu Yui as master. Sensing the 2 pairs of scrutinizing eyes upon him, Gu Yui quickly coughed and said softly to Yang Shui, "You don't need to call me master anymore. Just call me Yui." Yang Shui blinked in surprise, then immediately adopted a pitiful expression, exclaiming, "Master, Do you not want me anymore? As she spoke, Yang Shui clutched his arm tightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if they were about to spill over at any moment. Gu Yui felt a headache coming on. Controlling her would turn her into a lovesick fool, clinging to him incessantly. Yet, if he didn't keep her in check, she might snap back to her senses and turn against him. Just as Gu Yui was at a loss for what to do, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Master, it's bad. The butler rushed in, breathless, but upon seeing the two wives, he immediately bowed respectfully. What happened? Gu Yui asked, feeling somewhat relieved that his savior had arrived. Master, someone from the palace just came, saying that the emperor wishes to summon you. The butler reported, noticing Yang Shui beside Gu Yui with a hint of surprise. It seems I arrived at an inopportune time. Gu Yui was taken aback. The emperor wishes to see me? This was unexpected. After a moment's thought, he turned to Xia Chuqing and said, Chuqing, please take care of Yang Shui for me. I need to go to the palace. All right. Xia Chuqing understood that his matters were of greater importance, setting aside her own feelings, and nodded. Wait here for me. I'll return soon. Gu Yui instructed Yang Shui. No, master. Yang Shui pouted, looking utterly forlorn. Be good, Gu Yui said, casting a glance at Xia Chuqing and Su Jinyu, lowering his voice to add, when I return, we can playfully argue again. All right. Yang Shui responded with a hint of unhappiness. Then released her grip on him. Yunyi did not say much in return, but nodded slightly before turning to leave with the butler. As they walked, the butler discreetly glanced at Gu Yunyi. Uncertainty etched across his face as he said, Master, after the young master accompanied you to the divine secret vault, his soul lamp extinguished. This matter. Each direct descendant of the Gu family possesses a unique soul lamp. And when it goes out, it signifies death. Thus, witnessing Gu Qin's soul lamp extinguish left the butler utterly terrified. He hurriedly sought out Su Jinru and Xia Chuqing, who had just emerged from the divine secret vault, inquiring about what had transpired. However, both women refrained from elaborating, suggesting they wait for Gu Yunyi to emerge before discussing it further. Hence, he cautiously broached the subject, as he could discern from Gu Yunyi's demeanor that he seemed indifferent to the situation. Oh, I see, Gu Yunyi replied calmly. The butler was taken aback by Gu Yunyi's composed reaction, which struck him as somewhat unsettling. He was acutely aware of how deeply Gu Yunyi cherished Gu Chun. As the butler, he had witnessed countless rare treasures and expensive artifacts bestowed upon him. Yet now, with Gu Qin's demise, Gu Yunyi appeared unfazed. The butler was filled with profound confusion, and then he recalled Xia Chuqing, Su Jinru, and the stunning Yang Shui he had just seen. The implications were chilling. Could it be that the master is planning to take a different approach? Just as he pondered this, Gu Yunyi's icy voice jolted him back to attention. Once I reach the palace, inform the other 3 families of the 4 great families of my arrival, and tell Su Qiu that the opportunity for their Su family to redeem themselves has come. The palace was situated at the very heart of Shengjing City, not far from the Gu family estate. With a mere flicker, Gu Yunyi arrived at the grand gates of the palace. The sky had darkened. The expanse above a profound black, almost foreboding. Gu Yunyi inhaled deeply and stepped forward into the palace alone. The crimson palace walls soared into the clouds, exuding an air of authority and oppression. Sunlight glinted off the golden glazed tiles, casting blinding reflections that failed to disperse the heaviness thickening the air. He strode down the lengthy palace path, the echoes of his footsteps resonating in the vast halls. Each sound strikingly clear. With every step, he felt as if countless hidden eyes were intently watching him. Gu Yunyi expanded his spiritual awareness and immediately sensed numerous auras lurking in the shadows of the palace, all firmly fixated on him. A banquet of intrigue, Gu Yunyi mused. Within the palace, guards were stationed every 5 paces, with soldiers fully armed, their expressions grim and their gazes piercing. The armor they donned sparkled coldly in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. The surrounding silence was eerie, punctuated only by the mingling sounds of Gu Yunyi's breathing and footsteps, as if he were the sole sound in this silence. Upon entering the palace, Gu Yunyi quickly spotted a formidable figure in the distance. Ji Ding, the father of Ji Ruxue, the 16th emperor of the Yin kingdom, sat regally upon the dragon throne, shrouded in shadow, obscuring his features, yet emanating an aura of chilling authority. As Gu Yunyi approached, a flicker of emotion crossed Ji Ding's stern visage. Ji Yunyi, upon meeting his majesty, why do you not kneel? Came the sharp voice of a nearby eunuch. The atmosphere in the palace grew palpably more oppressive. Is this a display of power? Yunyi coldly smiled, responding calmly. In response to your majesty, I sustained severe injuries in the secret realm, rendering my legs unfit for kneeling. That I beg for your understanding. Yunyi stood his ground, neither servile nor indifferent, his demeanor a stark contrast to Ji Ding's imposing presence on the throne. Before Ji Ding could speak, the eunuch interjected sharply, "Bold Yunyi, do you wish to rebel?" At this, Yunyi shot a frigid glance towards the eunuch, his gaze sharp as a sword, rendering the eunuch speechless. "No worries, since you are injured, Guiqing need not perform the customary greeting," Ji Ding replied nonchalantly, his voice tinged with an uncontainable curiosity. "Iching, I recall that you were of the same generation as the late emperor, correct?" "Indeed, your majesty. The late emperor once regarded me as a sworn brother," Yunyi replied. "I see," Ji Ding said, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "That a few hundred years have passed, and the late emperor has aged so, yet you remain youthful and full of vigor." Yunyi immediately understood. No wonder Ji Ding had summoned him. He sought the secret to longevity. According to the narrative, Ji Ding was nearing the end of his life, with but 2 or 3 years left to live. Ultimately, he would resort to desperate measures, employing all manner of dark sorcery and even cruel blood rituals in his quest for immortality. Ji Ding's interest in him was undoubtedly ominous. Chapter 53. The 4 great families. Yunyi swiftly assessed the current situation. Ji Ding had likely fixed his gaze upon him, not solely for the secret of his longevity, but also because the 4 great families had aligned themselves with him, posing a significant threat to imperial authority. Meanwhile, Yang Wushuang, that old wretch, had probably learned the truth from Yichen and was now en route to seek vengeance. Each side represented formidable power, one the imperial authority, the other the Xintian sect. Yunyi furrowed his brow and contemplated, quickly devising a plan, his eyes gleaming with insight. "To report to your majesty. The reason for my longevity is due entirely to one individual," Yunyi declared. Bowing respectfully, "Who might that be?" Ji Ding inquired sharply. After all, who among mortals does not fear death, especially someone like him, who sat on the throne? Any chance to survive must be seized. Yichun, Yunyi replied. Yichun? Ji Ding paused, his brow furrowing with distaste. He was no stranger to that name. It echoed loudly in his mind. His daughter, Ji Rushua, harbored affections for Yichun. Furthermore, that wretched Yichun had even engaged in relations with his daughter within the palace. Had it not been for Ji Rushua's protection, he would have long since dealt with him. Moreover, ever since their return from the divine secret vault, Ji Rushua seemed transformed, like a lost soul, often sitting motionless for an entire day. Ji Ding was oblivious to the reasons behind her distress, but his heart ached for her, and he believed this matter must surely involve Yichun. Wrath bubbled within him as he narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "Gu family head, I have heard that your relationship with Yichun is far from cordial. After all, you took the beloved woman of another as your wife, and with Yichun harboring such animosity towards you. How could he possibly divulge the secret to longevity?" In the face of his skepticism, Yunyi replied unperturbed, "That is precisely because Yichun deceived me first, prompting my retaliation." Ji Ding's curiosity piqued. "Oh, how did he deceive you? Pray, enlighten me." Seeing the curiosity in Ji Ding's eyes, Yunyi continued calmly. "Yichun initially promised me that employing this method would extend my life by 200 years. Yet it only extended it by 100. Is that not deception? To avenge myself, I took what he cherished most. Ha ha ha. I did not expect Guiqing to be one who avenges grievances so readily." "Very well, I appreciate that." Ji Ding erupted into laughter. "I dare not," Yunyi quickly replied. Feigning modesty, Ji Ding continued with a smile. "Well, I summoned you today for no particular reason other than to converse. The hour grows late. You ought to return promptly lest your bride grows weary from waiting." "Thank you, your majesty. That I shall take my leave." Yunyi nodded and began to withdraw slowly. Yunyi's figure faded from view within the palace. Ji Ding's smile vanished instantaneously. His eyes narrowed as he addressed the nearby elder eunuch. "You investigate all of Yunyi's actions since his emergence from seclusion, and also look into Yichun to ascertain the veracity of his claims." "Yes, your majesty." The elder eunuch nodded, retreating slowly. Meanwhile, as Yunyi stepped out of the palace, 3 grand carriages approached. He halted, and the carriages came to a simultaneous stop, from which 3 figures emerged. Wang Lai, head of the Wang family; Su Qiu, head of the Su family; and Xia Chuqing, head of the Xia family. Upon seeing him, They hurried towards him. "Greetings to all." Gu Yunyi spoke first. "Master Gu, what was the emperor's summons for?" Wang Lai inquired impatiently. Wang Kai was still in a coma, and her complete recovery relied on Gu Yunyi. If anything happened to him, his daughter would undoubtedly remain unhealed. The other two shared his anxious gaze. Xia Chuqing was naturally aligned with Gu Yunyi, given the purpose of their familial union was to bind their fates together. Among them, Su Qiu bore the most complex emotions. Just moments ago, he and all members of the Su family had been imprisoned in the Gu family's underground dungeon. Now, facing Gu Yunyi, the man who had forcefully taken his daughter as a wife, Su Qiu had no choice but to respectfully address him as Master Gu. The turmoil within him was indescribable. Yet, for the sake of the Su family's continuity, he had no option but to side with Gu Yunyi. Observing the three before him, Gu Yunyi's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze intently on the other family heads. Speaking in a low voice, "Everyone, I have just received credible information. The old emperor is preparing to take action against our 4 great families, intending to eradicate us entirely." At this declaration, the expressions of the 3 family heads shifted dramatically. Wang Lai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity as he trembled. "Brother Gu, is this news genuine? How could His Majesty suddenly act in such a manner?" Xia Chuqing's lips quivered as she echoed. How is this possible? Our 4 great families have remained steadfastly loyal. How could the emperor be so heartless?" Su Qiu, maintaining a semblance of composure, furrowed her brow and urgently inquired, "Master Gu, from whence did you acquire this information? Is it indeed reliable?" Gu Yunyi, his expression grave, nodded affirmatively, stating, "It is utterly true. This news was conveyed to me at the peril of my informants within the palace. There is no falsehood here." Upon hearing this, the 3 family heads felt a chill run down their spines. Gu Yunyi continued, "His Majesty summoned me to the palace this time, likely to test my loyalty. I fear they are preparing to take action soon." Xia Chuqing quickly pressed for a solution. "What shall we do?" "Master Gu, please offer your counsel. We shall heed your advice." Wang Lai spoke in a low tone, while Su Qiu merely gazed at him in silence. Noticing their belief in his words, Gu Yunyi could not suppress a cold smile inwardly. Yet, his visage remained somber as he lowered his voice to propose, "In my view, we should divert the calamity eastward. Let us each send individuals clad in the robes of the Xiantian sect to feign an assault on the imperial family. In doing so, the emperor's ire will surely be directed toward the Xiantian sect, allowing us to extricate ourselves and plot our next moves." The 3 family heads were initially taken aback, but Xia Chuqing hesitated. "But can this truly work?" Su Qiu echoed her concerns. "Indeed, the risks are exceedingly high." She had no desire to plunge the Su family into an irretrievable abyss. Wang Lai furrowed his brow, contemplating before declaring, "Yet it seems we have no superior alternatives at this juncture if we merely wait and do nothing. Our 4 great families will undoubtedly face calamity." Gu Yunyi nodded, recognizing Wang Lai as a perceptive individual. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, "Friends, fortune favors the bold, provided we devise a meticulous plan and act with caution. We need not fear detection. Furthermore, the Xiantian sect has long been at odds with the imperial family. The emperor harbors trepidation towards them at this moment. Implicating them would hold considerable credibility that I am confident we can redirect the emperor's wrath towards the Xiantian sect." Observing Gu Yunyi's unwavering confidence, the 3 family heads exchanged glances. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth and nodded resolutely. "Master Gu, we shall advance and retreat together as the 4 great families." Chapter 54. A reunion with Ji Ruxua. After discussing the details with the trio, Gu Yunyi did not return to the Gu family, but instead turned back toward the palace. Upon arriving at the outer wall of the palace, he donned the heavenly stealth garb provided by the system and disguised himself as Yi Chun before effortlessly scaling the wall and slipping inside. Although the palace was heavily guarded, it felt to Gu Yunyi as if he could move freely. Soon, he found himself within the inner palace, seeking the most resplendent palace adorned in gold and jade. Ji Ding, with little time left, had lost interest in revelry, opting to remain alone in this opulent chamber. Outside the palace, there were no guards, only a few elderly eunuchs. Yet, the aura surrounding these eunuchs was formidable. Each one was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, more than capable of handling any ordinary assassin. However, such strength was utterly insufficient before Gu Yunyi, with a mere flick of his hand. The space before the eunuchs trembled violently, rendering them unconscious without a sound. Silently, He unleashed his divine sense. Carefully probing for Ji Ding's location, he soon located Ji Ding, who now sat wearily at the bedside. Having removed the dragon robe symbolizing supreme authority, Ji Ding's eyes were dull and lackluster, devoid of their former sharpness and majesty, revealing a profound weariness and resignation. "Your Majesty, it is time to rest." An elderly eunuch ventured as he entered. Ji Ding sighed heavily, responding, "I fear that if I close my eyes, I may never open them again come dawn." The eunuch quickly reassured, "Your Majesty, your health remains robust. There is no cause for concern." Ji Ding cast him a sidelong glance, gravely retorting, "I am well aware of my own condition." The eunuch pressed on, "Your Majesty, did not Yunyi mention that Yi Chun possesses a method for longevity? If we can locate Yi Chun, all will be well." Yunyi. Upon hearing this name, Ji Ding's aged visage twisted with disdain. "If I were to trust him, then I would surely be a fool. That old wretch has lived for so long, and yet he seems to grow younger. How enviable that as for Yi Chun, that brash young lad has injured Shuer thus. I shall not let him off lightly." Ji Ding sighed again, realizing that Yunyi was astute enough to predict his wrath. Thus seizing control of the four great families, it seemed he would have no choice but to take decisive action against them. The eunuch, listening intently, dared not speak. "Enough, you may leave. That I wish to rest," Ji Ding declared, furrowing his brow, fatigue evident. His body had been failing him of late, and he often felt drained. "Yes." The eunuch promptly exited, and Ji Ding extinguished the lamp. Lying down, entirely unaware that a pair of eyes was fixed upon him. "You old fool, you truly wish to lay your hands on me," Yunyi mused, noting Ji Ding's evident frailty. He could only hope that the events of the night would not be the death of him. Gently, Yunyi pushed open the window and slipped inside, his movements as silent as a specter as he approached the dragon bed. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Just as he raised the dagger to plunge it into Ji Ding's chest, the slumbering emperor suddenly sensed something amiss and opened his eyes. Upon seeing the gleaming dagger before him, Ji Ding's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "Who are you? What do you want? Remember this. The one who seeks to kill you is Yi Chun." Yunyi's eyes blazed with intensity, sending a tremor through Ji Ding's heart. "Am I to die now?" Ji Ding despaired, calling out, "Help! Someone, save me!" Upon hearing his cries for help, Yunyi wasted no time and thrust the dagger forcefully towards Ji Ding. However, Ji Ding reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping while attempting to seize Yunyi's wrist. Yunyi feigned a lapse, allowing Ji Ding to successfully knock the dagger from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Ding was still recovering, Yunyi pivoted and fled towards the door without hesitation. In the darkness, Ji Ding's furious roar echoed throughout the chamber. "Your Majesty, what has transpired?" Moments later, the elderly eunuch rushed in, followed closely by a fully armed guard. The guard's torches illuminated the dark chamber. "Why Yi Chun?" "It is Yi Chun." Ji Ding, now sitting upright, gazed at the open window, drenched in cold sweat. Enraged, he bellowed, "Yi Chun seeks to kill me." "What?" The eunuch's face paled instantly. Ji Ding sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the eunuch. Berating, "You incompetent fools, allowing a mere Yi Chun to roam freely in the palace. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would be dead." The eunuch, hearing this, immediately knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Release the order. All those responsible for palace security are to be executed." Ji Ding roared, his voice echoing ominously. When the emperor is enraged, countless lives are at stake. Ji Ding's wrathful commands sent shockwaves through all present. "And Yi Chun, I have yet to seek him out. Yet he dares come after me. Issue a nationwide manhunt for Yi Chun. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with a fortune and noble title." As Ji Ding's orders resounded, the once quiet palace erupted into chaos. The sounds of hurried footsteps and galloping hooves filling the air. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Yunyi, crouched atop a high eave, observing the frenzied palace with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he sought. "Yi Chun, how do you find the gift I have prepared for you?" Yunyi smirked, his lips curling upward. With the palace in disarray, he seized the opportunity to return to the designated checkpoint required by the system, the dragon vein of the palace. The thought thrilled him. For the second time, he would sign in and discover what rewards awaited him. Just as he leaped from the eave, ready to merge with the shadows, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Yunyi, That faint sound caused his body to freeze momentarily. He recognized that voice all too well. It had accompanied him through unfathomable darkness and trials of life and death. Turning around, he was greeted by none other than her, Xia. Standing in the moonlight, which enveloped her like a silken veil, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her visage appeared frail. Yunyi immediately noticed the change in her. Xia's lips trembled as she spoke. Is it truly you? Chapter 55. The devouring spirit and essence technique. It is I. Yunyi replied softly, his gaze locked onto her glistening eyes beneath the moonlight. He had never anticipated encountering Xia in such a moment. Xia hesitated before continuing. Could you refrain from using his face? I do not like it. Yunyi pondered for a moment, then nodded, reverting to his original appearance. Upon seeing his familiar face, a faint smile broke through Xia's weakened expression. You've lost weight, and about what transpired in the secret realm, I am truly sorry. Yunyi spoke earnestly. That it is of no matter. I no longer harbor resentment towards you. Make haste and depart, for the palace is teeming with people, and it is likely they have come to apprehend you. Xia implored. Shaking her head, Yunyi was taken aback by her swift urging to leave. He hesitated, and before he could utter a word, the sound of numerous hurried footsteps echoed from the side of the wall. The guards had already arrived. Although Yunyi was not afraid of them, he had no desire to alarm them, as his purpose for entering the palace was to venture into the depths of the dragon vein. Then I shall take my leave, he said, though he had more to convey. Yet, upon seeing Xia's expression, he ultimately refrained, turning to depart. Wait, Xia called after him softly, adding, my father has decided to move against you. Be cautious. Yunyi nodded and swiftly made his way forward, his figure soon melding into the shadows. Vanishing without a trace, Xia remained rooted in place, watching him leave, aware that the night's turmoil in the palace was undoubtedly connected to him. Nevertheless, she allowed him to escape. Shortly thereafter, a squad of fully armed soldiers rushed over. Xia slowly withdrew her gaze, wiped away her tears, and displayed the cold demeanor befitting a princess. Your Highness, we are currently pursuing an assassin. Have you noticed any traces of him? The captain of the guard inquired hastily. Xia shook her head and replied coolly, no, and this is my personal chamber. What gives you the right to intrude? However, the captain attempted to explain, but Xia interjected sharply. What however? Don't you dare tarry here. Yes. The princess's wrath was such that even the emperor would take heed. The captain dared not utter another word, bowing respectfully as he led his men away. Once they had departed and tranquility returned, Xia turned her gaze toward the direction in which Yunyi had vanished, staring deeply before lowering her eyes to her abdomen. Letting out a gentle sigh, Yunyi adeptly evaded the pursuing guards. Recalling that Yi Chun had discovered the location of the dragon vein, which seemed to lie near the palace's inner quarters, he spread his consciousness throughout the vast palace, meticulously searching, and when he opened his eyes again, he beheld a radiant spot amidst the darkness. That a golden light shimmered in the air, faintly revealing the silhouette of a dragon. That was the locus of fortune. Elated, Yunyi's visage transformed once more to resemble Yi Chun's. And clad in his night garments, he swept through the air like a tempest toward the source of fortune. Upon arrival, he found himself in the cold palace. Desolate and somber, the buildings appeared even more dilapidated than elsewhere. Yunyi released his consciousness and sensed several feeble presences of women, likely concubines, cast into the cold palace, but nothing more. He murmured to himself, is the entrance concealed here? No wonder it has gone unnoticed. He then proceeded toward the area of most abundant fortune, entering a run-down chamber filled with a multitude of clutter. Dust blanketed the items, indicating long neglect. As he entered, a musty odor assaulted his senses. He glanced around before closing his eyes to extend his consciousness once more. He approached a wooden plank and, without hesitation, stepped down upon it. Crack! The plank splintered beneath him, yet Yunyi steadied himself upon a stone slab. Indeed, it was a secret passage. That a glimmer of excitement surged within Yunyi as he beheld a passage leading down into an unfathomable abyss. He could feel the vibrant fortune emanating from within. Though darkness enveloped the path ahead, it posed no challenge to his formidable mental acuity. He descended step by step, ever vigilant, knowing that an ancient creature lurked below, one that clung to life by siphoning the dragon vein. Ji, the father of Ji Ding, the previous emperor of the Yin Kingdom, by consuming the nation's dragon vein. He had not only survived to this day, but had also attained a terrifying peak in his cultivation. While Yunyi was the ostensible foremost figure of the Yin kingdom, in the shadows, Ji and Yang Wushuang were the true might of the realm. That it was precisely due to the presence of these two formidable beings that the royal family and the Xintian sect maintained a delicate balance of power. The notion that Ji had thrived by leeching off the dragon vein, coupled with Yi Qin's own ascent after consuming it, ignited a fervor within Yunyi. This treasure would surely be his. Continuing down the dim corridor, the air grew increasingly damp and chill. After an indeterminate time, he finally arrived at the subterranean depths. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. The legendary dragon vein resembled a dazzling river of stars. Winding through a vast underground expanse, the dragon vein radiated resplendent and mysterious light, a kaleidoscope of colors, dreamlike and ethereal. Within the glow lay an essence of limitless power and vitality, evoking a sense of trepidation. Shortly thereafter, he beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair seated with closed eyes before the dragon vein. The man's gaunt visage was encircled by the dragon vein, the radiant light flowing into him like animated ribbons. His body quivered slightly, his expression oscillating between pain and ecstasy. Clearly in the throes of voraciously absorbing the dragon vein's energy, Yunyi dared not act rashly, opting instead to quietly observe this extraordinary and perilous tableau. Indeed, Ji was here clandestinely siphoning the dragon vein. No wonder the fortune of the Yin kingdom waned daily. It had all been drained by this ancient wretch. Meanwhile, Ji Ding was the most unfortunate. For this dragon vein rightfully belonged to him, yet it had been usurped by Ji, leaving him to await his demise in vain. As these thoughts raced through Yunyi's mind, a sudden notification from the system resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully arrived at the checkpoint, the depths of the palace's dragon vein. Reward: Imperial Tier Cultivation Technique, Swallowing Spirit, Absorbing Essence. Yunyi was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's announcement. An Imperial Tier Technique, that was a level above the Heavenly Tier techniques. Before he could inquire further, the system chimed in once more, detected significant fortune surrounding the host, the Swallowing Spirit. Absorbing Essence technique can be utilized for absorption. At this revelation, Yunyi's mind erupted with excitement. The Swallowing Spirit, Absorbing Essence technique could aid him in consuming the dragon vein. Chapter 56. The Fisherman's Gain. Yunyi felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He had been at a loss for how to devour the dragon vein, yet the system had bestowed upon him such a boon. The next checkpoint for signing in would be the Xintian sect. Sign-in tasks completed. 2-5 at his next destination was to sign in at the Xintian sect. Yunyi's eyes narrowed. Before that, he must diligently enhance his strength to give Yang Wushuang a grand surprise. However, the immediate concern was how to draw away the formidable Ji, granting himself the opportunity to absorb the dragon vein. Yunyi furrowed his brow tightly. Ji undoubtedly regarded the dragon vein as a treasure of life. If it were not a matter of utmost importance, he would never depart lightly. Luring him away would prove exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, at this very moment, two individuals had arrived in the bustling capital city. As they gazed upon the vibrant nightscape of the city, Yang Wushuang could not help but take a longer look. It had been quite some time since he had set foot here. Yet today, in pursuit of finding Shuer, Yang Wushuang had no choice but to breach the agreement with Ji. But on the other side, Yi Qin wore an expression of excitement. Soon, he would lead Yang Wushuang to the Gu family. With Yang Wushuang's prowess, the Gu family would undoubtedly be bathed in blood. Yi Qin could already envision the despairing scene of the Gu family, and it thrilled him immensely, just as he could no longer suppress the smile creeping up his lips. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a wanted poster affixed to a wall ahead. Curious, he mused, why does the person on this wanted poster resemble me so closely? Yang Wushuang noticed Yi Qin's peculiar demeanor and followed his gaze. Inquiring, what is the matter? Yi Qin, now utterly bewildered, shook his head in confusion. I have no idea. At that moment, a patrol of guards passed by, and one of them caught sight of Yi Qin. His eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, quickly, apprehend the assassin who attempted to murder the emperor. Yi Qin stood frozen in shock, his mind buzzing. What assassin who attempted to murder the emperor? What have I done? His thoughts were a blank slate. Yang Wushuang was equally taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Yi Qin, exclaiming, "You bold scoundrel! How dare you attempt to assassinate the emperor?" Before he could finish his sentence, a tide of soldiers surged toward Yi Chun. Before Yi Chun could comprehend the situation, the guards were upon him. Yang Wushuang found himself caught up in the chaos as well. The soldiers, armed with spears and bearing stern expressions, shouted as the air filled with the din of battle. Yang Wushuang cursed his misfortune inwardly. While he did not regard these soldiers as a threat, he was reluctant to engage in combat within the capital. Should that ancient creature become aware, it would spell trouble. Yi Chun, both furious and anxious, protested loudly, "What assassination of the emperor? I did nothing." Yet the soldiers paid him no heed, charging forward with relentless fervor. Yi Chun hastily dodged, his anger boiling over. Truly, today was a day of incredible misfortune. Not only had he been beaten by Yang Wushuang for a name, but now he was wanted across the nation as a would-be assassin of the emperor. Who had committed such misdeeds under his name? Yi Chun felt as though he might vomit blood in frustration. Glancing at Yang Wushuang, who remained inactive, he could not help but shout, "Elder, if I perish, you shall never find Yang Shui." Upon the utterance of Yi Chun's words, Yang Wushuang immediately furrowed his brows in irritation. To speak frankly, he was reluctant to stir up trouble. However, for the sake of Yang Shui, he begrudgingly muttered a curse. "You wretched boy, fortune favors you this time. I shall spare your life for now, as you may yet prove useful." With a low growl, Yang Wushuang's formidable aura erupted forth. In a mere flick of his wrist, the pinnacle of his combined phase strength was unmistakably revealed. His robes billowed gracefully as he moved like a flash of lightning, and with his hands in motion, powerful streams of spiritual energy surged forth like a tempest. The soldiers of the guard, rushing forward, had yet to close the distance when they were struck by this overwhelming force, screaming as they were sent hurtling backward. Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, dust swirling in their wake. An invisible force seemed to envelop Yang Wushuang, rendering him untouchable. Yi Chun, observing nearby, was left dumbfounded, secretly marveling at Yang Wushuang's immense strength. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. With him present, his life was momentarily secure. The once fierce guard soldiers now regarded Yang Wushuang with terror, no longer daring to advance recklessly. "Quickly return and inform His Majesty that Yi Chun possesses such a formidable ally," one soldier exclaimed nervously. Upon hearing this, Yang Wushuang nearly spat blood in fury. An ally. He considered himself an ally of Yi Chun. Yet before he could voice his indignation, the streets around them erupted with the sound of countless footsteps. A throng of imperial soldiers, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. Yang Wushuang felt a sudden wave of anxiety. It seemed that the situation could not be contained without escalating further. Yi Chun's eyelids twitched wildly at the sight. With so many converging to apprehend him, he mused that even wings would not suffice for his escape. "Come, boy," Yang Wushuang said, seizing Yi Chun by the collar, determined to whisk him away from this perilous place. However, at that moment, a large group of individuals clad entirely in white burst forth, wielding sharp blades, unhesitatingly charging at the imperial soldiers. Yang Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, for these garments were none other than those worn by disciples of the Xiantian sect. His eyes widened in confusion. "What are my sect's disciples doing here?" Yang Wushuang was thoroughly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. These individuals were, in fact, the four great families, stirred into action by Gu Yui. Unexpectedly colliding with Yang Wushuang and Yi Chun, the scene grew increasingly chaotic, with cries of battle and screams intermingling. The members of the four great families, fierce as wolves, ruthlessly assaulted the imperial soldiers, who found themselves besieged and plunged into a state of utter panic. Yi Chun and Yang Wushuang stood to the side, rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. "Who sent you here?" Yang Wushuang demanded, grabbing a disciple of the Xiantian sect. The disciple froze momentarily, instinctively attempting to break free, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. "Answer me." Yang Wushuang's voice boomed with anger. He needed to ascertain why the disciples of the Xiantian sect were present. Yet before the disciple could reply, a thunderous roar reverberated from the sky above. A voice that made Yang Wushuang's eyes widen in shock rang out. "Yang Wushuang, how bold of you, daring to bring people to my capital for a massacre. Clearly, we must settle our score." Immediately thereafter, a beam of golden light shot up from the imperial palace, illuminating half the sky in a resplendent glow. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to convulse wildly. heralding the arrival of yet another pinnacle of the combined phase. Meanwhile, Yunyi was still contemplating how to divert Gigi. Suddenly, Gigi's eyes shot open, golden light bursting forth from him, and in a flash, he vanished without a trace. Yunyi was left bewildered. What was happening? Chapter 57. Absorbing the dragon vein, however, once he confirmed that Gigi had departed, Yunyi could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed forward. As he approached the dragon vein, an incredibly powerful and sacred aura enveloped him. This was the source of the national fortune of the Yin kingdom. Yet now, it was already within his grasp. Yunyi stood before the dragon vein, his eyes closed in ecstasy, hands forming intricate seals as he muttered incantations. The spirit swallowing and essence gathering technique activated, a tremendous suction emanated from him. The magnificent and mysterious light of the dragon vein began to tremble slightly, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly flowing toward Yunyi. An eerie glow surrounded him, marking the pinnacle of the technique's operation. The dragon vein was being frantically absorbed into his body, warping the surrounding space with its immense power, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. The power of the dragon vein surged within him. Yunyi's aura grew increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, on the other side, Yang Wuxuang vigilantly surveyed the distance. His aura stirring, he felt overwhelmed. He had initially come to the capital to resolve matters with Yunyi and retrieve Yang Shui. But he never anticipated being embroiled in such chaos, even attracting that old coot. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Yang Wuxuang looked up, his expression instantly turning grave. Gigi stood with arms crossed, emanating an aura of terror. The overwhelming pressure made the very air feel dense. Gigi descended. His formidable presence created a palpable shockwave that sent everyone below flying. Yi Chun barely managed to remain standing, astonished and inwardly lamenting. How could another pinnacle of the combined phase appear? Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes filled with tension and unease. Yang Wuxuang's strength alone was already terrifying. And now another had arrived. Gigi's gaze was like lightning, coldly fixed on Yang Wuxuang. The powerful aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Yang Wuxuang, it appears you have forgotten our agreement. How audacious of you to bring your Xiantian disciples here to commit murder. Gigi spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, his eyes half squinted, as both parties unleashed their terrifying auras. It is the late emperor. The late emperor has come to rescue us. The soldiers below, witnessing the imposing Gigi, began to prostrate themselves, their cheers ringing out incessantly. Yang Wuxuang, observing the disciples of the Xiantian sect clad in white, felt a sudden headache, unsure of how to explain the situation. That I shall see for myself how much your strength has advanced over these years. Gigi, noticing Yang Wuxuang's silence, snorted coldly, his form flickering like a phantom as he lunged toward Yang Wuxuang. With a swift motion of his arm, a torrent of spiritual energy transformed into a sharp beam of light, hurtling directly toward Yang Wuxuang. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Yang Wuxuang had no choice but to counterattack. Without hesitation, he shouted, channeling his spiritual energy, and a solid shield of spiritual force formed before him. The beam of light collided with the shield, producing a cataclysmic roar, shards of light scattering, and the ground beneath them cracked violently. The powerful shockwave sent everyone nearby tumbling. It was only then that the onlookers realized the terrifying strength of a combined phase expert, as Yang Wuxuang and Gigi engaged in a fierce back and forth. Gigi suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his gaze toward the imperial palace, his expression darkening. He swiftly turned back, fury radiating from him as he yelled at Yang Wuxuang, "You dare send someone to absorb my dragon vein?" Gigi was genuinely enraged. The dragon vein was vital to his existence, his lifeblood. Yang Wuxuang halted his actions, panting, and replied softly, "I do not know what you are speaking of." Yang Wuxuang was truly perplexed by the unfolding events. Feeling utterly frustrated at being unjustly accused, Gigi shot him a furious glare, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Then, without further ado, he swiftly moved his hands, tearing apart the very fabric of space before vanishing from sight. Yang Wuxuang, feeling utterly mystified, was driven by curiosity to follow. Just as he was about to move, he noticed Yi Chun seizing the chance to flee. Yang Wuxuang snorted coldly, extending his hand to tear open the space before him and grasping Yi Chun by the collar. Startled by the sudden rending of space and the hands that seized him, Yi Chun was left utterly terrified. Before he could utter a word, Yang Wushuang dragged him along in pursuit of Ji. The three vanished without a trace, leaving chaos in their wake. Deep within the dragon vein, Yunyi was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Surrounded by the surging essence of the dragon vein, he was ecstatically absorbing the power of the dragon vein. His face alight with excitement, he could distinctly feel that as the dragon vein's energy flowed into him, his own aura surged like a tidal wave, rising higher and higher, inching closer to a breakthrough. Every strand of dragon vein energy that merged with his meridians significantly enhanced his strength, leaving him in a near state of euphoria. This dragon vein was indeed a remarkable treasure. No wonder the original text depicted Yi Qin's strength skyrocketing after absorption. If he could absorb it, would he not directly ascend to the combined phase realm? At this moment, he felt as though the threshold to the combined phase lay just before him, within arm's reach. His heartbeat quickened, and his eyes sparkled with a fervent light as he desperately channeled the soul-swallowing technique, continuously absorbing the dragon veins into his own body for his own use. Suddenly, the previously tranquil space erupted with violent fluctuations, and a figure materialized instantaneously from a rift in the fabric of space. Yunyi immediately glanced over, his heart racing with heightened vigilance. Could it be that Ji had returned? He still harbored a sliver of hope. But when he beheld the newcomer, a heavy weight settled in his heart. The person was none other than Ji. At that moment, Ji was seething with rage. As soon as he appeared, a formidable pressure radiated outward like a surging tide, causing the entire space to tremble as if shaken by his fury. Ji's eyes widened, burning with a fierce fire as he fixed his gaze on Yunyi, who was frantically absorbing the dragon veins, and bellowed through clenched teeth, "You audacious scoundrel, how dare you covet my dragon veins?" However, when he clearly discerned the identity of the person before him, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Ji's eyes. Yunyi, Chapter 58. I am expecting his child. Hello. Yunyi chuckled awkwardly that it was his first time being caught as a thief, and he felt quite out of his element while grappling with Ji. Yunyi discreetly and frantically absorbed the dragon veins behind his back, urging himself internally to hurry and absorb more. Ji scrutinized Yunyi with a mix of surprise and intrigue, his voice trembling as he spoke again. "If I am not mistaken, you cannot be much younger than I am. Yet how do you appear so youthful?" As he spoke, a glimmer of longing and envy flickered in his eyes. People of a certain age often fear death. Here stood Yunyi, a seemingly dying man, yet he appeared remarkably young, as if time had left no mark on him at all. How could Ji not be curious? How could he not feel envious? Feeling the unabashed intensity of Ji's gaze, Yunyi was momentarily speechless. Did the Ji family possess an unyielding obsession with immortality? Were they fixated on him again? Yunyi's mind raced, and he smiled. "Your Majesty, you still exude an air of elegance." Gazing at Ji's handsome visage and then glancing down at his own withered, aged hands, Ji's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap the smirk off Yunyi's face. Ji's voice turned icy once more. "No need for words. Once I capture you and utilize the soul-searching technique, I shall know everything." Upon hearing this, Yunyi's heart raced with anxiety. If he were to fall victim to Ji's soul-searching method, all secrets regarding his system would be laid bare. If he discovered the existence of the system, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Yunyi. However, with Ji's strength surpassing his own by a level, resisting him seemed utterly impossible. Yunyi found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, and the only means of escape lay in the dragon veins surrounding him. Only by absorbing them and breaking through to the fusion stage could he hope to contend with Ji. With that thought in mind, he quickly inquired within his mind, "System, is there anything that can expedite the absorption of these dragon veins?" Ding. "Are you looking for a rapid absorption acceleration card? There truly is such a thing?" Yunyi felt a surge of joy. He had merely hoped to try his luck, yet here it was. He hastily asked, "Yes, that's the one. How much does it cost?" 20,000 fortune points, which will increase the host's absorption speed of dragon veins by more than tenfold. "So expensive? Are you robbing me in broad daylight?" Yunyi's eyes widened in disbelief, seething with indignation. It was as if the system was aware of his fortune points, always striving to drain him dry. "Host, please mind your language. Every item in this system is clearly priced. If you do not wish to purchase, you need not," the system admonished sternly. Just as Yunyi was about to respond, he noticed Ji had already taken action. Ji's gaze turned frigid, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Prepare to die, Ji roared, his figure darting toward Gu Yunyi like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extraordinary, leaving behind a blur of indistinct shadows. With a swift motion of his arm, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, bearing the weight of annihilation as it struck down upon Gu Yunyi with devastating force. The space itself groaned under the strain of such overwhelming power. Buy, I'll buy, Gu Yunyi shouted inwardly, and without hesitation, he summoned his Long Yuan sword. Simultaneously, the ancient divine bloodline within him surged, releasing a torrent of power. Gripping the long sword, he swung it with all his might, unleashing a beam of sword light imbued with ancient, mysterious energy toward Ji. Yet Ji did not flinch or evade. Instead, he countered with a punch. The resounding crash echoed as the sword light shattered, and the powerful recoil sent Gu Yunyi staggering back several paces. Ji was taken aback, astonished that Gu Yunyi could unleash such strength. But soon, excitement twisted his expression into a grotesque and frenzied grin. Ji Yunyi, you indeed harbor secrets. Faced with that terrifying smile, Gu Yunyi felt a chill run down his spine. That it seemed Ji was determined to have him today. Seizing the moment, Gu Yunyi's thoughts raced, and he activated the rapid absorption acceleration card he had purchased in the system store. Instantly, a peculiar power enveloped him, and he distinctly felt his absorption of the dragon veins accelerate explosively, increasing by over tenfold. This effect was truly remarkable. Gu Yunyi felt a rush of exhilaration. Although he had previously considered the system somewhat exploitative, he could not deny the exceptional quality of its offerings. If given just a bit more time, he could absorb the dragon veins here and break through to the fusion stage. However, Ji was not about to grant him any opportunity. Ji Yunyi, reveal all your trump cards to me. Ji sneered coldly, his aura more potent than before, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Ji Yunyi gritted his teeth, resolutely determined to withstand the impending threat. Just then, the surrounding space began to ripple, and two figures flashed into view. Yang Wushuang and Yi Chun had arrived. Both Gu Yunyi and Ji were momentarily taken aback at the sudden appearance of the two, instinctively turning their gazes toward them. Once the scene became clear, Yi Chun blinked in disbelief, astonished to encounter Gu Yunyi here. Ji Yunyi was equally stunned. To find Yi Chun in this place was truly a twist of fate. Initially, anger flickered across Yi Chun's face, but it was swiftly replaced by elation. With Gu Yunyi present, he was certain that the other was doomed. An effortless opportunity, he instinctively turned to Yang Wushuang, noting that she was indeed glaring furiously at Gu Yunyi. Gu Yunyi, where have you taken Schwer? Yang Wushuang's expression was exceedingly agitated, as if she were on the verge of charging forward to demand answers. Ji Yunyi's heart sank. This was dire, with Ji still unaddressed. Another complication had arisen in the form of Yang Wushuang. Ji observed the situation keenly. Was there a conflict between Yang Wushuang and Gu Yunyi? It was evident to Ji, and his brow furrowed in concern. Gu Yunyi concealed far too many secrets. He must obtain them and deny Yang Wushuang any chance. With that thought, Ji acted decisively, his figure darting toward Gu Yunyi like a wraith. Ji's speed was so extraordinary that none could react in time. Gu Yunyi, having just regained his composure, felt the weight of death looming over him, his eyes widening in horror. In close proximity, Ji wore a triumphant smile. But at that moment, a frantic female voice pierced the air. Grandfather. No, I am pregnant with his child. You cannot kill him. Her words exploded like thunder in everyone's ears, causing Ji to halt abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face. The others were momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn to the source of the voice. Gu Yunyi too turned instinctively, only to be struck dumb the next second. Emerging from the distance was none other than Ji Rushua, her face laced with urgency. Ji Rushua. She was pregnant. Whose child? Mine. Gu Yunyi was left astonished, while Yi Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of what he had just heard. Chapter 59. My granddaughter asks me to spare him. Ji Rushua is pregnant. Yi Chun's face reflected utter disbelief. But then a realization struck him, causing his expression to harden as he directed a cold glare toward Gu Yunyi. He would never forget the events of that fateful night. Yet the revelation that Ji Rushua was carrying Gu Yunyi's child sent him into a spiral of rage. Su Jinru, his own woman, had been taken from him. Now Ji Rushua, another of his women, was bearing Gu Yunyi's offspring. The fury within Yunyi surged uncontrollably. If looks could kill, Yunyi would have perished countless times over. Ji was equally bewildered. What had he just heard? His most obedient granddaughter was pregnant, and with Yunyi's child. Ji's face froze, the urge to kill Yunyi surging within him, while he might not dote on his son Jiding. He had always cherished this granddaughter, catering to her every need. Yet now, Ji Rushue was informing him that she was pregnant, and with the child of Yunyi, a man who had once been his equal. Ji felt as though his head might explode. When he turned to look at Yunyi again, his eyes burned with a fierce intensity. As the protagonist, Yunyi was equally befuddled. Pregnant? How could this be possible? Is it truly possible for one to possess such a high accuracy rate? Moreover, it has only been a few days. How could one possibly ascertain a pregnancy so swiftly? Yunyi was taken aback. Suspecting that Ji Rushue was perhaps fabricating this assertion to save him. Schwer, has he bullied you in the past? I shall avenge you. Upon hearing this, Ji's face turned crimson, his eyes widening in fury, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Wretched scoundrel, you shall meet your demise today. Ji roared, raising his hands once more, intent on attacking Yunyi. Startled, Yunyi realized the old man was genuinely enraged. Witnessing this, Ji Rushue rushed forward without hesitation, arms outstretched to block him, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, "Grandfather, I implore you, do not harm him." Ji immediately retracted his hands, his gaze still ablaze with fury. "Step aside." Ji Rushue, with reddened eyes, choked out, "Grandfather, I genuinely care for him. He has not wronged me. I willingly stand by him." At her words, the atmosphere fell silent, as if time itself had halted. Yang Wushuang furrowed his brow. Shifting his gaze between Ji Rushue, Yunyi, and Ji, bewildered by the unfolding situation, he had initially thought to seize Yunyi amidst the chaos, but with Ji Rushue's intervention, he found himself hesitant to act. Meanwhile, Yichun was utterly devastated, his eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though something within him had shattered. Ji Rushue actually harbored feelings for Yunyi and had openly admitted it. Why should that be? The one she should favor is me. It should be me. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully plundering 20,000 luck points from Yichun. Upon hearing the sudden voice of the system in his mind, Yunyi was momentarily stunned. Then swiftly turned to look at Yichun, noting the pallor of his complexion, feeling a mixture of emotions. In truth, Yichun's reaction was not the only one of shock. Yunyi himself was equally astonished. Not expecting Ji Rushue to voice such sentiments at this moment, to be honest, he could not say he felt affection for Ji Rushue. His feelings were rather complex, yet he had not anticipated her willingness to sacrifice herself to save him. Ji's face was contorted with rage, his furious demeanor seeming capable of igniting the very air around him. He glared intently at Ji Rushue, whose eyes brimmed with tears yet were resolute in protecting Yunyi, her chest heaving with emotion. After a moment of stalemate, Ji's fury gradually transformed into a mix of helplessness and tenderness. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh, slowly lowering his hands, the tension in his body easing as if all his strength had been drained. Enough. Ji sighed wearily, appearing to age a few years in an instant. Seeing Ji relent, the menacing aura surrounding Ji Rushue gradually dissipated, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Her eyes sparkled with tears of joy, her once tense body relaxing as she turned to plunge into Yunyi's embrace, crying and laughing as she exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful, you are safe." Her voice trembled with elation, pure joy illuminating her features, as if the entire world had transformed into something extraordinarily beautiful in that moment. Feeling her soft and fragrant body collide with his, Yunyi initially stiffened, his emotions complex as he gazed at Ji Rushue, who appeared as jubilant as a little girl in his arms. He found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether Ji Rushue was genuinely pregnant or merely feigning it. Why did she care for him so deeply? Meanwhile, Yichun clenched his fists in fury. How could Ji let him off so easily? This was unacceptable. He had tarnished your granddaughter's honor. Swiftly eliminate him. Yichun's mind screamed in desperation, as if responding to his internal turmoil. Ji suddenly turned to Yunyi, his eyes glinting with a cold light, his voice chillingly resolute. The death penalty may be evaded, but the punishment for living cannot be escaped. For the sake of Schwer, you shall sever one of your hands, and I will allow you to leave here alive. This proclamation, Ji Rushue's face drained of color. her expression turning pale as she immediately broke free from Gu Yunyi's embrace, pleading, "Grandfather, no, I beg you, spare him." Yichen, on the other hand, was ecstatic, his demeanor bordering on madness. For Gu Yunyi to lose a hand? Splendid, how delightful. He glanced at his empty right sleeve, twisted emotions fueling his desire for Gu Yunyi to lose both hands. His eyes sparkled with malicious glee, a smile creeping onto his lips. Ji Yunyi inhaled sharply upon hearing Ji's words. After all, he was once an emperor, and his heart was indeed ruthless. Ji Ruxiu had just declared her pregnancy, yet he still demanded a hand. Clearly, losing a hand was not an option. Gu Yunyi furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond to buy himself more time. Just as he pondered, he suddenly sensed a space beside him torn asunder, a palpable killing intent locking onto him. Instinctively, he turned to see Yang Wushuang charging toward him. An aura so terrifying it resembled a demoness descent. Yang Wushuang laughed menacingly. "Ji, if you're hesitant to act, allow me to take care of this wretched brat, as I still have some unfinished business with him." Yang Wushuang was exhilarated at the prospect of finally avenging himself. However, just as he was about to seize Gu Yunyi, Ji surged forward with lightning speed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent Yang Wushuang flying. Ji then landed firmly on the ground, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Yunyi, his aura shifting as he coldly declared, "Apologies, but my granddaughter has instructed me to safeguard him." Yang Wushuang, seething with rage, fixed his glare on Ji, only to catch sight of Ji Ruxiu, trembling in fear as she clung to Gu Yunyi, which nearly caused his rage to erupt. Chapter 60. The bond of father and son. Gu Yunyi was also taken aback by Ji's unexpected defense of him. Feeling a surge of relief wash over him, fortunately for him, Ji had intervened. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. As he contemplated this, he looked down at Ji Ruxiu, who was still clinging to him. At that moment, Ji Ruxiu raised her head to gaze at him, fear lingering in her eyes, yet she resolutely assured him, "Rest assured, I will not allow you to come to harm." Ji Yunyi was momentarily lost in her earnest gaze. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace around her, softly murmuring, "Thank you." Feeling him hold her close, an inexplicable flutter surged within Ji Ruxiu, causing her cheeks to flush. Immediately, she turned to Ji, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I leave him in your care." Witnessing this scene, Yichen was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Since Ji Ruxiu had entered, she had not spared him a single glance. Even if she had regarded him with disdain or loathing, he would have welcomed it. However, the crushing reality was that she had not acknowledged him at all. The pain was unbearable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for plundering 20,000 luck points from the protagonist. Hearing the system's voice echo in his mind once more, Gu Yunyi turned to Yichen, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Did he truly possess such a vivid internal monologue? At this moment, Yang Wushuang regained his footing, his face contorted with fury. "Ji, are you truly willing to engage me in combat over a mere Gu Yunyi?" As he spoke, Yang Wushuang's wrath emanated from him, an aura so fearsome it seemed capable of incinerating everything in its vicinity. In the face of his fury, Ji remained unfazed, calmly responding, "While I may not wish to intervene in Gu Yunyi's affairs, I must heed my granddaughter's wishes." "Very well, Ji. Today I shall take Gu Yunyi with me," Yang Wushuang bellowed, unleashing his fury with the force of a volcano erupting. The powerful energy radiated from him, sweeping outward in a tempest of wind and debris, his long hair whipping wildly in the gale, his garments rustling violently, the air around him twisted under the weight of his formidable presence. Instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers, this was the true extent of his power, the pinnacle of the fusion realm. "Grandfather, be careful," Ji Ruxiu exclaimed, worry etched across her features as she glanced at Ji. Yet, he merely offered her a solitary, cold silhouette. "Do not worry, he cannot harm me," Ji scoffed, suddenly exuding the full force of his own fusion realm prowess. The energy surged from him like a colossal wave, overwhelming the surrounding space with a cacophony of cracks. Powerful spiritual energy formed swirling vortices around him, as if capable of devouring all. At this moment, both masters of the fusion realm, the two hidden top-tier combatants of the Yin Kingdom, unleashed their true power. Gu Yunyi gazed in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Although he too stood at the pinnacle of the refinement realm, he was only a step away from the fusion realm. However, the disparity in their realms was not merely a matter of two words, but a chasm of difference. The might of the fusion realm could not be withstood by someone in the refinement realm. This space is too confined. Shall we step outside? Yang Wushuang suggested, his fighting spirit ignited as he surveyed his surroundings. That suits me perfectly, Ji replied, without hesitation, unleashing his aura once more. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from him, shooting skyward like a pillar of light, forcibly creating a deep pit in the ground. With a fierce shout, Yang Wushuang was the first to soar into the air that he darted like lightning, soaring into the clouds in an instant. Ji followed closely behind, his speed so swift that he left only an afterimage in his wake. Yunyi lifted his gaze, catching sight of their battle amidst the clouds, although the distance rendered the details unclear. It was evident that their clash was profoundly intense. Each collision produced earth-shattering sounds, while the surrounding clouds churned violently, as if stirred by a tempest. Their figures in the sky morphed into two rapidly moving stars. Barely discernible, they intertwined and separated, leaving behind gaping black rifts in space. Is this the power of a combined realm expert? Yunyi pondered, while Ji Ruxiue anxiously looked up at the sky, fearfully asking, "Will grandfather be all right?" Noticing the worry etched on her face, Yunyi reassured her, "Rest assured, Senior Ji's strength is comparable to Yang Wushuang, and such battles of this caliber are not fought to the death." Upon hearing his comforting words, Ji Ruxiue's expression softened, though suddenly her cheeks flushed. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for Yunyi to refer to Ji as a senior. After all, he was of the same generation as her grandfather. Ji Ruxiue shyly bit her lips that if love is to be embraced, then one must be resolute. Just then, Yunyi sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he found Yi Qin staring intently, his eyes as sinister as a rat lurking in a filthy drain. However, upon noticing Yunyi's gaze, he promptly lowered his head. Yunyi furrowed his brows, ready to take action, when suddenly two golden beams of light descended from the heavens, akin to fallen stars, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Boom! A powerful shockwave nearly shattered the entire underground dragon vein passage. Yunyi reacted swiftly, tightly embracing Ji Ruxiue, though the howling wind stung his face. Once the tempest subsided and he turned to look, he discovered Yang Wushuang and Ji had returned from the sky, bringing with them a gale that stirred sands and stones. The ground trembled violently beneath their impact, fissures appearing as if cleaved by a giant's axe. The surrounding air warped and twisted with heat, emitting a sizzling sound. Both sides were panting heavily, yet their eyes held no trace of lethargy. Each individual remained fixated on the other, refraining from striking. Seeking to exploit any flaws, the scene fell into a tense silence. "Father!" Suddenly, a frantic shout shattered the heavy atmosphere. A figure clad in a dragon robe hurriedly approached. Yunyi looked over and was taken aback to find it was Ji Ding. Ji Ding's face was etched with urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes filled with worry and tension. "What brings him here?" Yunyi wondered, while Ji Ruxiue instinctively tensed at the sight of Ji Ding, subconsciously releasing her grip on Yunyi. Yunyi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl feared Ji Ding more than Ji. Speaking of which, at his age, he could very well be Ji Ding's father. "Dinger, what brings you here?" Ji glanced back, coldly retorting, "Did I not tell you that you are not allowed in the underground dragon vein?" Yang Wushuang narrowed his eyes at Ji Ding, his expression cautious. He had to be on guard against any potential schemes from this father-son duo. "Father," Ji Ding stepped behind Ji, still bearing a look of anxiety. "I have urgent matters to discuss." "Get lost," Ji coldly snorted. "If you dare to set foot in the dragon vein again, beware that I will disregard our father-son bond." Ji Ding's face turned rigid, disappointment flickering across his features as he turned away. Ji Ruxiue felt a pang of sympathy for Ji Ding at this moment, her lips parting as if to speak, but she found no words. Ji paid him no further heed, his focus remaining on Yang Wushuang, as he declared, "What now? Do you wish to continue fighting? I advise you to die." Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ji Ding suddenly drew a sharp dagger from his wide sleeves, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he roared, plunging the dagger mercilessly into Ji's side. Splat! The unsuspecting Ji was immediately drenched in blood. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that no one had time to react, by the time they did. Ji's back was already soaked in crimson. "Dinger, you." Ji turned in shock, pain etched across his face as disbelief clouded his features. He could hardly fathom that his own flesh and blood would one day stab him in the back. Ji Ding's face was contorted with rage and madness. panting heavily as he shouted, "Why? Why won't you hand over the dragon vein to me? Why? I just want to live. I have done nothing wrong. It is you who refuse to let me live." His voice rang out with a piercing wail. Plunging the arena into silence, Xia Chuqing was struck dumb by the scene before her, attempting to rush forward only to be held back by Yunyi. Yang Wuxuang, too, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, then broke into a cold laugh. Who would have thought he would witness such a spectacle of father and son turning against each other? Truly laughable. You are utterly ungrateful. Ji was equally incensed, raising his hand to strike Ji Ding. Yet, just as he did, a searing pain radiated from within him, causing him to collapse to the ground uncontrollably. "What have you done to me?" Ji's eyes widened in terror. Ji Ding's tone shifted abruptly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Father, that dagger is coated with the lethal poison of the poison spirit sect. Blood will seal your fate. You can rest easy and die." As he spoke, Ji Ding wore a ghastly smile, as if he had truly resolved to commit patricide. "Father, no," Xia Chuqing cried out in despair. How could her father seek to kill her grandfather? Yunyi instinctively touched his nose, reminded of Guqin. It felt oddly familiar, considering the timing. The lad should be a month old by now. He found himself missing him. "You truly are my good son." Ji suddenly burst into laughter. The once mighty emperor was now being assassinated by his own son with a poisoned blade. How absurd. How ludicrous. Senior Yang. At this moment, Ji Ding abruptly looked toward Yang Wuxuang. The latter, who had been a passive observer, was momentarily taken aback. Was this about him? "If you cooperate with me and help me seize the dragon vein, I promise that the Yin kingdom will no longer suppress the development of your Shantai sect. Furthermore, we will cede half of our nation's cultivation resources to you," Ji Ding declared. Upon hearing this, Yunyi and Xia Chuqing's eyes widened in shock. Xia Chuqing could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing?" Yang Wuxuang was equally taken aback. Once he processed the situation, a smile crept onto his face. Unable to suppress his delight at this unexpected turn of events. "You are truly a fine emperor for the Yin kingdom." The fallen Ji, overhearing this, couldn't help but laugh, a wild and unrestrained mirth. Ji Ding disregarded him, focusing intently on Yang Wuxuang. As long as he nodded in agreement, this scheme would succeed. Ji was now incapacitated, and Yang Wuxuang was the sole expert at the combined realm. With his cooperation, no one could thwart Ji Ding. As for how to suppress Yang Wuxuang later, that could be addressed once Ji Ding secured his position. Yang Wuxuang gazed at Ji, his expression contorted as if he had just tasted something foul, then replied, "Such a transaction, how could I refuse?" "Agreed." "Thank you, Senior Yang," Ji Ding exclaimed with palpable excitement. His obsequious demeanor belied any semblance of a sovereign's authority. Ji nearly exploded with rage at this sight. His own son had allied with his lifelong enemy, selling out the entire nation. Yunyi found the situation utterly absurd, yet soon Yang Wuxuang's gaze shifted to him, and he began to speak. "However, I have a condition. I must take Yunyi with me. Yunyi." Ji Ding turned to glare at him, his fury igniting as he spotted Xia Chuqing in Yunyi's embrace. "No problem. Senior Yang, you may take him. No. Father, you can't do this," Xia Chuqing cried out in despair. She perceived a stark transformation in her father, who had become so foreign, so cold, devoid of any warmth. "Silence," Ji Ding bellowed, pointing at her, rage burning in his eyes. "Look at yourself. Do you have even a shred of the imperial princess's dignity left? How could I possibly have birthed such a wretched creature? Get out of my sight." Ji Ding's voice was icy, sharp as a blade, piercing Xia Chuqing's heart. Father. Xia Chuqing felt as though she had lost her senses entirely. The father who once cherished and protected her now referred to her as a wretched thing. Xia Chuqing trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in her eyes. In a matter of moments, 2 clear tears spilled over to Yunyi. As the fallen Ji suddenly staggered to his feet, he first removed the dagger that had been lodged in his back. Then, as if expending all his strength, he shouted, "Take Shuai and leave. I shall hold them off." Xia Chuqing instantly burst into tears, pleading, "Grandfather, no, I don't want to go." Yunyi, quickly take her away, Ji bellowed in anger, yet was unable to suppress the blood that gushed from his mouth. "Old fool, it seems I must personally send you to meet your ancestors," Ji Ding said, his expression darkening as a regal sword appeared in his right hand. "Get lost. Have you consulted with me?" Yang Wuxuang sneered. then turned to Ji Ding, declaring, "You deal with that old man, and I shall take care of Gu Yunyi." With that, his formidable aura erupted, and in a mere second, Gu Yunyi felt the space before him begin to tremble violently. "You must leave." Gu Yunyi urgently pushed Ji Rushui aside, raising his long yuan sword to defend himself. In the next moment, Yang Wushuang materialized out of thin air, his claws grasping the long yuan sword. Bang! The immense force sent Gu Yunyi staggering backward, retreating several dozen steps before regaining his footing, panting heavily as he gazed at Yang Wushuang, who wore a mocking smile. "Gu Yunyi, this time, no one will come to your aid." Ji Rushua looked over with a face full of worry, but she felt utterly helpless. In a panic, she turned her gaze to the other side, where Ji Ding was striking Ji with the imperial sword repeatedly, each blow aimed to take Ji's life. Ji, already wounded and poisoned, was barely able to fend off the attacks of his own son. Once a peak powerhouse in the harmonization realm, now reduced to a pitiful state. Chapter 62. Harmonization Realm. Gu Yunyi, surrender obediently. Yang Wushuang continued with a cruel smile, rushing in like the wind. "Tell me, where is Yang Shui? I might spare your life." "In your dreams." Gu Yunyi gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Block. The long yuan sword emitted a crisp sound, akin to striking a solid iron plate. Yang Wushuang's right hand morphed into a form resembling white jade, catching the long yuan sword without a change in his expression as he coldly stated, not willing to speak, "Are we? Very well. I have ways to pry open your mouth." With that, Yang Wushuang's right fist shot toward Gu Yunyi's face like a meteor. The force of this punch was overwhelming. Gu Yunyi could almost envision the havoc it would wreak upon his visage. Thus, without hesitation, he relinquished the long yuan sword, crouched down, and narrowly evaded the blow, delivering a powerful kick to Yang Wushuang's leg instead. Bang! Yang Wushuang remained firmly planted, like a white poplar, utterly unyielding, while he regarded Gu Yunyi with a calm, mocking expression. "Did you truly believe that a mere cultivator of the void refinement realm could shake me? Arrogant, ridiculous, ignorant." Yang Wushuang roared thrice, discarding the long yuan sword and sweeping his palm toward Gu Yunyi. "Watch out!" Ji Rushua cried out, clearly the most distressed in the arena, torn between worry for both sides. Yang Wushuang's palm bore the weight of 1,000 pounds as soon as he waved it. Gu Yunyi could perceive the faint sound of shattering resonating in the air. Shock surged through Gu Yunyi, prompting him to retreat with urgency, hastily donning the heavenly grade Nightwalker garb the instant it enveloped him. Gu Yunyi's speed surged, his body darting like a specter, disappearing after a few swift movements. Boom! As soon as Gu Yunyi vacated the area, Yang Wushuang's palm struck heavily at the spot he had just occupied, unleashing a force so potent that it nearly collapsed the entire wall, creating a massive imprint and causing the very ground beneath to tremble violently. What a terrifying blow! Gu Yunyi, having evaded and positioned himself a short distance behind Yang Wushuang, watched in horror. It was as if Yang Wushuang sensed something, abruptly turning around, his gaze locking onto Gu Yunyi, cloaked in shadows. "Found you, you little rat," Yang Wushuang sneered. Then his figure vanished without a trace. "This is bad," Gu Yunyi thought, realizing the peril he was in as he attempted to flee, only to find the surrounding space sealed off. "You cannot escape." At that moment, a rift opened above him, and Gu Yunyi looked up in terror, seeing Yang Wushuang reappear, his right fist descending with ferocity. "Die!" Yang Wushuang's frenzied voice roared in his ears, the pressure of the fist akin to Mount Tai crashing down upon him, leaving him breathless. No, Ji Rushua was completely terrified. There was no way for Gu Yunyi to escape this time. Yet suddenly, Gu Yunyi recalled something, unhesitatingly retrieving the heavenly grade defensive gear, the Xianhuang armor, that the system had previously awarded him but which he had yet to utilize. Boom! Yang Wushuang's fist landed heavily upon Gu Yunyi, sending him spiraling away like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing into the unyielding stone wall. The tremendous impact caused the underground to tremble uncontrollably. "Gu Yunyi!" Ji Rushua immediately burst into tears, rushing over to kneel on the ground, desperately digging through the rubble to unearth the bloodied Gu Yunyi. "Ji Yunyi, are you all right?" she cried, her voice breaking. Yang Wushuang coldly observed the scene. Confident that this punch would have ensured Gu Yunyi's demise, it was a pity he had initially intended to capture Gu Yunyi alive, but this brat was simply too infuriating. Killing him was the only option. Yet at that moment, his brow furrowed in disbelief as he stared at Gu Yunyi. Still alive, Yang Wushuang was astonished. With Ji Ruxue cradling Gu Yunyi, he suddenly began to cough violently, expelling the congealed blood that had lodged in his throat. "Gu Yunyi, you're okay," Ji Ruxue exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him tightly. Coughing again, Gu Yunyi painfully reached for the shattered remnants of the Xianhuang armor, peeling it away from his body. This heavenly-grade armor had been completely destroyed by Yang Wushuang's punch. Yet, it was precisely because of this armor that he had survived the blow. Ji Yunyi felt a flicker of gratitude. Yang Wushuang, witnessing the scene, first expressed surprise, then a mocking grin emerged. "You possess quite the treasures. It seems heaven has granted me the opportunity to capture you alive," just as he prepared to make his move. Ji Ding's voice suddenly boomed nearby, filled with relief. Everyone turned to see Ji Ding standing triumphantly over Ji, holding the bloodied imperial sword. Beneath his foot, Ji was on the brink of death. His once youthful, vibrant face now aged and weary. "Grandfather," Ji Ruxue cried out in agony. "Old fool, why won't you grant me the dragon vein?" "Why?" Ji Ding's fury was palpable, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. "If you had given it to me, I would not have had to kill you. You were destined to die anyway. The dragon vein rightfully belongs to me. Mine." Ji could barely utter a word. His face pressed against the cold ground, his pupils dilated, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Ji Ding, consumed by madness, took a while to regain his composure before turning to Gu Yunyi and Yang Wushuang, his tone unexpectedly softening. "Yang, have you resolved your side yet?" Yang Wushuang glanced at the pitiful Ji, replying indifferently, "I am not like you. I wish to capture him alive." "Capture alive?" A glint of excitement flashed in Ji Ding's eyes. "Yang, I have a technique that will surely make him surrender." "Oh, what is it?" Yang Wushuang asked, intrigued, while Gu Yunyi and Ji Ruxue exchanged puzzled glances. "Bring them forth," Ji Ding commanded, his voice authoritative. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a contingent of soldiers marched in, escorting a group of people. Upon seeing them, Gu Yunyi's pupils constricted sharply, for they were none other than members of the Gu family: Su Jinru, Xia Chuqing, the various elders of the Gu family, and Yang Shui. The sight of them ignited a blaze of fury within Gu Yunyi. "Ji Ding, you seek death," he roared. Husband, Xia Chuqing, and Su Jinru, disheveled and bruised, finally regained their light upon seeing him. Yang Shui also looked up at Gu Yunyi, yet remained silent, seemingly having broken free from her constraints. Like the elders of the Gu family, they bore the marks of a fierce battle. Ji Ding paid no heed to Gu Yunyi's wrath, instead grinning as he approached Yang Wushuang. "Yang, what do you think? I've brought his family here. He will surely surrender." However, he failed to notice that Yang Wushuang's gaze was fixated on the numerous injuries adorning Yang Shui's body, his demeanor resembling that of an enraged lion. Slap. Without warning, Yang Wushuang struck out, sending Ji Ding flying to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Ji Ding, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend what had transpired. "You have the audacity to harm my disciple." Yang Wushuang bellowed in fury, rushing forward to support Yang Shui, who recoiled, ignoring him entirely. "Disciple? Did he capture the wrong person?" Ji Ding was utterly terrified, hastily scrambling to his feet and exclaiming, "Senior Yang, I truly had no knowledge of this." He then anxiously added, "As long as you can agree to help me seize the dragon vein, I can offer even more favorable terms." However, an incongruous burst of raucous laughter erupted in the arena. Ji Ding furiously turned his head, only to discover Gu Yunyi staggering to his feet, with Ji Ruxue looking on with evident concern. "The dragon vein?" Gu Yunyi laughed unabashedly, an aura of golden dragon vein energy suddenly emanating from him. "I have already drained it completely." With a cold smirk, an overwhelming presence surged forth from him, sending chills down the spines of all present. It was the harmonization realm. Chapter 63. Revealing hidden cards at this declaration. Every individual in attendance widened their eyes in disbelief. Naturally, Ji Ding reacted the most intensely. He immediately began to sense the surrounding dragon vein energy. To his utter shock, he realized it was entirely gone. Everything had been absorbed by Gu Yunyi. Ji Ding momentarily lost his bearings, and then, consumed by rage, he glared at Gu Yunyi, gritting his teeth as he spat. You have completely absorbed my dragon vein." Die. Blinded by fury, Ji Ding unsheathed the emperor's sword and lunged at him. Be careful," Ji Ruxue cried out, her face paling in alarm. Ji Yunyi merely regarded the viciously contorted face of Ji Ding with cold indifference. "Just a dying man," he declared. "Die?" Ji Ding had already closed the distance, bringing the emperor's sword down with tremendous force. His movements were painfully slow. To Gu Yunyi, it appeared as if time had slowed to a crawl. Gu Yunyi extended his right hand, and to the astonishment of all, he effortlessly caught the emperor's sword. What? Ji Ding's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could comprehend the situation, he witnessed a scene that made his face pale further. Gu Yunyi exerted force with his right hand and snapped the emperor's sword in two. The pieces clattering to the ground. Ji Ding, gripping the hilt, stared blankly at the severed sword, his mind in a daze. This Ji Rushua looked on in astonishment. Eugene and Xia Chuqing exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Could it be that this young man had truly reached the harmonization realm? Yang Wushuang began to feel a twinge of fear. Uncertain of Gu Yunyi's true strength, he hesitated to intervene. Ji Ding had completely succumbed to madness. The loss of the dragon vein meant he had merely 2 years left to live. His eyes turned crimson, and disregarding everything, he lunged at Gu Yunyi with the broken sword. Yet, Gu Yunyi merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Pressing down with his right hand, as an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain. Ji Ding's movements froze instantly, and then he was forced to his knees by the immense weight. He struggled in agony. But the increasing pressure pinned him to the ground, bones creaking under the strain. Ji Ding's cries of suffering echoed as his skin cracked under the tremendous force, blood seeping forth, staining his dragon robe crimson. Gu Yunyi, I'm sorry. Spare me. I want to live. I'm sorry. Ji Ding suddenly began to plead frantically, his face contorted with pain, witnessing her father, the emperor, beg in such a pitiful manner. Ji Rushua felt a pang of compassion and could not help but speak up. Yunyi, please. Let this mat. Gu Yunyi slowly raised his left hand, and to everyone's astonishment, a blue and white ice spike began to coalesce within his grasp, identical to the one held by Yang Wushuang. Could it be that Gu Yunyi also possessed the 9 transformations of profound ice technique? Yang Wushuang was utterly stunned, instinctively turning to glance at Yang Shui. Yang Shui stared blankly at the scene, as if recalling something, and immediately lowered her head in shame. Yang Wushuang realized that it was Yang Shui who had bestowed the 9 transformations of profound ice technique upon Gu Yunyi, and a surge of fury ignited within him. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. Gu Yunyi then raised his right hand, revealing 9 ethereal golden dragon shadows gradually materializing behind him, the 9 heavens dragon control technique. Another heavenly tier martial art. Two heavenly tier techniques. Yang Wushuang was rendered speechless by the sheer shock. Was this young man even human? As he exhaled softly, both the 9 transformations of profound ice technique and the 9 heavens dragon control technique were unleashed simultaneously. A mighty golden dragon, entwined with countless ice spikes, surged forth toward Yang Wushuang. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Yang Wushuang gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to execute his own 9 transformations of profound ice technique. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, causing the very ground to sink several meters, leaving the onlookers swaying precariously as they struggled to regain their footing. When they finally managed to lift their astonished gazes, they beheld Yang Wushuang being forced back, his white robe stained crimson with blood. How could this be possible? Yang Wushuang clutched his chest in disbelief, his murky yellow eyes wide with incredulity, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Had he truly been defeated by Gu Yunyi, a mere newcomer to the integration realm? Yang Wushuang lifted his gaze once more, fixing his eyes on the distant, impassive Gu Yunyi, and his rage became uncontrollable. With a roar, his body transformed, and he charged toward Gu Yunyi at breakneck speed. The spectators could hardly comprehend the events unfolding before them. Be careful, my lord, Xia Chuqing cried out in concern. Die. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wushuang had appeared before him, his hands morphing into blue and white ice claws, brimming with terrifying spiritual energy. He had anticipated outpacing Gu Yunyi, yet Gu Yunyi's reflexes were swifter still, upon noticing Yang Wushuang's sudden appearance. The ancient divine patterns on his body ignited with brilliance. The ancient gods, a race revered for their might, with power capable of toppling mountains. Gu Yunyi closed his eyes and unhesitatingly unleashed a right punch imbued with the divine patterns. A dazzling golden light flashing as it struck, leaving Yang Wushuang momentarily blinded. Boom! The clash of pure power erupted, a terrifying energy colliding violently, intertwining, and ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Yang Wushuang was sent hurtling backward, unable to control his trajectory, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he regained his composure just in time, clawing at the nearby stone wall to stabilize himself and prevent a fall. He gazed incredulously at the unmoving figure of Gu Yunyi. His expression one of utter disbelief. How could he have lost to Gu Yunyi in sheer strength? This was unfathomable. Before he could grasp the implications, Gu Yunyi swiftly darted through the air, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Even before he arrived, the overwhelming pressure of the ancient gods enveloped Yang Wushuang. With terror, he looked up to see Gu Yunyi's massive fist descending like a meteor. Hastily, he raised his left claw to defend himself. But before the incomprehensible might of the ancient god, it was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. Yang Wushuang was sent flying, crashing heavily against the black stone wall, his body sinking into its surface. Blood spilling from his mouth and staining his robe. Master. Yang Shui's complexion changed dramatically. Yet Gu Yunyi afforded Yang Wushuang no respite, and in the blink of an eye, he was before him, reaching out with his left hand to extricate him from the wall. As Yang Wushuang was pulled free, terror was etched across his face. Under his fearful gaze, Gu Yunyi's right fist, imbued with the terrifying aura of the ancient gods, came crashing down. Bang! 1 punch. Bang! 2 punches. Bang! 3 punches. Bang! 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 Each blow struck with brutal force, leaving Yang Wushuang utterly defenseless, his head bloodied, his mouth spewing blood, and his teeth shattered. The sheer might of Gu Yunyi's fist was horrifying. Each strike threatened to shatter Yang Wushuang's bones, while the divine power of the ancient gods relentlessly consumed his flesh and blood. Stop. Please stop. Yang Shui cried out, her eyes reddened with anguish. Yet at that moment, Gu Yunyi was blinded by rage. Deaf to her pleas, he hoisted the battered Yang Wushuang, resembling a lifeless dog, and a terrifying energy erupted from him. This was the imperial tear technique, the soul-devouring and spirit-absorbing technique. He intended to